Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
We are, I believe, ready to roll, so let's say hello to everyone this morning and start with the acknowledgement from the clerk or the message from the clerk about the quorum being present, yes or no?
Yes, Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
That's really, really great. Thanks all for being here. It's going to be a good day. We're going to get a lot of things done and a lot of vigorous discussion. Before I start, though, the meeting formally, I want to just note that we have had some challenging decrees coming from the President of the United States, and you'll know that last night I worked hard with, I've been on the phone for a couple of days now, and put together just something for your consideration. And you'll see the way that it's worded is meant to be, let's look at whether some of these things are possible or not. And I would suggest that if there are other recommendations or suggestions or ideas that folks have, now's the time to start exploring everything we possibly can. There's just no doubt, and I'll get into more detail when the motion's up, but I do think that at moments like this, when our city is facing the kind of challenge that we're facing right now, it's important to start this council meeting by identifying that 25% tariffs on steel will have a sustained impact on our city. We have been in touch with, myself and other councillors have been in touch with some of the big steel makers, as well as many of the secondary processors in our city. And the impact will be far-reaching if it goes ahead as is. And of course, there are still a lot of questions as to whether it will go ahead. I think March 12th is the targeted date, whether there will be any opportunity for changes between now and then, whether there will be retaliatory tariffs. We don't know the answers to any of those questions, but what we do know is that the City of Hamilton will be significantly impacted, and we need to have a strong voice with our partners in the other orders of government, with the workers that work in this industry particularly, and the leaders of those companies who are looking to us for some leadership. And so I'm grateful for all of the work that people have done to connect with people and try to encourage them in terms of their council being very concerned and very vocal about where we sit and what we need to have happen to protect great businesses and great jobs in our city. So on that note, I apologize for I don't like to overdo it at the beginning, but I really do think it's important to acknowledge off the hop that things have changed since the last time we met as a council or as a GIC for that matter. So thanks for your indulgence and good morning. As I've said, we do have quorum present as per the clerk's count. And so I'd like to formally call the meeting to order and ask for folks to please stand for the national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded, of course, that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during the council meetings, and I want to welcome everyone here, staff, community members, media, and of course, folks who are tuning in at home. We have with us Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Mike Spadafora, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Craig Kassar, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor Narinder Nan, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Brad Clark, and Councillor Maureen Wilson, and joining us online is Councillor Esther Paul. So good morning, all. We're going to start, of course, with the approval of the agenda, but I understand we have a bit of an amendment to the agenda before it is approved, something that the clerk will share with us now.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a simple shifting of one of the motions. This was inadvertently added under 711. If there are no objections, it would just be to move item 711H to become the new 9.7. So moving it from under the GIC budget minutes to occur with motions.
Okay, so 711H, I'm just putting it in my roadmap so I don't forget. 711H becomes now
9.7.
9.7. Okay, any discussion on that? We have Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Not specific to this change, Mayor, but another, I guess, question to change the agenda. Just flagging my interest for 9.4 and 9.6 for hearing closed session legal advice. And so just wanted to flag that during changes to the agenda so it wasn't a surprise later.
So through you, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Yep. If there are questions then for closed at that point, we can have the discussion perhaps at the beginning of that motion. If there's a desire to move into closed, clerk staff will ready the motion. And perhaps I'll use this as an opportunity to ask if there are other items on the agenda that may require us to go into closed for such questions, if we could identify those as early as possible for the clerk's team so we can prepare the motion.
Okay, thanks so much. Councillor Wilson, okay? All right, I don't see any further speakers on the agenda as amended then by the clerk. Can we go to the show of hands vote, please? Oh, a mover and seconder, sorry. Moved by Councillor Kassar, seconded by Councillor Beattie, and that's the vote then. Thank you so much. We're on to declarations of interest. Member of Council, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Kretsch.
Just repeating my declaration of interest from the GIC budget meeting, and on today's agenda, that's for items 9.4 and 9.6, and I'll submit the required paperwork to the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Same thing.
Just the same.
It's non-disqualifying.
All right, thanks very much. Can I hand the chair, please, over to Councillor Kassar?
Yes, go ahead, Mayor.
Thanks very much. I have a disqualifying interest to item 7.1 of the General Issues Committee Operating Capital Budget Minutes of January 30th, 2025, GICB 25005, as I have a vacant property at this point. And I have a disqualifying interest to item 7.11F, reconsideration of a decision that was approved at the August 18th, 2023 council meeting respecting item 2 of the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 23-010, addressing renovictions, tenant displacement, and property standards in apartment buildings in the City of Hamilton, PED 23072, citywide, item 8.2, as I'm a landlord. Any other Sorry, I'll take the chair
you,
back,
Marva.
Councillor
Back to you.
Cassar. Thank you so much. Any other declarations of interest, folks? No, seeing none, we'll move on. We don't have any ceremonial activities. Before we get into the other meat of the agenda, just to flag for folks that in order to stay consistent in terms of the process and the moving forward on our budget pieces that are at today's meeting. At that point in time, I'm going to move the chair over to Councillor Wilson, who will guide us through those parts of the agenda, because she is the budget chair and has done such a good job of moving us through this process. And so just a bit of a heads up to let you know that that's going to happen, so people are not surprised. So thanks very much. We're on to item 5, which is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. January 22nd, 2025, January 23rd, 2025 Special Council. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the 2022-2025 and, January 2022, 2025 and January 23, 2025 meetings as presented? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Wang. Show of hands, please. Oh, any discussion? Seeing none? Okay, show of hands, please. Perfect. That carries. Items for information, Councillor Cassar. May I have a motion to receive the items for information, please?
Yes, item 6.1, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Wang, that the following item be received. 6.1, City of Hamilton Integrity Commissioner's Report regarding citation. Councillor Danko ex post, re Councillor Kretsch. It's DGB Hamilton ICI 25-01, dated January 29th, 2025.
Thanks very much. Is there any discussion on the item for information? Seeing none. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Kretsch.
I only just wanted to clarify, in case anyone who reads this thought otherwise, I was not at any time spoken to, interviewed, or had any discussions with the Integrity Commissioner before this report was published. Any assumptions inside this report are entirely his. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Show of hands to accept this information item, please. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Tatis. Huh? I'm sorry. All right, I was just told by the clerks I needed a mover and seconder. So it was moved by Councillor Cassar and seconded by Councillor Wang. So let's move forward then. Show of hands again, please. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. That carries. We're now on to committee recommendations. GIC B25-002 General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget Minutes of the meeting held January 23rd, 2025. I'm just looking to the clerks. It seems like this is the time to move this meeting over to Councillor Wilson. Am I correct?
So, Mayor, it's the majority of the pre-budget meetings were just information items.
Okay.
I don't know if there will be any discussion. I know we may want to have the councillor step in for the February 7th meeting, but it would be up to you whether you'd like to pass the chair for her for these as well.
Well, I look to the team here. Actually, it's I'm happy to go through these minutes if they're just the information ones, and then we'll move it over when they're the substantive items. Is that okay with folks? Yeah, okay. Excellent. So then we are on to that 7.1. Councillor Wilson, may I have the motion then to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget Minutes of January 23rd, 2025.
Certainly, it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Cassar, that GIC B25002, being the minutes of the General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget meetings held on Thursday, January 23rd, 2025, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. And your seconder was, I'm sorry?
Deputy Mayor Councillor Cassar.
Councillor Cassar. Okay, excellent. So are there any speakers on this? Don't see any. So we need to electronic vote for the minutes, please. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to the next set of minutes, which is, Councillor Wilson, look to you for the motion on GICB 25-003, General Issues Committee Operating Capital Budget Minutes of the meeting held January 28th, 2025.
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Councillor Craig Kassar, that GICB 25003, being the minutes of the GIC operating capital budget meetings held on Tuesday, January the 28th of this year, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. Any items in these minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, we'll go then to the electronic vote on these minutes, please. And that also carries 15-0. Thanks so much. Let's see. We are now on to 7.3, GICB 25-004, General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget Minutes of the meeting held on January 29th, 2025. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget Minutes of January 29th, 2025.
Certainly. It's moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Craig Kassar, that GICB 25004, being the minutes of GIC Operating and Capital Budget Meetings held on Wednesday, January 29th of this year, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Any discussion on these minutes, folks? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote then, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're on to 7.4, GICB 25-005, General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget Minutes of the meeting held on January 30th, 2025. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget Minutes of January 30th, 2025.
Certainly. It's moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Craig Kassar, that GICB 25005, being the minutes of GIC operating capital budget meetings held on Thursday, January the 30th, 2025, respectively, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. I do have a conflict myself, so I'd ask Councillor Kassar to take over for a moment while I declare that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Horvath. Is there any discussion on this item?
I do have to declare an interest, and that would be respect to item 7.1. And I've identified earlier on in the meeting what that was all about, and so it's a disqualifying interest. So we will have to identify that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Horvath. Are there any speakers? Okay, seeing none then, we'll go to electronic vote, and the mayor will abstain. On 7.1. Item 7.1.
Where are we?
And that carries 15-0 with one abstention. So with that, I'll return the chair to the mayor.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Kassar. So on the balance then of 7.4, is there any discussion? Seeing none then, we'll go to the vote. It's an electronic vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We are now headed into, am I correct? We're heading into the section of the agenda where Councillor, oh no, that's not right. We're not there yet. Sorry about that. Item 7.5, please. GIC-B 25006, General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget Minutes of the meeting held January 31st, 2025. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have that motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget Minutes of January 31st, 2025.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Craig Kassar, that GIC-B 25006, being the minutes of GIC operating and capital budget meetings held Friday, January 31st, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you very much. Is there any conversation, any discussion that people want to raise on these minutes? Councillor Wilson, did you? No? Okay. So then we'll go to the electronic vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on to 7.6, PWC 25-001, Public Works Committee minutes of the meeting held on February 3rd, 2025. Councillor Pauls, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee minutes of February 3rd, 2025, and receive items 7.6A.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have the right wording, but the Public Work Committee of February 3rd, 2025 be approved.
And the item 7.6A be received. Okay?
And be received. Thank you.
Okay. We need a seconder for Public Works. That's seconded by Councillor Francis. Are there any speakers to this report? Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just making sure I have the right item here. Just, I think it's not really said which item it is. There was a, under 6.3, there was a motion I voted on in the minority, and I just want to record that vote for posterity here. So that's one amendment moved by Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Spatafora about removal of one bike lane on Wimberley Avenue, I believe. But it's not noted with an item number unto itself, so I'm just having some clumsiness here and trying to articulate what it is I'm on about, so I apologize, but that's what I want to have a separate vote on, just so I can make sure my vote is ratified here in the same way it was there.
Okay, no need to apologize, Councillor. Clerk Trenum?
Yeah. So, Mayor, what we'll do is we'll just consider separately the motion moved on page 3 of the minutes that sits under items, or minute item 6.3. It's a motion moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Spatafora, with respect to staff being directed to review and report back to the Public Works Committee respecting the potential removal of one bike lane on Wimberley Avenue.
Okay,
So,
so
just
that is
considering that one separate.
okay. We'll put that one up then separately, and we'll go to the vote, please. Is there any further conversation on that particular one? Okay, so we'll just go straight to the vote then, and that's. Does it need to be seconded? No. Okay, so away we go. It's show of. No, it's electronic. Is it electronic, please? That carries 13-3. Thanks very much. And then on the balance of the Public Works report, any further discussion? Are the Public Works minutes, sorry. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote, please. And that carries 16-0. Planning Committee, February 4th, 2025, PLC 25-002. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee minutes of February 4th, 2025, and receive items 7.7AA to 7.7A6 7.7BA to 7.7BB, and 7.7CA to 7.7CB.
Yes, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Tattison, that the Planning Committee meeting minutes 25-002, being the minutes of the Planning Committee held on Tuesday, February 4th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And just as you said, correspondence items A through Z, as well as correspondence items for item 8.3, A and B. Correspondence items 8.1, A and B be received. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any speakers to anything that's in these minutes? We're going to Councillor Jackson first. Please go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Good morning. Not sitting on planning, can I just get confirmed 8.2, modifications and updates to existing accessory dwelling units and accessory dwelling units detached regulations from the province? It's noted here it's been deferred to a future planning committee meeting. Can I just get that confirmed, please, through you to Acting GM Robichaud, please?
Absolutely. Thanks very much. Acting GM Robichaud, please.
Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development Department. That is correct. New notice has to be given. There was an error by the spectator in the timing of the publishing of the notice. So as a result of that, once that notice has been published with a new meeting date, this will be brought forward to the next available Planning Committee meeting for consideration. Thank you.
Just a follow-up, Acting GM, would that still allow then the public, if registered with the Clerk's Department in advance, to delegate on this matter? Because I have a couple of neighborhoods that wish to share and express some unpleasant, unsavory situations they've been through with ADUs. Through you, Mayor Horvath, please.
Acting GM Robichaud?
Short answer is yes. Any member of the public has the opportunity to either make a written submission or an oral submission to the Planning Committee when this matter comes forward again. Thank you.
I'm satisfied with that. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Item number 7, it's items for information continued, and it's actually item 7.2. So this would be on page 17 of 17. This is with respect to the appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 1065 Paramount Drive. If I understood the ruling, the provincial planning policy was changed to, no, the provincial policy statement was changed to the provincial planning statement. And in that change, it removed the opportunity to have discussions and considerations of the character of the community. And the reason I raise this is because it was interesting that the adjudicator actually wrote it into the decision that that change in the planning was paramount in her decision. Could I get Mr. Robichaud just to comment on that, please? Because the residents in my communion, they're kind of scratching their heads a little bit here.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Acting General Manager Robichaud, please.
The ward councillor is correct. As in response to the initial recommendations, there was the Affordable Housing Task Force that the province created about 5 years ago. That task force recommended that the province remove or eliminate any references in planning documents to character and as it relates to compatibility and fit. Subsequently, last year, with the new provincial policy statement and the growth plan being repealed and replaced with the new provincial planning framework, any reference to character, compatibility, fit, et cetera, those tests that would normally be part of an official plan and a consideration when reviewing a development application were removed under the guise of increasing housing supply across Ontario. Thank you.
And thank you. And so that would explain why the residents were pointing to developing in Ancaster where a proposed 8-story building went to the OLT, and the OLT ruled against it, keeping it to the 3-story. And so the province simply changed the rules, and that created this opportunity for the developer, and that's why we lost that case, in my humble opinion. It's really unfortunate that in the middle of a hearing, they could actually change the rules that would affect a matter that was being considered under that hearing. A little bit unusual. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers on these minutes. So on that note, we will go to the electronic vote, please. I'm sorry? Okay, that carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to GIC 25-002, General Issues Committee, February 5th, 2025. Councillor Cassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee minutes of February 5th, 2025, and receive item 7.8A, please?
Of course, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me and seconded by the previous Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mark Tattison, that GIC 25-002, being the minutes of General Issues Committee meeting held on Wednesday, February 5th, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and B, that the correspondence from Darcy Field respecting item 9.1 of the General Issues Committee minutes of February 5th, 2025, suitable site for a Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelter Hats community, item 7.8A, be received.
Thanks very much. I don't see any speakers to these particular minutes. Seconder is Councillor Tattison. Thank you. Again, I don't see any speakers to these particular minutes, and so we'll go to the electronic vote, please. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Question of clarification. Through the mayor to the clerk, could you just orient me, the mayor's revised, amended motion in response to the President of the United States tariffs on steel? Where does that fit in, please?
We've put it under motions. So, but it's good that we asked the clerk why it's there. That's important. So I was informed this morning that that's where it was supposed to be, but happy to take instruction from the clerk.
I'm not sure I see it. That's why I'm asking, and I thought the instruction was to lift it, to revise that which was considered on February the 5th. Yeah, if that is the case, I'd like to really speak to your motion when it's appropriate. Your revision.
Clerk Trenum? Thank
Apologies
you,
for the confusion there. That is correct. I'm glad we didn't push. Was not added as an additional motion this morning, so this would be an appropriate time for us to go forward with it. So we can definitely do that now.
So we'll have to just set aside that vote. I apologize to everyone present. And I would like to then move, I need my language here, that we lift. Clerk, can you tell me exactly what the item is? Because I'm a bit. I'd like to lift in this minutes the motion that was passed at that GIC meeting. Wait, I have my folder here. Maybe I can find it. So item 10.5 in this set of minutes of the GIC meeting held on February 5th. So I have to pass that chair then over to Councillor Cassar so that I can duly and appropriately move that lifting motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Horvath. So question to the clerk, I don't think we have to lift it, do we? It's just an item in the agenda.
Or speak to it?
Correct. So we can lift it if what we're doing is voting on the whole thing separately, but just to amend it, we can just move an amendment.
Right. Okay, then, Mayor Horvath, if you would like to move your amendment and your seconder, please.
Okay. Thanks very much. Folks will have received this. I would like to move the following amendment to item 10.5. My seconder is Councillor Beattie, and this is what I was referencing this morning. And it speaks to the issue of the tariffs that we are facing. Protecting Hamilton's economy and jobs, strengthening local procurement and resilience amid U.S. tariff threats. revised. Whereas the United States government under President Donald Trump had announced the imposition of 25% tariffs on Canadian goods effective February 1st, 2025, whereas the potential threat of tariffs on Hamilton's key industries poses significant risk to local businesses, workers, and the overall economic stability of our community, whereas these tariffs could potentially reduce the city's GDP by up to $1.1 billion, impacting key sectors such as manufacturing, construction, and the automotive industry, whereas Hamilton's manufacturing sector employs over 28,000 workers locally and over 48,000 within the broader Hamilton CMA and plays a critical role in the city's economic stability, whereas the potential decline in Hamilton's largest export sector, iron and steel, could result in a $3.6 billion reduction in export value, whereas the City of Hamilton has significant purchasing power through its capital projects and infrastructure investments, which can be leveraged to support local and national businesses during this economic uncertainty, whereas although a 30-day pause on the implementation of these proposed tariffs has been agreed upon by President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the potential threat remains, necessitating the exploration of proactive measures to protect and support Hamilton's local businesses, workers, and families to ensure economic resilience, growth, and long-term prosperity for our city. Whereas on January 15th, 2025, Council referred Councillor Matt Francis's Buy Local and Canadian First Procurement Policy Motion to the Procurement Subcommittee for consideration with the intention to lay the groundwork for prioritizing local procurement. I think I'm reading the wrong one. I'm sorry. This is the one that we are speaking to. The amendment, I apologize, the amendment is a lot shorter, so I'm going to read it as well. So we're amending that, obviously, because things have changed. And so this is the one that is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie. Amending that motion that I was just speaking of, respecting the protecting Hamilton's economy and jobs, strengthening local procurement and resilience amid U.S. tariff threats. Whereas the recent announcement of the imposition of tariffs on steel and aluminum products by the United States will have significant impact on Hamilton's economy, key industries, and the livelihoods of workers in our city. Whereas Hamilton is a national leader in primary steel production and secondary processing, and local companies have been a vital part of the city's economy and identity for generations. Whereas the City of Hamilton remains committed to supporting its local businesses, promoting local procurement, and protecting jobs for Hamiltonians. Whereas the Government of Canada's response to the imposition of tariffs by the U.S. may impact the cost of municipal capital projects and other essential infrastructure investments, whereas collaboration with all orders of government is critical to mitigate the impact of these tariffs and protect Hamilton's industries and workers. Therefore be it resolved that the motion protecting Hamilton's economy and jobs, strengthening local procurement and resilience amid U.S. tariff threats be amended to include the following clauses. E, the mayor, with the support of staff identified by the city manager's office, further explore opportunities to support our steel industry partners, hardworking Hamiltonians, and the backbone of the economy of our city through measures such as, but not limited to, the reorienting of our tendering and purchasing processes to build in the priority of sourcing steel and steel products from local companies first and Canadian companies when necessary, in Sault Ste. Marie, for example. Also explore the sourcing of Canadian aluminum. 2, calling on the senior orders of government to urgently facilitate the development of the supply chains necessary for municipalities around the country to source Hamilton steel and steel products for their capital works projects. Calling on Ontario and Canada to begin to source their steel and steel products for their capital works projects from Hamilton companies ASAP. Calling on the federal and provincial governments to encourage Canadian municipalities to begin to source Canadian steel and steel products for their municipal works projects and commit to developing programs to cover any cost inflation that may be incurred by municipalities with or without retaliatory tariffs to ensure that any such costs are reimbursed to them by the federal and provincial governments. Demanding the federal government immediately establish a Canadian Border Border Service Agency Customs Office at the Hamilton's HOPA Port, the Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority Port, as has been requested by HOPA, to facilitate the movements of steel products, and other goods manufactured or grown, produced in Hamilton and surrounding areas to markets across Canada and abroad. Calling on the federal government to accelerate its efforts to facilitate access to new markets for Hamilton steel and steel products abroad. Calling on the federal government and the Ontario government to expedite the construction of the Hamilton LRT as a stimulus initiative and commit to sourcing necessary steel and steel products from Hamilton and passenger trains built in Canada, with a requirement that those trains be manufactured with Hamilton steel and steel products. And calling on the federal government to eliminate the 2-week waiting period for employment insurance, EI, applications for workers affected by U.S. tariffs, ensuring they have immediate access to financial support. And if I can, very briefly, and I apologize once again for belaboring this with accidentally reading the initial motion, at least most of it. It's been a busy couple of days, as people can imagine. And so I've been, as I mentioned off the hop, connecting with and talking to steel producers and steel secondary product manufacturers and innovators in the steel industry overall, as well as folks in various government positions, as well as workers and some of the representatives of the hardworking steel workers in this community. And it's very clear that there's a worry out there. There's a worry out there. You'll see that the way that I wrote the motion is quite flexible on purpose. We don't know what's happening. We don't know what might come next. We don't know what the next shoe is that may drop, and we don't know how this is going to all roll out between now and the 12th of March. So what I tried to do in listening to those folks and having those conversations is put together some ideas that can be explored. So Councillor Francis provided us with that initial move before the tariffs were even a thing. Then we kind of expanded on that, and so I'm grateful to his early initiative. We expanded on that by asking it to be expedited because of announcements that were coming. And now, of course, another announcement came on the weekend, on Sunday, and that's turned everything upside down yet again. So I want to say that there's nothing in here in this motion that's written in stone. It's an exploratory motion, and that's why I said such as, identifying things such as these various ones. The only one that I'm more firm on in this motion is the HOPA port issue, because we've been hearing for a long time and we've been requested by HOPA to encourage the federal government, do everything we can to advocate for them, to put the Customs Border Agency facility or some iteration thereof at the port, because it will help getting goods to markets that are farther afield than the ones that are currently in play. I really do welcome any other recommendations or suggestions. The point is that if this is going to take some staff effort, whether it's GR, whether it's other staff to kind of provide some analysis as to the viability of one or any of these things, I don't think it's appropriate to do that without having this body direct that work to be done. So what I would say is I hope for your support. This is not an exhaustive list. So certainly if there are other things that folks want us to start exploring, please let us know. But the words such as this list, as well as the words and not limited to this list, are to provide you with some comfort that this is not something that is accomplished by this motion. It's the beginning of the exploration of some of these opportunities. And as I said, please do share other ideas that you may have. And I think we need to be all hands on deck on this. We are still working with the other orders of government and making sure they know about the concern that we have here at this city. But unless there are specific questions that folks have, I'm happy to answer them. And I'll thank you for my opportunity to speak to the motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Horvath. I'm able to see the speakers list on your screen there, so we'll proceed through that. We have Councillor M. Wilson, Beattie, Wang, McMeekin, and then Jackson so far. So we'll start with Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I am not a protectionist by nature. However, I am a daughter of a nickel miner who grew up in an immigrant family north of Sudbury, and now I've been calling Hamilton my home for the last 30 years. This motion is extremely welcome, and I'm very grateful that you have amended it according to and in response to the unfortunate situation that we face ourselves, that we are faced with. What my understanding is that business investment in capital, one of the primary ingredients that they need and look for is predictability. They look for predictability from all levels of government in their plans, in their execution. They look for predictability in you're going to build something, then you build it, and you ensure you have the environment that provides for that predictable, long-term, sustainable return. That is a prerequisite for a well-functioning, high-functioning economy. So while we may not have any control over the unpredictability, and that is the nature of the game with the leader of the United States, to create unpredictability, it should not be our game. We need to, in my opinion, and I think that's what is embedded in this motion, ensure that when we have provincial and federal dollars at the table in our civic works, in our capital works, that we maximize that, even if it means a small contribution on our part, in order to provide for sustainable economic development and assurance in this community. To do otherwise is to play the same game that this individual who heads the United States is seeking to do. Investment wants predictability. They want government to do what they said they were going to do, to be nimble, but stick to your civic works and your investments and your capital, because that is going to be the Marshall Plan moving forward. There is not going to be a return, in my opinion, to what was. This is going to be a long-term reorientation of geopolitics and trade. And government is going to have to play a key leading role in upholding business. That means using local where possible in all our capital works, ensuring that we have employment for our construction, our union members, our construction, private, public, and it means delivering on the necessities that will uphold a well-functioning, future-oriented economy. Very appreciative of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you to Councillor Wilson. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair. And I never like following Councillor Wilson because I can never quite articulate it as well. And I mean that sincerely. I have a lot of the same thoughts as Councillor Wilson has provided. I'll give you my anecdotal story of my growing up as a Stelco brat. I know that I'm probably known for the farming that my family did, but my dad had a 40-year career at the Steel Company of Canada. And so I've got steel in my blood. And what's taking place here with this proposal in terms of the tariffs and the trade war looming, it's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous. And so I'm very thankful to the mayor. The mayor and I had a few conversations yesterday. I'm appreciative of the motion, happy to second it. I can tell you in conversations with the manufacturing sectors in Ward 10, there's a block that goes from Grays Road to 50 Road, from Martin Street to the South Service Road, and it is condensed and full of secondary steel processors, high-tech manufacturing facilities. And they're very, very worried. I was in conversation with several of them yesterday. I visited on site some of them yesterday. And this is real. And this is terrifying. Many of these businesses have invested tens of millions of dollars in skills development for their employees, in high-tech manufacturing processes, automation, and everything that they have invested is predicated on the free movement of goods between our two nations. And now we're in a position where the game has changed midstream. And so I'm thankful for the bold language that the mayor has used in this. I think that that's what people are looking to us for. They want to see leadership. They want to see action. And I also am appreciative of the mayor's comments that this is not an exhaustive list. We may have to come back to this table with more options and more discussion to ensure the viability of the manufacturing base in Hamilton, to ensure that we continue having high-paid jobs, to ensure that we continue to have a stable industrial tax base that we have identified as very, very vital and important to this city. So thank you to the mayor. Happy to support.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Echoing both Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Beattie, Ward 4 is home to Dofasco and Stelco and many of the other steelmakers that are one of the largest employers of the city of Hamilton, in the city of Hamilton. I guess my question to both the mayor and potentially beyond the mayor to the bench, in the amendment, you speak about asking for a very specific Canada Border Service Agency portal that is at HOPA. But if I recall, back in 2020, Hamilton was named a foreign trade zone, and part of the services rendered would have included, and I'm trying to pull it up from our Invest in Hamilton website, direct access to goods movement, sector professionals relating to air, sea, road, and rail, direct access to CBSA, incentives and programs, access to CRA incentives and programs, access to intergovernmental agencies such as Transport Canada, Export Development Canada, Innovation, Science and Economic Development of Canada, Global Affairs Canada, and other areas including bonded warehousing and all of that stuff. So what you're asking is for a very specific ask of putting CBSA at HOPA and still coupled in with the foreign trade zone point. Is that correct?
Please, Mayor Horwath.
Absolutely. There's been great expansion at HOPA. There's been a significant increase in the goods movement through that port. There's been major investment that requires for it to continue to expand the opportunity to have basically a customs function on site. That doesn't exist. It might have been part of the vision, and rightfully so, but it's never been realized. And the CEO of that organization of HOPA has made it clear to myself, and I don't know if we see anybody from the economic development group here, but certainly my conversations with Norm Schlehan, who, by the way, I did connect with on this. I also put a call into Ian Hamilton, who unfortunately wasn't able to return my call. That's why I made sure through Norm that my understanding remains. We have lobbied. I have sent letters on behalf of this city to the federal government to urge them to move on this. And unfortunately, we haven't had a response. And it's in times of crisis when oftentimes, unfortunately, when change can happen. And so this is the time the iron's hot and we have to strike, and that's why that language is a little bit different in the motion. And I'll wrap up with that, acting deputy mayor, is that this is not new. And this has been requested over and over again by HOPA as well as by us. It's not something that's in question at all. And so that's why I said that we demand that this actually happen in the motion. It's strong language. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
And Councillor Wang, you were also asking to see if staff had any comment. I don't think there is from the bench at this point in time. Just doing a quick check. Is there anything to add? No.
No.
Okay. Yeah, just wanted to be sure. Okay. Councillor Wang, back to you.
I'm thankful for the strong language that the mayor has put into this amendment. I also want to share with all of council that economic development has tried to be a little more proactive in the previous years. In 2020 and beyond, economic development has identified we do need that white glove service to support industry that is already there. But because of flip-flopping and because of lateness to the table, I am so thankful that the mayor has put that as strong language in this amendment that needs to be shared far and wide. And I'm also noting that in the original motion that this new amended motion will be shared with all of those AMO, with FCM, with the MPs and the MPPs. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Next on the list is Councillor McMeekin. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And Mayor, thank you for your leadership again. I have a couple of comments I want to make. Like Councillor Wilson, I'm not a protectionist either. I think we've relied historically over the last several decades on the belief that Mexico, the United States, and Canada believe in free trade. Republicans certainly have always, until recently, believed in that. I'm told reliably, I believe, that the biggest impact of the proposed trade tariffs will be on American consumers who will have to be paying extra. It may befall to us too, but when we're reciprocal in terms of the hit that Canadians take. But that having been said, we have to deal with the cards we've been dealt, not the cards we wish we had. And the leadership in the States is over the top, I think we're seeing. I mean, just think about what's happened here. Leave the Paris Climate Change Accord, leave the International Human Rights Accord, leave the International Health Accord, fire entire network. You know, I mean, it's nutsy cuckoo down there. And, you know, I wouldn't normally characterize anybody that way, but I think I'll make an exception in this case. We need to be, Madam Mayor, as innocent as a dove and as wise as a serpent here. And I think your strategic motion does that. We also need to be clear as to where our stakeholders stand. I was very concerned to hear news reports that senior management of one of our steel companies were in fact welcoming the tariffs and claiming that it would be good for their business. I think we need to be having those conversations pretty quickly, and I know you're up to that. The other issue that I'm concerned about and just want to flag is I think one of the biggest problems we have in Canada economically is provincial trade barriers. And we need to practice what we preach. So anything we can do there is important. The goal of the President of the United States is to drive capital investment back into his country. He wants to move the auto plants and the steel plants, and he's been very upfront about that. So we have to be able to strategically argue the international case for a partnership together, the longest undefended border in the world, the largest friendly undefended border in the world, and we need to do that. So if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I think your admonishment to go together is good. My own belief is that he ain't going to get it until Premier Smith in Alberta gets on side with oil and gas. 1/4 of all the oil and gas on which the American economy depends is from Alberta. And, you know, tariffs in that area, I think, are going to hurt us, but potentially, depending on our response, steel is our main concern, and we need to clarify that. Oil and gas, and I hope the feds intervene and really play hardball in terms of an all-of-Canada approach on this, because it's that serious. Thanks for your leadership, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. I now turn to my neighbour, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kassar. Mayor Horvath, I just want to congratulate you and salute you for your leadership. I've heard many, many, many of your speeches over the years in this community when you had other positions in government.
and you've never wavered in wanting to defend and protect good-paying jobs in our community, labor jobs, hardworking families in this community. And right now, we're at risk. And if ever there was a time to put aside differences and be united as a city, as a province, and a country, it's now. I want to congratulate you sincerely for what you've brought forward. Your own family background speaks volumes for you as well, that you've never forgotten your roots in terms of fighting for the everyday working family. And as somebody who myself many, many years ago worked in the coke ovens at Dofasco to help pay my way through school, and my first adult job after graduating from university was 7 years at Stelco Hilton Works, I understand the plight as well and the delicacy of our steel industry as well, that can be subject to world dumping from other foreign countries, and now with the newest unfortunate risk from south of the border. So just thank you for making sure this conversation is front and center and very timely and appropriate at this time. And thanks for your leadership, Mayor Horvath. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Kassar.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. We find ourselves in very precarious times. We have NAFTA, and I believe up until this past election in the United States, everyone was comfortable with how NAFTA was working. And now it has changed. It's interesting to note, he did the exact same thing in his first term. He was in office not even a couple of months and started to talk about tariffs and tearing apart NAFTA. Municipalities, we have very few cards we can play in this game, other than what the mayor is proposing, which is advocating to the federal government so that they can understand the plight of the municipalities and the challenges that this will face for municipalities. I'm not sure he's going to back down before there's actual costs to the economy in Canada. And the people that hurt the most when these things occur are the workers. They're the ones that get laid off. They're the ones where the plant closes temporarily because they can't do the business because of the significant tariffs. They're the ones where their home office says, yeah, we're going to close that plant and take it down to the United States because that's really what the president wants. And so it's important that we remember that and share that, because while technically the economy, the GDP, all of these things, economic statements are very true, it all washes down to the worker, no matter how you slice it. It's the worker that's going to get hit. It's residents in our community that are going to be laid off or lose their jobs and then struggle to find a job in an economy that is struggling. It does not bode well. And so I hope beyond hope that we can find a way to enlighten not just President Trump, but the Republican Party, who control both houses, to wake up to what this ramification is going to be. Because everything that happens up here is going to happen down south. So if you put tariffs here, then we end up putting tariffs there. Mexico applies tariffs, China, everybody's going to be hitting everybody with tariffs, and the only thing it does is crush GDP. And it's worrisome, to be quite frank. So I thank you for the advocacy that you're doing. I think it's vitally important. And I hope that we are successful in pushing back this bull, but I'm not so sure we're going to be.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm not seeing any further speakers at this time. Oh, Councillor Pauls is waving. Go ahead, Councillor Pauls.
And thank you, and I agreed everything that everybody has said, and I'm obviously supporting it. But I'm just wondering, there is a part in item 7 that says how we can expedite the construction of the LRT. I'm wondering if that wording could change to if the Hamilton LRT goes forward. And the reason is this. I know that we don't have the actual cost of the LRT yet, and I wouldn't want it to end up on the lap of the taxpayer. So I'm wondering if that wording, expedite until we know, could be changed. But I agree everything the mayor said, and I support it. I'm just concerning about item 7.
Okay, Councillor Pauls, I'll ask the mayor as the mover.
With respect to Councillor Pauls, the expediting of the LRT is put forward as an example of a stimulus project. We all know that when economic times get tough, governments often come up with works projects that put people back to work. And so knowing how long it's been that this council, frankly, has supported the LRT project as something for the building of this city's future, and the fact that it's been languishing, that what it says is not only do we expedite the process of getting that project under construction, but then that we also, in doing so, require or request, basically it's a community benefits type of matter, where we request that the steel that is being used for that project, that the construction of trains for that project are using the steel that is produced in this city by the workers that we were just talking about. And so with respect, I don't see that as a friendly amendment. So if the councillor wants to put it herself, that would be up to her, but that would be my position. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I agree everything you said. It's important, but I just also want to make sure that the federal and the province comes up with the money for the LRT, all of it. Because that's what I just know, and I hear it everywhere, that the prices are going higher and higher and higher from 3.4 billion. That was last term. That's what we agreed, now to be 6, 7, 8 billion. So I just want to make sure that the province and the federal would pick up the cost. So therefore, I would love to have the amendment, and I agree everything everybody said. I'm not against that. We need to, and you've done a great job, Mayor, and I love it. But we just want to be clear. So my amendment would be, if the Hamilton LRT goes forward, you know, that we would do all this, if that would be a friendly amendment, if you would accept that. If not,
The mayor has said it's not a friendly amendment.
Oh, it's not?
It's not a friendly amendment, so if you wish to put a formal amendment, you can do that if you have a seconder.
Okay, would I have a seconder to do that, or?
I'm not seeing any indication in the horseshoe.
Okay, I just want to be in record that I support everything that's said this morning, but I'm just concerned about the cost of the LRT upon our taxpayers. So therefore, I want to make sure the province and the federal pick up the cost. Thank you.
Okay, well, just speaking as a chair, it is a federal and provincial project. That is well understood. So thank you, Councillor Pauls, and I think Councillor McMeekin for a second time.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and I'll be brief. As one of several who have been in many trenches around the LRT, my comment is we couldn't possibly go much slower than we've gone over the last 30 years. The other thing I want to emphasize is that with every crisis, there's, if you're as innocent as the dove and as wise as a serpent, you might also find an opportunity. I think the mayor is highlighting that when she references the LRT and the importance of getting on with the job. The other area that occurs to me is in the area of housing. You know, in terms of, now no better time ever in our history when it is more appropriate for a federal, provincial, municipal boondoggle on building housing, using the materials, eliminating interprovincial barriers to doing that. So let's not just look at the risk. Let's look at as creatively and as entrepreneurially as we can the potential opportunities as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMeekin. I think we've exhausted the speakers list now. The amendment to the motion has been moved and seconded. We'll now go to the electronic vote, please. The vote is up. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Mayor Horvath, and I'll pass the chair back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kassar, and with great gratitude to my colleagues. Really appreciate your support. So then on the balance of GIC 25002, item 7.8 on our agenda, the General Issues Committee minutes, are there any further speakers on that item? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on to 7.9, AFA 25-002, Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee minutes of the meeting held February 6, 2025. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee minutes of February 6, 2025?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Jeff Beattie, that the AFNA 25-002, being the minutes of the Audit and Finance Committee meeting held on February 6, 2025, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the minutes members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote then, please. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on to 7.10, ECS 25-001, Emergency and Community Services Committee minutes of the meeting held on February 6, 2025. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Emergency and Community Services Committee minutes of February 6, 2025?
Certainly, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Clark that ECS 25011, being the minutes of the Emergency Community Services Committee meeting held on Thursday, February 6, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Are there any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? I see a list. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to draw attention to item 6.1. This was a presentation that, for all intents and purposes, was an unsolicited proposal for a sports park dome at the Mohawk Sports Park. And the question I have for staff to clarify was that there was a previous presentation from a different body, and my notes indicate that it was just received and not referred to staff. And I'd like clarification that if we're going to start receiving and entertaining unsolicited proposals, then all of them should be received when they're unsolicited. So not sure staff have that recollection.
Thank you so much. And I would look to GM Burden, who I believe might be online, to respond if that's okay, Councillor Clark. Thanks so much. GM Burden, welcome. You heard the question?
I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Angie Burden, General Manager of Community Services. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor. We will check in on that. My understanding was that the first proposal was referred to staff in addition to being received. We will ensure that both are treated in the same manner.
That's all I ask. If we're going to start doing this, we have to be fair and equitable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, GM Burden. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Thanks, Councillor Clark, for just ensuring that. And I was nodding my head affirmatively because both proposals, Mayor Horvath, that's what I want to speak to, by the way, is 6.1 as well. Mount Hamilton Youth Soccer Club's proposal for an indoor all year round facility and dome targeted for Mohawk Sports Park. And yes, the previous proposal last fall that came in was received and referred as well, so that with the committee and hopefully tonight council support, both will be in the hopper for consideration as the Mohawk Sports Park master plan is under review and study, as well as the indoor-outdoor recreational facilities master plan is under review and study. So both are running concurrently at this time. And Mayor Horwath, you talk about important projects. Here's a wonderful opportunity that both entities, both proposals, have brought forward that ultimately they don't want to cost the local taxpayers a single dime to build a facility of multi-million dollars. We don't have a city-owned indoor facility. There's those that we rent from the private sector, from other school institutions across our city. But similarly to the Ray Lewis Track and Field Complex at Mohawk Sports Park, first city-owned, state-of-the-art track and field complex that was built through community endeavors and the support of capital dollars and Ward 6 dollars, quite frankly, a few years ago. So first state of the art, yes, there's track and field complexes at McNabb School. Yes, there is at McMaster University, but again, first one of its kind there. So I see this as a parallel, as a glorious, wonderful opportunity to provide an indoor facility on a multi-use sports pattern for kids, thousands of kids and youth across the city, that if this ever sees the light of day, will enjoy and be able to participate in a facility similar to the Quad Pad Arena, where there's those that are paying exactly the rate that should be paid for ice at the Quad Pad, but there's also subsidized ice for recreational hockey. I see parallels here so much, Mayor Horwath, with this proposal for an indoor dome at Mohawk Sports Park. Obviously, be a tremendous, huge benefit for the city, and obviously I'm doubly proud and honored that both organizations have felt Mohawk Sports Park would be a preferred ideal location. So I'm just glad for the unanimous support at committee, hopefully for ratification today. And again, it'll be equally considered both within the staff study reviews of Mohawk Sports Park and indoor-outdoor recreational facilities review, as well as with the previous proposal. Both will be on equal footing, and any others that may come forward as well. I think we should celebrate them and thank volunteer groups for coming forward to wanting to do something special in our city. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. We have a bit of a speakers list growing here. Is there anybody else on this particular item? Councillor Kretsch, you're the next one on the list, so on this, thank you.
Yeah, I love volunteer groups who are willing to do this kind of thing. They do it in Ward 2 every day. It's a great thing. And there's tons of projects coming in. As I discussed at committee, there's been a long-standing proposal in with respect to Eastwood Arena in Ward 2 and what to do with it. It's a very similar type of situation with a multi-use non-ice structure there right now that's being used, and we're trying to maximize that. My question to staff is really a simple one, just to confirm what Councillor Jackson said, because I don't want there to be the impression in the community that somehow council here today is saying these proposals are more of a priority than other proposals. My understanding is people can come here and delegate if they feel like it. They can also send an email to city staff saying, hi, I have a proposal, here are the details. And those proposals will be handled the same way, and they'll be going through the same matrix of prioritization that we use here at the city to determine how we choose which projects we're taking on next, and it's going to be part of a recreation master plan that'll be coming forward to speak to exactly how we make those decisions, what criteria we use, and what things we'll be doing. So Angie, if you don't mind, or GM Burton, could you speak to that, just so we're clear on what the process exists like today, and anything you think will be coming forward with enhancements to that process?
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. GM Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I would confirm everything that you've said. Staff are undertaking a very thorough process by which we will be bringing the recreation master plan back in terms of the implementation part. We did take all of the comments from last Thursday's Emergency and Community Services meeting under consideration, and we are reviewing the existing process that is underway in that framework to ensure that we're moving forward in a good way that doesn't inappropriately advantage certain groups over others, that looks at equity concerns and really equal opportunity, while at the same time engaging with community partners who are coming forward and saying, hey, we have ideas, we have resources, we want to partner and participate with the city in our recreation programming and infrastructure within the city of Hamilton. So that will be coming back to committee and to council for further discussion and a presentation, I believe, towards the end of Q2. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. We now go to Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's on item 8.3, the Community Safety Wellbeing Report related to gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. First off, just again, want to say my thank yous to Acting Director Bax and Manager Hekwoba in terms of the collaborative work that's been undertaken by the city staff and under their leadership, working more collaboratively in the sector around violence, prevention of violence against women. And I also want to thank both representatives from the Women Abuse Working Group, Jessica Benila Dampty, as well as Tay Simons, for their presentation, which was basically a articulation of the recommendations from WAG to Council in terms of our ability to work collaboratively going forward to address the gaps in our systems here locally. There was a really important discussion around the table at ECS about the impacts to rural communities specifically, and the work that WAG is undertaking along with all of the agency and service providers around making sure that those gaps are better serviced, and that folks in the rural community know that they are, that the belief and approach to work that we believe in survivors and that we believe survivors will continue into our rural communities as well. Appreciating staff coming forward with the recommendation of $100,000 support to these initiatives in an effort to, I think, better coordinate the services citywide and to ensure that the thousands of individuals who are impacted by gender-based violence and intimate partner violence across our city on an annual basis know that, number one, their humanity is respected, number two, that they are going to be supported, and number three, we will continue our work to make sure that these kinds of acts of violence are prevented and stopped, and most importantly, that survivors are supported in the deepest ways needed. I look forward to the work coming forward. So this is about coordination. It is about our ongoing collaboration in the sector so that we as a municipality can integrate this work into our community safety and well-being plan going forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nan. We have Councillor Pauls next. Please go ahead, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and I'm so happy about this work with gender-based violence and intimate, and I want the public to know that the police service will be implementing a new unit to address this. I know it costs money, but I think we do need it, and I'm glad that even our service are going to look at it and implement a unit specifying that to help the gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pauls. I don't see any further speakers on the list, so the minutes were moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Clark, and we'll go to the electronic vote, please.
Councillor Pauls, your vote?
That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Members of council, as I identified at the beginning of the meeting, I will be now relinquishing the chair to Councillor Maureen Wilson, Chair of the General Issues Committee Budget, during the consideration of the minutes of the General Issues Committee Operating Capital Budget meeting that was held on Friday, February 7th, 2025, and the additional motions amending the 2025 Operating and Capital Budget for continuity respecting budget matters. So thanks very much, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. Appreciate all your work and really appreciate that you're going to lead us through this next part of the agenda. Thank you.
So just when you thought it was safe to come back into council chambers, you're stuck with me again. Thank you all. 711, GIC B25007, General Issues Committee Operating Capital Budget of February the 7th. Councillor Danko, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the GIC Committee Operating Capital Budget minutes of February the 7th and received items 711AA to 711A BK.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Moved by myself, seconded by yourself. The GIC Budget 25-007 being the minutes of the General Issues Committee Operating and Capital Budget meeting held on February 7th, 2025 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and that the correspondence respecting the 2025 proposed tax budget items 711AA to 711ABK be received.
Thank you. Are there any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? On my speakers list thus far, Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Kazar. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. It would be item 7.1. It's the Mayor's Memorandum revised for the 2025 proposed tax budget. I would like a separate and recorded vote on that item, please.
Sorry, for my benefit, could you please provide me with the number again?
No problem. 7.1.
Thank you.
Chair, you can stick to item 7.1, see if there's any discussion at this point, and whether there is or not, you could then hold a separate vote and then continue on with the balance.
So you wish for a second vote, a separate vote on that. We can do that now.
Separate recorded vote.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do all members understand what's on the table? Okay, thank you. I'll ask, while I get my computer fixed here, my apologies for the transfer. I'm going to ask Clerk Trenum to please elaborate on what's being asked and what the item is.
So the item that has been lifted is the revised Mayor's Memorandum 2025 proposed tax budget. This is just an information item. It was only received for information. Councillor Clark has requested that we do a separate and recorded vote, so an electronic vote on the receipt of this item.
Councillor Jackson, do you have any further points of clarity that you're seeking from Clerk Trenum?
Thanks so much, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. Yes, I just want to make sure now, by just receiving this was an information item that really then has no impact potentially on the 25 budget, because I know where Councillor Clark is going, and I'm aligned with him. But if this does, even by receiving, have a potential impact on the 25 budget, then that will determine my vote accordingly. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Thank you. It's my understanding, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, it's an information report. There's no action embedded. But Clerk Trenum?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Budget Chair Wilson. Thank you, City Clerk Trenum.
Councillor Kretsch. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm jumping the queue. Councillor Kassar?
Yeah, I just had some general comments about the report, not specifically on that item. So if it's okay, I can just wait till after the vote.
Okay. Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. This is maybe a procedural question.
Right.
Just to understand the ramifications of council denying receipt of the mayor's memorandum. If that were to happen, what happens in this meeting? What happens to the budget? What are the implications?
I have a very short answer to that. Nothing.
Thank you.
Clerk Trenum? Would you care to elaborate on my brevity?
It was accurate.
Thank you. Okay. No further speakers. So a separate vote has been requested on this by Councillor Clark. No, well, I'm good. We are simply receiving it. So you'd be voting yes to receive it, but the councillor's prerogative is that he would like to enumerate his vote not to receive it. Is that correct, councillor?
That's correct.
Thank you. That carries 12-3. Councillor, I have Councillor Kassar and Councillor Jackson on the minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wilson. On this item further on, we're dealing with further motions that were carried forward from the previous meeting. I just wanted to speak in general to the minutes from the meeting and then referencing those motions. Is that in order at a high level?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So as we were talking about earlier, and we've been dealing with for some time, there's many challenges in our country. There's significant impacts on residents and businesses, and we as a body here are trying to do our best to have a budget that's going to reflect those needs as well as the needs to build our city. A lot of those problems are not ours to solve. It's beyond our scope of responsibility and financial capabilities. As Councillor Clark pointed out a few minutes ago, we have very few cards to play on a lot of them. We're responsible, in my opinion, for operating a city in the present, in 2025, and building a better one for the future. As the municipal level of government is the lowest level of government, we can't be responsible for compensating for all the decisions or lack thereof of upper levels of government. Case in point, housing investment that has been a topic of much discussion is approaching $130 million a year of a provincial responsibility, and at $13 million per percent, that's roughly 10% impact on our budget. So that's very, very significant impact, but we are making decisions and have made decisions and probably will continue to make decisions to do what's right for our city. The mayor's directive asked the staff to look at everything and find efficiencies, and based on the presentations we had, my tally was that's about $55 million that was found through various means, efficiencies and otherwise. That totals about 4.2%. Now, certainly GM Zagarek could correct me, but I think that's in the right ballpark. Doing a tally of where we are, I'm looking at the one slide that GM Zagarek presented initially. We have provincial impact and legislative services. That's about a 0.5% of the increase. Nothing we can do about that. Then we have the police budget and 911 improvements, which is another 1.5%. And around this horseshoe, there was broad support for that. And I think in the community, that's important work that we need in order to make sure our community is safe. So we're already at 2% and roughly 35% of the increase. And 2% is roughly where historical increases have been. So, and we haven't even considered capital or operating at this point. Of course, the capital budget started just over 2 with some reductions at 1.6% of the increase. That is to address crumbling infrastructure, roads, aging facilities in an aging city. And it's very important, I think, in my opinion, and I think it would be supported that we need to provide facilities for our community. The final large bucket is city services and boards, which would include the library and others, which was 2.1%, and I think maybe we shaved off a little bit of that in our previous meeting. So a roughly 2% increase for operating the city. So I think it's important to put that in context of where the spending is coming from, because I know there's been lots of feedback on many adjectives on ridiculous increases, unsustainable increases. Running a city has gotten much more expensive, especially when we're dealing with an aging city that needs investment, in my opinion. So I will absolutely support reductions in efficiencies where we can spend money better, more wisely, and do not spend money unnecessarily. But what I won't support is, to use a metaphor, burning the furniture in a house that we're trying to renovate. Right? There are important things that we need in our city. In my opinion, and we'll get into the deliberations, some of the motions are counterproductive and aren't supporting city building and looking to the future and building a positive city. There's actually, I think, negative consequences that will carry into the future. So I don't think that's a responsible use of our authority as decision makers and city builders. So Chair Wilson, I will be voting appropriately. I just wanted to provide that context. Thanks.
Thank you. We have Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Cretch. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. So I've got 3 items I'd like to pull for separate votes. 9.7, the $75,000 for a consultant for a community benefits program. 9.9, the $130,000 for the 14 underpasses. And 9.21 about the poet. So I look to you in terms of how we wish to proceed, Budget Chair Wilson. One by one chronologically, or however you want to proceed, please.
I think we have to all seek assurance from the clerk. I think it would be best to do it chronologically so that everyone can vote accordingly. Thank you.
I would agree with that.
Thank you. I'm seeing both verbal and physical concurrence.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. So 9.7, not to regurgitate, but in case colleagues have not had a chance to scroll up or down, this was about needing $75,000 to hire another consultant, my goodness, another consultant to help with a community benefits plan and program, which is noble. Happy that it's in place, been worked on by many community partners and members. But again, within the talent and scope of 8,000 employees we have, and I'm sure a multitude of consultants on contract, Budget Chair Wilson, I want a separate vote on this so I can vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers to the action that is being requested? Councillor Cretch.
Yes, I also had some other votes I wanted separated, and so for chronological reasons, I'll say those at the end just so we know what they are, so we can do them in order. But on 9.7, I want to be really crystal clear. Staff said at the Community Benefits Protocol Subcommittee, staff said here at the General Issues Committee budget meeting last week, they do not have the expertise to do this work. We can all hope they have it. We can throw numbers out about, well, there are 8,000 employees, so because of a high number of employees, we must have someone who can do it. They said they can't. I trust what they said. Either we're going to carry on doing the work or we're not. This is the suggestion they've made for how to do that. I think we should respect our professional staff and respect what they say and not contradict them in public by telling them, no, you must have someone there. I know better than you do. These folks have told us they do not have the expertise on staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers to this item? Okay, seeing none. Oh, I beg your pardon. Councillor Nan, my apologies.
No worries, Budget Chair. Thank you. On the same item, just reiterating that the importance of a community benefits protocol framework for our municipality now more than ever, in light of what we're dealing with and contending with in terms of the unpredictability of the U.S. administration and how they will choose to impact their trade partners, let alone locally here. Something like a community benefits protocol enables us to do exactly what the mayor's motion talked about earlier today, which is to be more nimble and be more subject matter minded, subject matter expertly minded as a municipality, so that we can ensure our community continues to thrive as we invest in the necessary capital improvements, including some large-scale stimulus ones to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers on 9.7? Seeing none. If we can have a vote on that, please. So just to recall, this is a vote with respect to the community benefit, and Councillor Jackson has requested a separate vote on that, which was carried at the GIC budget operating meeting of last Friday. Thank you. If you're voting yes, you're sustaining, you're upholding the action which was approved last Friday. If you vote no, you're voting against that proposal which was in the budget. Thank you. So that item is defeated on an 8-8 tie. Okay, thank you. I believe that was 9.7. I believe Councillor Jackson enumerated 9.9.
I do have 9.8. Sorry, I forgot. I promised I would say what the three were at the end of my speaking time, and I did not. So those were 9.8, 9.13A, and 9.19. Those are the three I'm asking for separate votes on, just because I was in the minority on those votes. I just want to ratify my vote here. Thank you.
Nope, thank you for that. 9.8. If the clerk, for the people who are watching, and for my colleagues, if you could identify the title of it, please, just as a reminder. Thank you.
Yeah, 9.8, amendment to the proposed 2025 tax supported budget, Hamilton Police Service Board budget.
Thank you for that. Any comments or questions? Councillor Jackson on 9.8?
Yep, so to be clear now, we're voting on Councillor Crutch and Alex Wilson's original motion to reduce. So if I do not want to support that, I would vote no then. I want to be clear, just like we did at committee, correct?
So the motion that is up for a separate vote was that which was authored by Councillor Crutch and Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you.
So we are affirming or not your vote of last Friday. So if you did not support the motion by Councillor Crutch, you would vote no. If you do support the motion, you would vote yes. And I'm seeing Councillor Wang. Do you have a comment or question of clarification to myself or the clerk? This is not a reconsideration, right? This is affirming what was actioned on Friday, but I apologize for interrupting you. Please proceed.
So, okay. So a vote for yes means that we are affirming what was already discussed.
No. Let's just pretend that the motion is before you now.
Okay.
Let's pretend that Councillor Crutch's motion, which he's picked out for a separate vote is before you, once again, for your consideration.
Okay, okay.
No, that's absolutely, it is, it's confusing, right? No worries, no shame, no shade.
Sorry, I do have a point of order, Chair. So this motion was defeated. It shouldn't even be on the agenda for discussion. Because it was defeated, there should be no discussion on a defeated motion.
I will respond to your point of order by seeking insight from the clerk, please.
So Chair, any item from any of the minutes can be lifted and considered separately. It does not get removed from the agenda. Council has not made a decision on it until Council has made a decision on it. So if Council were to approve all the minutes as is, it would remain defeated. If the item gets lifted, it means Council wants to consider that motion as it was listed in the minutes. So now Council is voting on that motion. It feels a little different than previous procedure because what used to happen is a defeated motion would land in what we call the information section of the report, and you would first hold a vote to pull it out of an information section. Because you're now considering minutes, it works a little bit different.
Councillor Danko, you still have the floor.
That's something we're going to have to take away because I don't see the point of having defeated items up for a vote every single time.
Okay, well.
Understanding the process that's before us, we will re-vote on the same thing that we already defeated. Fine.
Yeah. Again, there's some discussions perhaps to be had in the future at governance, but we have a ruling from the clerk, an opinion from the clerk, and I'm going to uphold that. Councillor Pauls.
I'm getting very confused here. I thought reconsideration of a motion needed 3/4. So are we reconsidering this? Or is this not a reconsideration? Like I'm getting a little bit.
Okay.
I thought 2/3 have to reconsider. So why are we putting it back on to vote again?
So I'm going to try and summarize what I thought I heard Clerk Trenum say. Under a new procedural bylaw, it used to be that if something was defeated at a standing committee and or a budget, it would just, you wouldn't see it in the report back. It would be in the information section. And if you wanted to speak to it or have a separate vote on it, you would need the support of your colleagues to be able to lift it from that information section and to put it back for a vote. Now, we're voting on the minutes per se. The minutes have been duly moved and seconded. They're on the floor. It was moved by Councillor Danko and myself. And so members around the table are afforded the prerogative to speak to any item in the minutes. I'll look to Clerk Trenum to elaborate further or correct any error or omission I have made.
I just want to make sure it's not a reconsideration, that's all.
No, my ruling is that it is not.
Okay.
Clerk Trenum?
Yeah, and I'll just advise that it's sometimes difficult to see when we're sitting as GIC, when the whole group is together, but there you're sitting as a committee. So council has not decided on anything, and you can only reconsider a decision of council. So any decisions made today would require a reconsideration, but not a decision of committee, which is only a recommendation back to council.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further comment, Councillor Pauls?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a further point of order, Chair, and I'm sorry to belabor this. So this is in the minutes.
Yep.
If we approved the minutes as presented, we would be approving this item. If we vote in favor of the minutes as presented, we would be approving this item. If nobody separated it out for a separate vote, it would.
You'd be approving the action that was, the vote that was actioned on Friday last.
So I don't want to argue about this, but it's not reflected in the minutes that it was defeated, at least that I'm seeing.
order.
On which page? I don't, maybe I'm missing it. I'm sorry.
Let's look to the clerk to provide those references within it. And I do appreciate that we're all trying to assist one another, but when there's, just provide some order. Clerk?
So the item starts on page 8. You can see the movement of the motion. There was then a recess. Beginning on page 9, you can see the result of the motion. It was defeated by a vote of 2 to 14 as follows, and you can see the recorded vote listed there.
Thank you. I understand.
No worries. Any further speakers on this? Councillor Cretch, for a second time.
Just to really briefly want to throw a comment in here to say that the reason we got an explanation from the city clerk before was, and I'm just going to repeat this, in previous terms of council, before we had electronic voting, we used to go through every single item, motions that were carried, motions that were defeated, cats, dogs, chickens, everything. Every single thing in the report was gone through. And then at every single moment that happened, 9.12 carried, 9.13 carried. Then we stopped doing that practice. So what happened was it created a procedural problem because we were no longer ratifying all those votes. So if you're in a minority on a vote now, and you want to make sure that the vote you took as a minority in the vote is sustained at council, for the record, this is the only process we have, which is why I'm lifting it. I don't want to do this. It's the only way to do it. Because if I vote now in favor of the minutes as a whole without doing it, I would be switching my vote to yes. I don't want to switch my vote to yes. And the clerk said this is the only way to do it going forward, which is why I'm lifting these items. Thank you.
There's no further comment on this, so the request has been for a separate vote. Again, to my colleagues, your vote should reflect, in my opinion, but you can change it, how you voted last Friday when you deliberated this action. It's well within your prerogative to change your vote, but if you want to remain consistent, you would take the same vote position you did last Friday. So the motion is from Councillor Cretch to not support the police budget, and there was an action in it with a specific amount. That is the motion before you right now, which you're asking to vote on. Councillor Cretch and Councillor Alex Wilson's motion. Councillor Francis. Thank you. That is defeated 12 to 14. 2 to 14. Oh my goodness, beg your pardon. 2 to 14. I believe next, if we go in numerical order, we are on.
Point of order.
Point of order has been called by Councillor Taddison.
I'm just seeking clarification that on the first vote, everyone was clear in terms of the community benefits and didn't vote the wrong way because it achieved, like, people switched their votes. I just want to make sure that they didn't switch their votes, that they switched their votes because they had an epiphany as opposed to making a mistake.
I can't rule on that, but I would look to members if they, as we're trying to work our way through this, if they go, oh, aha, I made an error, unintentionally so, and I would like us, please, to show some good grace and enable me to vote the way I really wanted to. So I can't rule on that, although I would look to members to articulate or speak up if they feel that's what they inadvertently did. You're welcome. 9.9, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. Now, this is the $130,000 requested so that Public Works has enough money to clean 14 underpasses in our city of bird poop, garbage, and debris. I'm very, very sorry, but I'm going to explain, and I hope Councillor Crutch will understand. I voted for this last Friday, Budget Chair Wilson. The more I thought about it over the weekend, the more I got commentary from my constituents. It made me realize in our 2.8 bill, I've been quoting 2.4, staff corrected me over the weekend, it's $2.8 billion corporation. Public Works can't come up with $130,000 within their large budget to clean the 14 underpasses for the image of our city, and they needed this extra money, otherwise the bird poop stays. So you know what? On principle, I've changed my vote. I want a separate vote so I can vote against this and put some tension back on senior leadership team to find the 130 grand and make this an annual cleanup to keep our city attractive and safe and healthy with these underpasses. So I'm asking for a separate vote so I can change my vote and tell Public Works staff, please, you've got the money, do it. It should be automatic. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Recognizing Councillor Crutch, followed by Councillor Taddison.
A little bit speechless because we keep returning to the same talking point, and I'm not sure there's a point in asking staff a question here. They've really said clearly they don't have a service level to maintain these underpasses. I explained why last time. So magically finding $130,000 in the budget isn't the budget process. It's literally here on the table to create an annual amount to do that work. Us wishing that it's going to happen isn't a motion. So I'm not sure how else we're going to achieve this unless we put this very motion on the table later. So if it's just a suggestion that we ask staff to come up with this motion at some other point, I'm just confused as to what the talking point even is here. This is something that staff said they need to do. They went out and did the work looking across the city. They found these 14 underpasses. Here's the motion here to say we need to do the work. I don't get it, but I'll be continuing to support this motion because obviously it needs to happen, and obviously everyone here continues to say this is a priority. We care about making sure the downtown's cleaner. This is how we're going to do it. Voting against this means you don't want to do it, and trying to put pressure on staff isn't going to change that.
Councillor Taddison.
I just wanted to get clarification because we had an amendment on this beforehand, so I just want to make sure that we all understand what we're voting on here, because there's an amendment here that says that it was to be funded from the respective ward area discretionary reserve budgets, correct? No, and that was defeated?
No, that was put
defeated?
on the floor or suggested by a councillor across the way, and it was defeated.
And so then the recorded vote is on page 12, 11 and 12 of 13 here. Okay, thank you. Just wanted that clarification.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. I feel like this item has been framed in a way that has been really unfortunate for our staff. So my understanding is that there is an existing service level for cleaning underpasses, that staff do go out and clean them. However, what is being asked here is a service enhancement above and beyond the current service levels that are already provided. So I would like to ask our staff to clarify for the record that it's not as if they don't do anything, that they're not doing their jobs, which has been insinuated, that there is a service level for this work that is existing.
Thank you. GM Can, would you care to speak to the question?
Yep, through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. And Director Ryle is on the call too, so she may add to, I guess, the content of it. Staff spent 2024 looking at the current service level with regards to underpasses. We worked with the local councillor. We worked with many other council members who the downtown cleanliness was paramount, and it's something that we were trying to do and achieve. The current service level is based on an on-call basis. So when we get calls and we get complaints, we take staff and crews off a job and we move them to that area. In 2024, Director Ryle and her team identified, hey, this is the enhanced service level that we need to meet our goals and objective of downtown cleanliness and safety. So if you notice in the resolution, we broke it up into buckets where we wanted to perform that maintenance work on a regular basis. There were others that were, I think, between a 2 or 3 month period. And finally, there were a few that were left over as on-call. We think it's paramount. We think it's part of the service level enhancement that we are seeking. But in keeping with our budget process, in keeping with the directive, when I presented the budget on January 31st, 2025, we basically had a maintenance budget, for the lack of a better term, and we had 0 service level enhancements. So that is why this motion is in front of us, and I believe that is what we're trying to do. I would like Director Rowlett, through the chair, just speak to what is being proposed in terms of the enhanced service levels, frequency, and the number of underpasses. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Director Ryle. We can all see you clearly.
Good morning. Thank you, Director Ryle. Or Carolyn Ryle, Director of Transportation. So thank you for the question. So to confirm, it is an enhancement. It's an increase in the level of service. On an annual basis, all bridges across the city are inspected and cleaned and maintained as required. The 14 that have been identified in working with the councillor are bridges that we patrol weekly, and based on the condition, staff are out there cleaning them on an as-needed basis. So the amendment before committee today is to put a service level in play to deal with the 14 high pedestrian and high, we'll say, bridges with the bird situation. We're asking for that to be added as an enhancement to the current operating or the current capital budget.
Thank you, Director Ryle. Councillor, you still have the floor.
Thank you. So we do have an established citywide service level for cleaning and maintenance of underpasses. Basically, what is before us here is similar to, say, snow clearing. We have a citywide service levels for snow clearing. They apply to everyone. They apply to all roadways. But in one area, what's being asked is, well, you know, clearing once is not enough. I want my roads cleared before all the other roads, or twice. And it's an enhancement. It's an enhanced service level beyond the base service level that applies to the entire city. And, you know, similar to my comments at committee, if there is a desire for enhanced service level, that is what the area rating discretionary reserve is for. Thank you.
Thank you. To this item, Councillor Beattie.
Yes, please, Chair, and through you. I view this as problematic, and I'll tell you why. I voted against it, and I'm going to continue to sustain my vote on this. There are a number of service enhancements that members of this committee and council would like to see brought forward. Councillor Tattison and myself discussed potential service enhancements to grass cutting, understanding that the way that our climate is changing is having an impact on rural roads, and the maintenance levels may be insufficient. But rather than bring it forward in the middle of the budget, I think that the more appropriate thing to do would be to bring a motion forward at Public Works to ask for a report back from staff with recommendations, with current levels of the service and proposals. And I don't see that this necessarily took place in that format. I recognize that there are 14 underpasses listed, but we all know that there are more than 14 underpasses in the city of Hamilton. So I have a problem with a partial motion being brought forward on a partial enhancement to certain areas. Kenilworth alone has 2 underpasses, only one is listed. Centennial Parkway has a massive pedestrian-oriented underpass with a GO train connection forthcoming. It's excluded. It's not part of this. So if we want to have a discussion about a service enhancement to an existing level, let's do it in the proper place, in the proper forum, have the report come back with recommendations, have a fulsome discussion and a recommendation brought forward to council in the proper forum. And my belief is that this isn't it. So I'm going to continue to vote in opposition, and perhaps we'll see this on an agenda item at Public Works in the future.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. Folks might recall that my comments at the committee, the General Issues Committee, were not dissimilar from what Councillor Beattie is raising in terms of the process being inappropriate. And it is. I don't think any one of us can disagree that this coming to us the way it is inappropriate. And so I'm just going to leave that. And so folks who have had that happen need to take some ownership of it and realize that the reason we're having some trouble with valuing the kind of desire to make sure that pedestrian pathways are kept in a way that encourages pedestrian usage, that encourages people to particularly come from the neighborhoods that support downtown businesses and be able to walk to those businesses, in some cases, many cases, through those underpasses. So from a downtown perspective, and look, I know that there are folks around the table that think that downtown's none of their business because it's not in their ward. That's wrong. We're a big city, people. We have to care for and care about our downtown, no matter what ward you represent. And when people are saying, well, I never go downtown, maybe it's because there's a dead bird under the underpass that they walked by. But the bottom line is, it's our responsibility, all of us, to ensure that our downtown thrives. Our downtown brings in the biggest amount of revenue, as witnessed by just one measure, which is our downtown BIA, and the amount of submissions that they make to have their budget be the largest by far, and for fact larger than any of the others put together. So let's be thinking big picture about our downtown, which I think we would all agree has been struggling recently. Now, I know most people around this table already are there. I get it. Most people around this table already understand that. I'm going to still support this because we are heading into a downtown revitalization plan, for example. We have businesses, and I'm telling you straight, as the mayor, that are calling our offices constantly about the state of the downtown. You know, it's interesting when I go travel to other cities, one of the first things I do is look at the state of the downtown. What are the streets like? What's the cleanliness like? What's the infrastructure like? You know, what's the animation like? What's happening in those downtowns to on the one hand make them vibrant and great, or B, make them, or on the other hand, make them not as desirable to spend time in. So although I do agree that the process by which this got here is extremely problematic, I believe it's necessary to begin to show the people who live downtown, and by the way, there's many more coming. There are hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of more people, thousands, that are coming to live in our downtown. And so they are neighborhoods. And again, I'm just going to finish off by saying that the way downtowns thrive is because people feel comfortable leaving their apartment or leaving their home in their neighborhood and coming to the business districts that make up our downtown. As we invite more people in, we have to pay attention to their experience so that we can continue to grow the population in our downtown. There's a lot more I can say about this, but I do hope that we will at least get this done for the coming season, and then put some parameters around how we deal with these matters, because I would agree with my colleagues who are frustrated that this is the bad process and doesn't belong in this process, but it does belong in our city. Thank you.
I have Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Clark, and then we're on to second-time speakers. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Budget Chair. Will remain consistent in supporting this motion, and I believe that it is duly and appropriately in front of Budget Committee and for Council for ratification inside the budget process. I also appreciate the comments that from Public Works Committee members, you would have preferred a report and to have done it that way. Duly noted. However, the opportunity to address a systemic issue inside of our organization through the budget process, in my opinion, procedurally and from a governance perspective is fair and warranted. I also just want to quickly address some unfortunate comments that, I don't know if the intention was there, but to ascribe that this enhancement is somehow trying to gold plate a bunch of overpasses, underpasses, and pedestrian walkways as a standard high and above and exceeding the rest of the city is really unfortunate. This is a needs-based assessment. That needs-based assessment declared 14 locations needing increased service levels. It's not an enhancement. There is a need for increased service level. Not because we want to make it look pretty and gold-plated and exceeding anybody else's expectations in their neighborhoods, but because it's a health and safety issue. We've got feces, we've got dying animals, we've got other kinds of content that are there that prevent our residents who use these pathways as connectivity, as the only way in which they move about their neighborhoods, which is as pedestrians. This is about investing in our public realm in a manner that is rooted in dignity. The residents around these underpasses and these 14 locations deserve to feel dignified in their neighborhood using the municipal facilities that they have invested in, period. Happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for General Manager Zagarek, if I may. Every year we have a report that comes to council that shows the surplus, at least in my experience, has been every year there's been a surplus. Do you have the estimated variance that right now for the corporation?
Through the chair, for 2024, we do not. Because of the cyber incident, we're not able to provide that information for 2023. We did report a unaudited surplus. I believe it was approximately $8 million for 2023.
So that was for 2023 and not 2024?
Through the chair, yes. For 2023, for 2024, we would normally report 2024 in end of first quarter or start of second quarter of 2025.
So I'm struggling to understand how we won't have that figure if we know exactly what's happening in all of our departments sufficient enough that they came forward with a budget.
Through the chair, we do have manual processes in place to measure and assess our capital projects, our purchase orders, but we don't have a system in place to bring all that information together and provide the traditional reporting that we've provided committee and council in the past.
Chair, it is very disappointing for me, notwithstanding what has transpired in the last little while, that on the final day of the budget, we don't have a number. And the reason I say that is because historically we have had surpluses every year. And then we decide where the surpluses get spent. So when I'm looking here at, what was the number again? 150?
130.
$130,000. I'm punting here. I think we might have that in a surplus for 2024. So there's no need to increase taxes, this nominal amount. Take the money from that variance, take the money from that surplus. I'd be shocked if it was a deficit. I can't recall the last time we had a deficit. Why? Because under the Municipal Act, you're not allowed to have deficits. So we never do. So if there is an appetite to pay this from that surplus, then deal with it. But if the appetite right now is to say, property taxpayers, you're going to pay more for your taxes this year, nominally, because it's only $130,000, and yet we know for a fact that taxpayers likely overpaid in their taxes, because that's what a surplus is. They paid more in taxes than we've spent, hence the surplus. I would suggest that would be a really quick and easy way to fix this. Just a suggestion.
Councillor Critch, second time speakers.
I was going to ask that question then in a different way to get an answer from staff about that. That would mean that putting that in the tax stabilization reserve, as my understanding is taking that out of that, would only be a one-time annual cost for 2025, but that wouldn't be an ongoing source of funds for this. It would come back to the 2026 budget as part of that budget, is my understanding.
Through the chair, and maybe to tie the pieces together to Councillor Clark's question regarding a surplus. Each year, staff report in a typical year, we would report to council whether or not the city has a surplus deficit and the disposition of that surplus deficit. In the case of tax-supported operating program areas with a corporate overall surplus, those funds go to the tax stabilization reserve. So if it's the will of committee and council today, the will of council today to transfer funds from the tax stabilization reserve to fund this initiative, that is an option. Whether that is one time for 2025 and it gets reintroduced through the 2026 budget, or if it's permanent, then we would be relying on the tax stabilization reserve annually to fund this particular program and service level change.
Thanks for answering the question. Just processing that in the moment. Not sure that's really the way to go if we're looking to do something that's sustainable as a service level enhancement, which just seems like that path wouldn't necessarily be sustainable. I think I want to just address a few of the comments that were made. I could have also just interested point of privilege to do that, I suppose, but thanks for recognizing me as a second-time speaker. This is not about, we can all talk about the procedural wrangling all we want. This is a pretty straight up and down thing. We need to have more cleaning done in the underpasses. Staff agrees that we need to have more cleaning done in the underpasses. But what staff told us today, if you were listening carefully, was they were prevented from putting this into the budget. So the budget directive said, hey, do this. This service level enhancement was not allowed to be put in the budget in this manner. I then reached out to staff and said, hey, can we have a conversation about this? I thought it was going to be in the budget. And they said, that's what GM Canada said, that this wasn't permitted to be in the budget according to the directive. Okay, fine. So it's not inappropriate for me to bring an amendment to the budget. Literally, that's the job this year. So I'm here to amend it by saying, you know what, I think that this is in a situation that's exceptional. And to Councillor Beatty's point, this isn't about cherry picking. This is about staff having already gone out and done the work of looking at every underpass and assessing the levels they need and saying these are the 14 citywide. So it's not just a Ward 2 issue. It's a Ward 1, 2, 3, 4 issue in terms of the downtown, and those are the 14 that were identified. Yes, one on Kenilworth was identified, one wasn't, but staff looked there to see if it needed the extra attention, and it doesn't, according to what city staff said and according to the motion. So this is about trying to provide an enhancement. I followed the process I was told to follow by staff. I don't think it's highly or extremely inappropriate for me to bring an amendment to the budget during budget amendments. If I've misunderstood the process and think it should happen a different way, fine. I'm just literally trying to put this forward because I think it's important. Residents have asked for it, and everyone here has said that they think this is a priority to make our downtown cleaner. I don't understand what the procedural wrangling is about, but regardless, just explain in a very straight up fashion, yes, you want to do it, no, you don't.
Recognizing Councillor Spatafora as a first-time speaker.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question and then a comment, and if my comment is out of order, feel free to let me know. Question to GM Zagarek. Does Public Works have any reserves? And if they do, can you tell me what the balance of those reserves are?
Through the chair, there would be a series of reserves within Public Works, including for equipment such as vehicles and small equipment. The one reserve that staff recommended and council approved closing was our winter control reserve. I don't know of a reserve that's intended for what is before council today. That is a reserve to fund an operating program. Reserves are typically for capital initiatives or one-time initiatives.
Okay, so we don't have the number in the reserves, which is fine. I don't agree that somehow we weren't allowed to put this in the budget. I find that don't agree with that. I think if staff went out and did this work and recognized that these underpasses were in a state of, I guess, under service, it should have been put in the budget. And then we could have, as the budget committee, decided, no thanks on the increase. No, you might think, staff, that this is appropriate. We don't. We're going to remove it. That's how I see this process. And I hope the councillor's not taking the questions on this personally. This is nothing to do with who's bringing the motion forward. Nothing to do with you. I think the motion sounds like you didn't have a choice, and I'm good with that. So I don't think it has anything to do with the councillor. I think it has to do with, if this was important enough that we went out and looked at underpasses, should have been in the budget. End of story. Second thing I'll bring up is I have an underpass on the link in Ward 14. Was used by myself as a kid, continues to be used by residents to connect themselves, to go under the link and go from one side of the ward to the other side. Kids use it to get to school. Had a garbage can there since '97. Garbage can is no longer allowed to be there because it's an increase to the service level and we don't know how we're going to collect it. So I'm just putting everybody on notice. I'll be bringing a motion forward to increase the service level, to have that garbage can put back to an underpass, because right now the service level is you call the bylaw department and then my staff tells them there's garbage all over there because there's no garbage can anymore. And then we send staff, public works staff, to pick it up. So maybe we need a full review of every underpass in the entire city of Hamilton and how we're going to address that. But to me, this should have been in the budget, and it should have been up to us to decide to take it in or out. Not that the councillor in Ward 2 has to bring it forward to make sure it's in the budget. Should have been the other way around. And sorry if I was out of line there, Clerk, I apologize, or Chair, I apologize.
Thank you. Second time speaker, Mayor Horvath, followed by Councillor Beattie.
Thanks very much, Budget Chair Wilson. You know, I don't disagree actually with the way Councillor Spatafor has characterized this. We had a number of business cases that came before us. Some made the cut, some didn't. I don't know whether this was a business case that didn't make the cut. But at the end of the day, if it's a business case because staff have worked on it and they think it needs to be done, then it shouldn't have been left to the councillor to have to bring it forward himself. I also agree with the idea that when it's levels of service, and I'm going to say this again because I think it's important, when we're talking about levels of service, that work gets done at the committee level. So if staff are doing kinds of things to daylight some challenges when it comes to levels of service, then that committee should be reviewing that report, and members of that committee can be identifying whether there are things that are in that report or things that are missed that they want to have looked at. That's all committee work. So again, yes, it's a budget, and yes, people can amend the budget, but I stand by my desire to make sure that the work that is being done by our staff and being duly put through a proper committee process, and not having to leave a councillor in a position where they felt that they had no choice but to put together a motion like the one that we're voting on. And I'm going to continue to support it, but I will look to the city. I'll be having this conversation with the city manager in terms of the process and procedure here, and get some feedback around how we ended up with this situation in front of us. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Councillor Beattie is a second-time speaker.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, appreciating the continued conversation on this and acknowledging my alignment with a lot of the thought processes that are going on here. I'm still voting in opposition to the amendment, but it was there was a reference made that a report was completed on this. The Ward 2 councillor has told me that this is such, and so through you, Chair, I'd like to see the report, and I'm not sure how to ask for it. I think possibly the proper course of action would be that the the report be sent to Public Works and presented as such. Because as I noted, there are underpasses that were not included in this motion. I mentioned one in Ward 5. I have one in Ward 10 also, the Fruitland Road underpass. If we're gonna put it all out there to have a conversation, let's put it all out there and have a conversation in the proper place. Let's do this. So with perhaps your assistance chair or that of the clerk, if I could seek clarification on how I may motion to have that report come forward at PwC.
It's my opinion, and Clerk Trenum can either detract or support, that that motion would be under motions. You could introduce it today at the bottom portion of the agenda, and or at the standing committee. You could action that after this exercise.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And then I will send an email to the clerk and try to get that on to the motion portion today, because I think that there's no time like the present.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers to 9.9? Okay, so again, what is before you, just to refresh your memories, there was a motion that it was sponsored by Councillor Kretsch, and it was seconded by Councillor Nan. And it was asking for an expenditure of monies, I think in the order of $133,000, to provide for a level of service at some identified underpasses that were set out in the motion. So always it's up to you to change your mind, but what you're voting on is the action that was before, the question that was before us last Friday, okay? Clear as mud? Thank you. That carries 10-6. I believe there was a request for 9.13A. Councillor Kretsch, was that you? Okay. Would you like to state as such?
Scrolling and stating at the same time is tricky, so one moment. It is just that I wanted to ratify my vote of no on the removal of $372,490 budgeted for the Realigned Gardens program, so I'm just doing the same thing by pulling it up for a separate vote. No discussion from me, just recording my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. So everyone crystal clear on the question? Okay, this is, if you're looking at your minutes, this is 9.13A. Removal of the $372,490 budgeted for the Realigned Garden programs. It was moved by Councillor Spadafora. It was seconded by Councillor Beattie. Okay. Yep. Hold, please.
Maybe it's just the migraine, my brain's not working here. So this is the removal of the 370. So if I vote yes, I'm voting to remove the 372, and if I vote no, leave it alone.
That's correct. So whatever action that you supported last Friday, if you vote in the affirmative, you're affirming that you're going to not put that money into the budget. Chair, is that, or clerk? Yes, I get a thumbs up from Clerk Trenum. You're welcome. No problem. You can stop me at any time, folks. This is a little tricky as a first time on our tricycle. That carries 11-5. Okay. We have done, where I believe at 9.19, Councillor Kretsch.
Yes, I'm affirming your belief. We are, 9.19 have also asked for a separate vote, and 9.19 is a reduction of staffing to support public engagement. Same thing, just lifting it for a separate vote, because I was in the minority. Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, generally, and for folks who may be watching, 9.19, reduction of staffing to support public engagement. It was moved by Councillor Francis and seconded by Councillor Spatafora. And that was to not support the business or council referred item or business case. Clerk Trenum, you wanted to correct me or clarify?
Just sharing that the motion is on the screen.
Helpful, thank you. So that is the action that we're seeking. Councillor Beattie, just so you know that that is the action that you'll be voting on. It was before committee last Friday. And Councillor Crutch is just asking that he can pull it out, draw attention to it, and publicly be held accountable for it. Fair? I don't want to ascribe motive to you. Okay.
Yeah, just affirming my vote because I was in the minority. That's all I'm doing here.
Yep.
Just a procedural
Fair.
thing.
That motion carries 12-4. Are there any other members who would like to? You're good?
So then it's just,
I'm not fishing, but any further?
so what would be left is just the balance of the minutes.
Okay, the balance of the minutes are for you for your consideration. They have been duly moved and seconded by Councillor Danko and by myself. They're up for your consideration. Thank you. That carries 15-1. Okay, thank you very much, members. We are now on to motions related to the 2025 budget. I'll just give you a minute to get your place on the agenda. We are at the noon hour, so I don't want any hangriness around this horseshoe. So if someone would like to break, you'll so move. It's moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Crutch that we're going to break for 30 minutes for lunch. So 12:35. Please and thank you. If you could indicate whether you'd like to manger. Thank you. We're going to manger. back. We, for folks who just may be tuning in, we are deliberating the General Issues Committee, the budget, the operating and the capital budget. And we just had a break for lunch. We're feeling much better. So we're going to go on to motions related to the 2025 budget. Okay. And I believe, if I'm reading my agenda correctly, the first motion up for this body's consideration and deliberation is 7.11B, which is deferral of the 2025 budgeted funding related to light rail transit. Do I have that correct, Clerk Trenum?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. I'm seeing in the affirmative, and we have all heard it. So I'll recognize the mover of the motion so that he can present it as such. Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. So what was potentially ruled out of order this past Friday is here legitimately, correct, City Clerk Trenum? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson?
Yeah, and I beg your pardon. I should have done the same exercise, the same process. It wasn't potentially ruled out. It was. And you have the prerogative under motions to reintroduce a worded one that is in order. I'll ask Clerk Trenum if he believes that this motion is in order.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is in order.
I believe and will uphold that ruling. The floor is yours.
Phew, thank you, Budget Chair Wilson, City Clerk Trenum, and all my colleagues have taken a deep breath. Thank you. Okay, moved by myself, seconded by Ward 5 Councillor Matthew Francis, deferral of the 25 budget funded related to LRT. Whereas the GIC budget on November 28th of last year received a memorandum respecting a budget process update, whereas members of council may propose amendments to this year's tax-supported budget, whereas council recently declared an affordability crisis in our city, whereas Hamilton residential taxpayers are subject to amongst the highest per capita municipal taxes in the country, whereas the capital costs of the LRT should not cost Hamiltonians anything, as the provincial and federal levels of government should be providing the requisite funding, and whereas the City of Hamilton budget report listed has a total of $6,053,800 gross, resulting in $2,363,800 net budgeted for projects LRT related to be paid from development charges, including debt, and from operating lists in the proposed City of Hamilton budget and financing plan as follows. Number 1, Sherman Avenue, King to South End. Number 2, Frid Street Extension, Chatham to Longwood. Number 3, Public Realm Improvements, LRT, with the cost noted there for various projects. Whereas the provincial government is providing $1.7 billion for the implementation of the LRT. Whereas in April 2024, the cabinet representative of the federal government was quoted in the media stating that there is no signed funding agreement, as Metrolinx has yet to submit a business plan to them for their $1.7 billion. Therefore, be it resolved that the following LRT-related projects be removed from the 25 tax-supported budget, equal to a reduction of $6,053,800 gross and $2,363,800 net. Again, the 3 projects, Sherman, Frid Street Extension, and Public Realm Improvements projects for the LRT. May I speak to it, please, Budget Chair Wilson? Thank you. Colleagues, let's be clear. This motion has nothing whatsoever to do of rewinding the tape on this project. On the final vote of the last term of council, I was one of the 6 with the 9-6 majority vote to proceed ahead with the LRT. I was one of the 6 opposed. Having said that, and in light of the new process and procedure of, if you want to try to help the budget, Councillor Jackson, bring amendments forward. Otherwise, if you sit there and don't do anything, then how can you complain at the end of the day? So here's one with the researchers of my office team that have helped me with this motion. Do you know to this day we still don't have, as I stated in the whereas, we still don't have a written funding agreement from the federal government for their $1.7 billion. In fact, we don't have a business plan, a written business plan submitted by Metrolinx, not only the business plan itself, but also indicating that the $3.4 billion will be the maximum that this project will cost taxpayers. And it's not just local level taxpayers on the local levy, but of course, we're all, as I've often told by other members of council, our taxpayers are taxpayers at all three levels of government. We don't even have a commitment and a guarantee from Metrolinx that the $3.4 billion will be the maximum amount for the project, because after all, the province has given 1.7. Federal has verbally at media conferences committed to 1.7, but no written agreement. And they're waiting, apparently, for the Metrolinx business plan to be uploaded to them, which hasn't been the case. Again, all through my research, stand to be corrected by any staff, but I've met with staff right up to 48 hours ago, and I only met with staff, Budget Chair Wilson, to be crystal clear. I only met with them to ensure whatever I was going to put in this motion was as accurate as possible. That's the only reason why I met with them, relying on their knowledge. This is my motion, my office's motion, my research motion. And I'm just simply saying, Budget Chair Wilson, why don't we at least wait before going further ahead with these enabling projects of several $1 million without knowing that the federal government will follow through with a written agreement once they hopefully someday receive the business plan from Metrolinx. And let's not forget, 2025 is so volatile. Provincial election underway right now, don't know the results. Federal election, everybody's saying will be underway sometime this year after March 24th. Don't know the results. We're in a volatile state. This is a massive project. Wherever I go in my ward, people are saying word on the street is, Tom, that $3.4 billion will never be enough in today's time and economic climate. So Budget Chair Wilson, thank you for allowing me to put this on the floor for deliberation. Again, seconded by Councillor Francis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
I have a few questions. I'm not sure if there would be to the mover or to staff. I'll leave that to your good wisdom as chair. I was under the impression that we had a signed memorandum of understanding for the LRT project. Is that correct? Do we have in our records a signed agreement?
Director Sheikh, I see you way up there in the cheap seats.
Through the Madam Chair and Councillor, my name is Abdul Sheikh, Director, Hamilton LRT Project Office. Yes, we do have MOU with the province and Metrolinx and city, tri-party MOU with province, Metrolinx city, which was ratified in September 2021.
Thank you for that. And I do recall the federal government offering up the $1.7 billion after the intervention of Premier Ford. And I do recall that they said it was contingent upon a business plan. So they're not coughing up the money until there's a business plan. Do we have a business plan from Metrolinx yet for the LRT?
Through the chair, and that question should be related to Metrolinx because they are the one, should be related to the province because they are the one who are the funding partner of the project. So all the capital construction is being funded by the province, and federal and city is not funding the construction cost of this project. So this should remain between province and federal government, and which we don't have that information yet.
Thank you, Director.
So we don't have the information because there isn't a business case?
Through the chair, province is not, because since city is not funding the capital cost.
I know that.
Right,
I asked
so
whether or not we have a business case
and
presented from Metrolinx.
Yep.
We don't have that business case.
We don't have the business case. And so the $1.74 billion may be at risk if we don't get that business case. So the next question that I have is, what's the contingency if the city is spending this money and the feds never come on board with their money? How do we get reimbursed for the costs that we've incurred?
Through the chair, again, that will be Metrolink's province response, which we don't have a team here, and they will be responsible for capital construction of this project. Right?
Thank you, Director.
That may well be, but that puts us in the hole if we've spent this money and we have no agreement that they're going to cover it. If the feds don't come on board and there's no business case, how are we proceeding with these construction projects? Can you answer me that question, please?
Through the chair, I just want to correct myself, if you don't mind. In terms of when the funding announcement was made, Metrolinx did that initial business case, what I understand, and where the $3.4 billion came. So there was an initial business case. On that basis, $3.4 billion was committed by jointly between federal and province. So what we don't have, I don't know if there is any revisit of that business case. That information we don't have, but there are previous studies were completed on that basis. Funding was announced jointly between federal and provincial.
I'm curious then, Chair, if my recollection is correct, if we have a business case, why would the federal government have said you can have a 1.7 once we get the business case, if it already exists?
And through the chair, and thanks, GM Rabicho. In terms of the motion has enabling projects, one of the enabling projects, but in terms of what enabling projects which are already under construction or which have already been completed, we do have a commitment from Metrolinx that they will be paid 100% by Metrolinx. So in terms of enabling projects, we do have a separate agreement, what we call Preparatory Activity Agreement with Metrolinx, and they are committing 100% towards those enabling projects. So I just wanted to clarify that item.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, and I guess I have more questions than answers at the moment. Because if the feds have not confirmed that they're here for it, it puts this project in peril. And I don't want to see that. I'd like to have confirmation that the feds are here with their $1.7 billion. And my understanding and asking members of that government, they said very clearly, we have not received a business case, so you don't have the money.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, this is an agreement between two senior orders of government. It's not something we have any say over. Thank you. I have Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Pauls, Mayor Horvath, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Spadafora. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. With the greatest of respect to the mover, I really don't understand the point of this motion. Basically, what we're doing is using the budget process to nitpick on scoring political points on a project that is contentious and using that to undermine what is the city's commitment to light rail transit. And what's missing from this conversation and what we can't possibly bring to this conversation today as part of the budget process is the context for why these projects are in the budget in the first place, the context of why this council decided to move ahead with LRT in the first place, the context of the bigger picture impact that LRT is intended to have as a city building project to uplift this city as a whole. The mayor talked about it this morning in the context of tariffs, of the impact of LRT as a major infrastructure project that we have partners that have been very excited and interested in their involvement in the construction phase, employment, jobs, economic prosperity for the city. But instead, we're just looking at what are fairly minor line items in the budget without all of that bigger context. I really question why, or the wisdom of attempting to cut budget or attempting to cut projects from the budget that are majority DC funded. That really makes no sense. If you look at the Frid Street extension, 75% of that is DC funded. The other one, the public realm improvements, half of it is DC funded. So, you know, you're really cutting off your nose to spite your face in this impact. We also don't know the broader implications. If we start cutting DC funded projects, what does that do to the next DC background study? Because all of these projects, LRT, rapid transit, they're included in our DC background studies that are approved by the province that set our DC rates. So if we're not going to actually do the projects that we're telling the development community you need to pay for, that has some pretty significant big picture ramifications long term for the city of Hamilton. So, you know, I understand the desire to bring the budget down, and LRT is a convenient item of discussion, I'll say, but in a bigger picture, implications for the city of Hamilton, it really doesn't make any sense to go down this road.
Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Budget Chair. And just for transparency's sake, I had indicated as soon as the motion was being spoken to, there was an e-scribe issue, and it's been corrected in terms of the speakers list. So
excuse me for a minute.
Yep.
Councillor Pauls, did you hear the explanation? Because I just want to make sure you understand that as chair, I was not cherry picking who is speaking next.
I don't think you were cherry picking. No, I don't. That's fine. I just saw my name right after Councillor Danko, so I thought I was next. But no problem at all. You're the chair. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair, and that's why I wanted to make sure I was transparent about that, just to make sure that nobody thought there was any ill intention going on. Okay, so a couple of questions to staff, and then I will be as succinct as possible with my comments. So if this motion were to pass, if staff could identify and illustrate what the impacts would be for our capital, for operating, and impacts as it relates to our already signed MOU and other agreements that take care of funding by the province. Thank you.
Through the chair, maybe I'll just go through because there are 3 line items, and I will probably go through one by one if you allow me. The first one is coming from operation budget, which is coming from public works. The intent of this project, this funding is the city has completed LRT enabling project in 2024 for Sherman project. And that's a standard practice from our public works. When any project is complete, they assign operation and maintenance budget. So the project is already complete, and the public works have assigned 23,000, which is equivalent to 0.09 FTE. So that's the purpose of this one. In terms of impact, I cannot confirm. So maybe GM or I think Director Royal Carolyn is there too. I don't know if you can speak, and then I can go on to the next one. Director Royal, if you are here, and if you can speak, if there is any impact. In terms of LRT, there is no impact. There is no impact to MOU. There is no commitment with Metrolinx because this project is already completed. In terms of LRT, there is no impact. But I will pass on to Director Royal if she can provide if this item is being removed.
So the operating impact of removing $23,000, which is standard practice of integrating operating costs to capital works that have been completed, capital works which were fully funded by the province.
Thank you. I know Director Sheikh made reference to Director Ryle. Would you like to hear from her? Okay. Yeah. Director Ryle, I'm not seeing you on the screen. I'm just seeking if you're available to answer the question of the $23,000 and the operational impact of its cut?
Yep.
Thank you.
Or GM Khan is also.
Yep, through the chair, she's just texted me she's logging in, so we just need a minute. Thank you.
No problem.
Chair, then perhaps while we're waiting for that operational impact assessment from staff, Could we get the same breakdown for the other two projects, Director Sheikh?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Nan. So maybe I'll go to the next one, which is Frid Street Extension. And I can just mention this project existed even without LRT, long time ago, since 2009. And I think they have already completed the Class EA Growth Management Department. And this project is also identified in a development charges background study in 2019. So intention, even without LRT project, the city was planning to build this project because there are lots of benefit in terms of transportation, network, connectivity of cycling trail, providing alternative transportation for other around the neighborhood, and also facilitating number of developments in terms of MIP, WHID. So there are lots of benefit which were defined in DC study. What happened here that when the LRT project revived in 2021, we actually put a pause on this project so that we can coordinate with LRT project. Because LRT project is proposing operation and maintenance storage facilities. We deliberately pause this project so that we can properly coordinate with the design of LRT project and those kind of things, right? So, and we intend to plan this project as part of the LRT project because it does help in terms of operation, maintenance, storage facility, and others. So we are trying to work with Metrolinx at the development to provide a proper design and proceed with that. But I just want to be clear that this project was already approved in absence of LRT project.
Through the chair to the councillor, there's also the short term, is what we were just speaking about, but there's longer term implications relating to Frid Street. It is an important connectivity and part of the transportation network that's proposed in the West Hamilton Innovation District. And in discussions with MTO when assessing site plans for new industrial development, innovative development, type development in that area, MTO is concerned about traffic movements and traffic circulation, especially coming off of the 403 on-ramp and getting back onto the 403. So this project is required to respond to those broader transportation movement concerns, which is not only to alleviate the issues or concerns MTO has identified, but to provide that degree of certainty to new development so that they know if they make an application for site plan and they are required to get a permit from MTO prior to being able to get their building permit, that MTO will have the comfort level to issue that land use permit so that there's certainty that they can then get a building permit and proceed with their construction. So it has been an ongoing concern. The transportation planning staff and public works staff have been having ongoing conversations with MTO in terms of how we alleviate it. And they have identified, both the cities identified it and MTO has agreed that Frid Street extension, well, it is being part of the broader Metrolinx project. It is needed in the long term and it does need to be advanced from an economic development, traffic management perspective within the business park. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rael, the question, thank you for joining us, through you, Chair, was the operating impact should the first item in this motion be approved and the $23,000 are cut from Ward 3 on Sherman Avenue. What would that operating impact be to the residents in that neighborhood and everybody who drives on Sherman and walks on Sherman and rides their bikes there?
Thank you, Councillor. Carolyn Ryle, Director of Transportation. So with any new program where there are additional infrastructure, for example, bike lanes, increased boulevards, so anything to do with increase in how the road was going to operate, so usually when they are reconstructed, as part of the program, we indicate staffing equivalent as well as operating dollars in order to maintain that. So with this section that's been identified through this motion, we identified a 0.09 FTE headcount, as well as associated operating in order to maintain any additional new assets with regards to the section or roadway. With regards to deferring it, I think that was the question that maybe that came forward initially, because it's only a 0.09 FTE at this time. My comment would be deferring it would be suitable until another stretch of the LRT corridor is up and running. But operationally, those dollars we would put into our program so we can maintain them.
Thank you. In terms of the public realm improvements, and I know that my time was kind of...
we were waiting a little bit, so I'm going to give you the benefit of please and thank you of the last question. Thank you.
indicating a second time. So on the third portion of the motion, Director, if you could comment on the public realm improvements.
And through the chair, Councillor Nan, I will just give you the background of this item. This item originated in 2023 budget. And actually, there was a council report we presented, which was received back in September 2022. So under the 2023 budget, we requested council to proactively add certain budget for city betterment and enhancement. Because we see there is a great benefit for city. It will be a missed opportunity if, for example, if Metrolinx is digging something, we have to add certain additional infrastructure beyond Metrolinx obligation. So there is an opportunity to add, city betterment and enhancement. So in 2023, we requested to allocate $10 million altogether for public realm amount. And that could be just, it's not a Metrolinx, it's just, when city would like to add certain enhancement as part of this project to get benefit from it. So we did receive the first batch of 3.33 million in 2024. So this is the second batch of 3.33 million. And we are also requesting 3.33 million in 2006 budget. So that's the purpose of it. There was a report which was presented to the council back in 2022.
Thank you. I'll indicate for a second time.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls, you're up, and if I could ask the clerk to clear the screen so that we can all see Councillor Pauls, and I appreciate that. If you could just give us a second. There you are.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair. This morning, when our wonderful mayor put this tariff motion and how we can move forward, I asked the question. Item 7 was, how can we expedite the construction of the LRT? My comment was that we don't know the cost. And because we do not know the cost, we should be careful that we don't end up in the lap of taxpayer. Now, in saying that, I do want to say that I support Councillor Jackson. He was right when he said it was passed and he voted no for the LRT, and I voted actually yes. And the reason why I voted yes was because the province was going to give us 1.7. The federal was going to give us 1.7. The total cost, 3.4 billion. And at that moment, I thought, well, if they're going to pay for it all, maybe we should use the money just in case they give it to some other city projects. So I voted yes. Now I hear that the 1.7 from the federal is not even committed yet. So this is worrisome to me. And that's why I bring out the problem. It feels like the rules of the game is changing. So as things change, I think we should be able to look at how we voted last term from this term. I would not vote yes if we don't have a written business plan by the LRT. I would not vote yes if the federal government does not give us the money, and not only 1.7, I think we need a lot more because, cost rises as the years go by. And I agree, this has been talked about for 15 years plus, but that's where we're at right now. It just reminds me, you would never buy a house without knowing how much it costs because you would have to carry that cost. And for me, not knowing the cost, not knowing what the future holds for the LRT, in my conscience, we have to make sure that this year's budget, the tax that people are telling me they cannot afford, we address it today. And that's why I will support Councillor Jackson. And he was right. It was 9-6. I remember clearly. I voted for it. And that's why I'm stating my position, the reason why I voted for it. And I support Councillor Jackson's motion. Thank you.
Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. My question would be around the economic uplift that the prospect of the LRT has already brought to our city, both in terms of investment in residential infrastructure as well as as well as investments from the business community, and I think particularly about the $280 million that was just, that is underway right now at our arena project. I would just like to have an understanding of the economic uplift that we've seen thus far from staff, please.
I'm going to look to either Acting GM Robichaud or GM Zagaric.
Through the chair, Madam Mayor, this is more related to the planning, but yes, so there are lots of investment and triggering because of the LRT project in terms of development, in terms of other infrastructure. I'm not sure if GM Robichaud is, I can just speak to LRT because there are lots of investment already happening because of the LRT enabling projects, which are done by the city, reimbursed by province. So lots of infrastructure is already being renewed as part of the project through LRT project. But in terms of the planning perspective, I'm not sure, GM Robichaud, if you have anything else to say.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Mayor. I don't have the dollar value, but I do know that the minute that line was drawn on a map indicating the LRT corridor, investment decisions were being made. And the analysis that staff had done within sort of that walking distance to the LRT and the pre-zoning that we have put in place creates the opportunity for, I believe, up to 60,000 dwelling units. And we are seeing the condominium or the rental multiple dwellings being constructed along the LRT corridor or within walking distance of the LRT corridor. And Council's decision to remove parking as a requirement along the corridor has further enabled these decisions. So although we are currently seeing a pause because of the housing market and the situation it's in, we are still seeing interest of people acquiring the properties and trying to advance their properties through the planning stages so that they can actually make that decision. And it's also been supporting the non-residential sector as well in terms of the business community. There's a large amount of smaller employment opportunities along the corridor, and we are seeing that in terms of those business opportunities. And perhaps the Director of Economic Development may have some additional input on this, the uplift associated with the corridor. Norm?
Hello, Director Schlehan. Do you understand the brunt of the question?
I believe I do. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Norm Schlehan, Director Economic Development. Just from an uplift perspective, and this is just in the downtown core, if we take a look at the last 4 years and the construction activity in the downtown, this isn't necessarily just along the LRT, but pretty much close to it. We have over $1.2 billion worth of construction that's taken place over the last 4 years in the core. And coupled with that, and I believe the numbers in around 4,000 new units that have been constructed as well. So, I mean, those are two pretty large indicators of what the progress that's been taking place in the core, and a lot of that is adjacent to the LRT line.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks. I very much appreciate it. And so I think people need to see the forest for the trees here and recognize that we are moving ahead as a city, that we're building a city, that we have the required kind of agreements that we've made with other orders of government to do exactly that, and whether it's the accelerator fund at the federal level or whether it's the commitment that we made to the provincial government in terms of our housing targets. You don't achieve that stuff, folks, without making sure that we have the infrastructure necessary to to realize those goals. And those are commitments that we've made with the other orders of government. And so there's just something I think we need to take a pause on and realize. If we have tens of thousands of people coming to our downtown with our new amazing arena project, and we also have tens of thousands, 60,000 people living along the LRT line, which, by the way, as was mentioned by GM Robichaud, many of those multi-residential units, whether they're condos or whether they're rentals, do not have the same requirements for parking. Why? Because people will be utilizing the LRT. So those buildings are already up, folks. Those buildings are up, and they're continuing to be rented up, and they're continuing to be finished off. Already we have a situation where it's going to put pressure on So you can't ask the development community to come in and invest based on a plan that you've put out there that is your vision for the future of the city. They put their money in. They continue to look for opportunities to put more money in and help us solve some problems and grow our city, and then pull the carpet out from under them. Honestly, folks, let's get a grip. This is reality, and I really am frustrated by the lack of vision that's being shown around this table, and I'm not singling out a single person, but we can't on the one hand say we want to do all these things, we want people, the private sector to come and partner with us in all these things, we want to make opportunities available for private-public partnerships on some of our facilities that we need investment on. We want to see the growth of our city. We want all of the things to happen that we've talked about. And then when it comes to the things that enable those dreams to become realities, if you will, those commitments to be followed up upon and to be respected, then we say, no, we were just kidding. Sorry, we're not doing that anymore. I'm really frustrated, I have to say, Chair. I'm going to stop now because I don't have written notes, and I'll say something probably that I regret. But as the mayor of this city, at this moment in time, I believe that this is the wrong thing to be doing, the wrong signal to be sending, and completely inappropriate in terms of a motion before us. Thanks very much.
Councillor McMeekin, you're up.
Thanks, Chair Wilson, and I want to build on what the mayor said. She said many of the things that I was going to muse on. So I won't go there. I do want to say that the savings we would get from passing this resolution is a tiny fraction of what the money's already been invested to make this become a reality. I remember the early years. I was in a different place and space, when it took a long time to finally get to a decision. And actually, at one point, I don't mind sharing this now because I'm no longer bound by confidentiality in that sense. The money was to be taken away from the city of Hamilton and invested somewhere else. And I went to see the Premier and said, you just can't allow this to happen. This has everything to do with being a mature city, and we deserve our share. And I was directed to Treasury Board, where I went. Fortunately, I was a member of the Treasury Board, so I had a bit of an advantage. And the motion to stop the funding coming to Hamilton was reversed, and soon thereafter the announcement was made, as you know. It was predicated on a few things. In addition to being the most dramatic way to reduce greenhouse gas, which is something we're all committed to, it was also anticipated to create 7,000 person years of work on the actual construction. Housing benefit, which has been referenced, 60,000 people. In Kitchener, the economic input along the line was in excess of $6 billion. That's billion with a B. A very, very important thing. Finally, I just want to raise, maybe it's a rhetorical thing, but this idea of the business plan. Hundreds of properties are being expropriated. I find it hard to believe that that's happening without basic agreement on a plan. I know the two senior levels of government came to the table. And, by the way, this whole line was also going to run at 40% of the operating costs of the B-line buses. That was the initial estimate. So all of that taken together, the two senior levels of government came together finally after a lot of conversation and announced $3.4 billion. My understanding, and I'd like to get some clarity on this, that there was a commitment in that MOU on the capital costs, if there were any overruns on that $3.4 billion project, that the two senior levels of government had covenanted to pick that up. Can I get a comment from the bench on that, please? Because that's kind of important, I think.
I'll look to Director Sheik.
Through the chair, Councillor, MOU was clear that the construction costs will be coming through the province with the partnership of federal. So city will not be hooked for any capital costs, whether they remain in 3.4 or higher. That would be the responsibility of the province. I just want to add one more thing about the commitment from federal, because this project is already under procurement. And if you see in November, there was a federal representative was there. They were providing that, the key support in the project, right? So project is already under procurement, and what we understand from city perspective, although we are not a funding partner, but we can see all the signs are very positive in terms of province and federal committing to this project.
Thank you. I wanted, through you, Chair, to clear that up, because every once in a while we sort of wander off and create the impression that taxpayers are going to be picking up the capital costs, and that's not the case. There are operational costs and other things that we still are yet to negotiate, even with our local unions, around some of that stuff, but that's down the road. I guess to the end, I would just quote my good friend, Councillor Beatty from Stony Creek. I think on this project, the juice really is worth the squeeze. Thanks.
Councillor Spadafora, followed by Councillor Kazar, then Critch.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll look to you to give me some clarity. When I read this motion, I didn't think this motion had anything to do with debating whether or not we want LRT, but I guess I read it wrong. Then again, I'm not as smart as the other people around this table, so I'll take my time. I only got 5 minutes, so I'll take the 5. So we are going to get LRT at some point. The federal and provincial government are going to pay for it. Everything is great. Perfect. Love it. We got people developing. We got an arena. All this stuff is happening because of LRT. Do we have a start date on LRT? And if we don't, what is such a big deal to defer projects that I've heard the manager say or the director say, some are tied to stuff we want to enhance for when we're building LRT, we want to make things better from a city perspective. I love that. Great idea. LRT is not being built next year. Why do we need this money today? And I would ask that there's some order. I don't know where the chuckling is coming from, but again, I'm not as smart as everybody. So if LRT is not being built next year, from what I'm looking at here, we have projects that we're going to spend money on. I get they're DC funded. I understand that. They're not tax levy, but we're still funding them. But the projects where we are going to use money to enhance the public realm for the LRT, we're enhancing it not in conjunction with the construction of the LRT. We're going to do that work first and then build the LRT. Is that my understanding?
I'm just trying to focus in on your question.
So the public realm.
As opposed to the staff's responsibility is not to clarify your understanding. Your question is?
Public realm.
Yep.
We're doing things for the public realm in conjunction with the LRT project because we want to enhance what we're getting, which I would assume in a construction world, we'd want to do those things together because it would make sense to do them when you're constructing them to make sure you're doing them properly. They tie into each other. You get the best design. Why are we funding them in 2025 unless, are we doing construction on LRT in 2026?
Director Shake, please.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. As I previously mentioned, the whole intention of this budget is it's an opportunity for city to add certain infrastructure on top of Metrolink's obligation as part of LRT major construction. So what this budget is going to help us to give us a comfort that we do have a budget so that we can start negotiating with Metrolinks that, okay, Metrolinks, you are working on this one, can we add this one? So this budget will help us to allow us to negotiate with Metrolinks and have a proper agreement. And then I can also mention that there is also commitment in our previous report in 2022 that we plan to bring all this information back to the council for approval. So it's not a blanket approval. So what we plan to do once we start negotiation with Metrolinks, we plan to bring all the enhancement item to the council and give you full transparency how this budget is being spent, getting your approval before we commit and enter into the agreement. So that's what we have already committed in our report, and that's what we plan to do.
Yep. And that would be the deliberations of the appropriate committees. Thank you. Councillor?
Okay, so just so I understand, we're gonna put the money up now so you can negotiate with Metrolinx on the projects that we want to do, and then come back after and ask us to approve the projects that you've already asked for the money for. Just for clarity, if you know that answer, Chair, I can take that answer from you. That's what I'm gathering. We're giving the money so we can negotiate. Then they're going to come back after negotiations are over with what the agreement with Metrolinx, and then this council will approve these projects in conjunction with the design with Metrolinx.
I'll let Director Sheikh correct me. My understanding, as we've heard, is in 2023, we had a budgeted amount. That budgeted amount was to be earmarked over 3 years. The purpose of that budgeted amount was to engage in discussions with Metrolinx about those private spaces. Okay, Director Sheikh?
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. But we will come back to the council in terms of how we are, what items we are spending under this budget.
You're welcome. Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. A lot has been said that I don't need to repeat. So I'll just focus on item 2 around the Fritz Street extension, and just want to emphasize what was said earlier about how important that project is to open up MIP and allow development to happen. And just a reminder to council, we want to have more industrial development to offset the burden on residential taxpayers. And this is one project that's going to do that. So to have a motion to say we want to remove that funding to do the one biggest thing that we said we want to do as a council to help residential taxpayers, I think is the wrong way to go. As I said in my comments earlier today, absolutely supportive of finding savings, but if we're talking about city building projects and investments in city building, I'm not on board for that. The LRT, and specifically number 2 that I'm addressing right now, is about city building, so I cannot support the motion.
Councillor Critch.
Part of our budgeting process is not just about the money we spend in year. The city's engaged in a multi-year budgeting process for a reason. Because we want to have some predictability for people and want to be able to do things that are a little bit outside of the immediate future that could lead to the medium and long-term future for our city. Like Councillor Kassar said and other people said, it's about city building and committing to a vision. And right now, according to everything I've read as vice chair of the LRT subcommittee, this project is moving ahead. Unfortunately, because of the dithering at this council for the last almost 20 years, out in the ether for the public, there's a lot of uncertainty around this project. We don't need to create any more. I think this council's been pretty great so far about not creating uncertainty around LRT, not dithering on the subject, and not trying to undercut what we're doing here. I think we have to continue to move forward with this project and make these investments. It doesn't mean that because these things are budgeted that we're spending them tomorrow. As Director Sheikh said, we're going through a process where we're going to bring those specific spending amounts here. And I'll just speak for Ward 2 really briefly to say, coordinating works, huge importance to the people of this city. And it may not be the people in their living room saying, I support coordinating works, because that would be wild. But what people are saying is, gosh, that intersection at the corner of King and John is so dangerous, and it's constantly putting people's lives at risk. I've personally been in an accident there on a bicycle. It's not designed properly for us to move around our city. Well, part of the discussions we're having with Metrolinx, and we'll be having with them, is what investments do we want to make to the pedestrian realm to make things safer for people? If we don't come to the table with a budget and a mandate from City Council to do any of that work, Metrolinx is going to say, so thanks for the chat, but it doesn't look like you're being serious or taking this issue seriously. I think a commitment from this council going forward to say, we care about this project, we want to see it happen, we understand what multi-year budgeting is important, and not to get reflexive about it and be like, well, in this exact moment, there's a political reality where we could cut this one thing, and as someone else had said, to spite our face, I think we shouldn't do that. We have to continue to think ahead, short, medium, and long term, to support this project so it's successful and delivers benefits for every Hamiltonian. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. You're a second-time speaker.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. My Armenian thick skin has served me well in public life in spite of, from time to time, darts and arrows. So I just want everybody to know, in the budget book, and I'm going to ask Director Sheikh, because this was left out of what had been agreed to on Monday in my meeting with staff to have accuracy, I had included another $3.2 million in the budget book for Main Street from Queenston Traffic Circle to Rosewood under LRT enabling. Jackson didn't make up these words. In my motion, LRT related projects enabling, I didn't make up those words. They're in the budget book. Somebody from staff must have put them in there. Gosh, they're related to the LRT. Let's just say that. Let's not try to say that, well, you know, we're going ahead regardless, and really whether the LRT is coming or not, we'll still. Folks, it's in print. Now I'm going to ask, because Monday, the Main Street 3.2 million to the Ward 8 councillor who just figures, you know, it's insignificant, Councillor Jackson, and it's mostly development charges. Okay, you got 2.3 million, but mostly development charge. So here's one that would have made my 9 million, it would have been a 9 million, 12, it would have been 9 million gross, not the 6 million gross. From Monday to today, the Main Street was removed from my motion. So I think I need an explanation. I hope this body would as well, through you, Budget Chair Wilson, to Director Sheikh. What happened from Monday, from when I thought there was concurrence based on the budget book, that Main Street was listed as well as an LRT enabling project, please?
Before recognizing Director Sheikh, I'll see if City Manager Clucky or GM Zagaric. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank, Mike, on your name today. I apologize. I would like to comment, and or we'll go to Director Sheikh as well, or alone.
That's fine. That's good.
It's up to you. I'm just trying to make sure the councillor has a fulsome answer.
Through the chair, I'll start, and Director Sheikh can expand. The Main Street to Queenston capital project is tied to an agreement that Director Sheikh made reference to in an earlier statement. There is a preparatory activity agreement between Metrolinx and the city. This was a project that's tied to the agreement where the city has an obligation to deliver that project. So because of that statutory or legal requirement to deliver that project, it was interpreted not to be an appropriate budget amendment because of that requirement and not reflected in projects that council today could consider amending the budget by removing that project. And I'll ask Director Sheikh if there's any points of clarification or expansion.
And if I may just clarify for the councillor, this body approved of that agreement?
Through the chair, that's correct. I believe in 2023, that agreement was received and approved by council.
Thank you. Director Sheikh, did you wish to add?
Yeah. Through the chair, Councillor Jackson, yes, so as GM mentioned, we did actually had a preparatory activity agreement. According to the preparatory agreement, we are supposed to execute work authorization. So the work authorization for that particular project had already been executed, signed by probably our mayor and Metrolinx, and there were some terms included. So that's the reason we did consult it with legal on that part, and I have my solicitor who was very active on this preparatory activity agreement. He can provide more information, but I just want to mention that this project was also mainly funded by Metrolinx. The city only added certain infrastructures to get benefit from, for example, the complete street design, the road diet, and other things. So, but most of this budget is 100% funded by Metrolinx, and they were allocated in the previous budget as well. Maybe I can pass on to our solicitor. McKenna is online, if I'm not mistaken. He can provide more legal input to this one.
If the councillor deems it necessary, no, it's not. It's not.
No,
necessary.
it's not necessary. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. GM Zagaric, thank you. Director Sheikh, thank you. I know around this table, we try to work so respectfully with staff. I'm just going to say from Monday afternoon, there was an agreement with my original motion. 36 hours later, something was removed. So it's been explained now, so be it. I just want to conclude by saying, I don't know who around the table would buy a car, a house, a fridge or stove without some kind of a written agreement in place, just in case something goes wrong or something, the company changes, the sales rep changes. If the majority of you want to continue moving forward without a written agreement from the federal government with a pending federal election this year, and with no business plan that's been all confirmed, submitted to this body by Metrolinx, because it's in the purview of Metrolinx, it's up to them to submit it ultimately to the federal government, so be it. I'm staying ahead with my motion. I thank Councillor Francis for seconding it. And I think and I hope some aspects of this motion that were in the budget book under LRT enabling, I hope they don't boomerang upon council. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Wang has taken herself off, so I'll recognize Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and thanks to the mover for some additional comments. I think that I was curious what might be said as a follow-up, because I've been watching this, and gosh, I really didn't want to get into a pro or con, anti, for debate in the middle of budget season. It is not my intention to get into. So I want to just go back to what's being presented here. And I've been pretty consistent in my voting during this budget process that I'm looking at these as wants versus needs. I'm looking at these as enhancements, and I'm looking at these in terms of what do we really need to do in the current budget cycle, as opposed to what could we push off into another budget cycle in order to try to get some levy relief. There's 3 items here as part of this motion. The first item, what I thought I heard from the director, and I stand to be corrected, is that it could be deferred to a different time frame, the 23,000. It's not absolutely necessary. What I thought I heard on the second point is that the Fridge Street expansion has been on the books for some time. It's not necessarily tied to this particular project. It has other plans and benefits in terms of opening up the McMaster Innovation Park, allowing for future development in that area, and it's being viewed as an important corridor for this project to continue. The third part, what I thought I heard, and again stand to be corrected, is that there will be a report coming forward for approval for this soon, but, and kind of following up on Councillor Spatafora's questioning, we're looking to maybe approve it now and then approve it again later. It's awfully confusing. It sounds like cart before horse. And so maybe if I could just get a little more clarification again, and I apologize if I'm just dense this morning and this afternoon. Are we going to see something similar to this come back through the LRT subcommittee, then up to GIC, then to this body as council, in terms of the final agreement on the third portion of this motion coming back for approval once more? Can I just get clarification on that?
Director Shea.
Through the chair, yes. So in our previous report in 2022, because these big projects, there will be lots of competing interests, and we will be working with various service areas. Do you want to take any opportunity to add as part of the LRT project? It could be anything like public art, some enhanced street furniture, downtown streetscape. So what we were planning to do, which mentioned in our report as well, so there will be lots of items, there will be competing interests, and we have limited $10 million. So what we were planning to do, we will bring all these items with thorough evaluation criteria, and we will recommend, while we are negotiating Metrolinx, how much this additional item is going to cost. That will be an incremental cost only. Metrolinx is already building. For example, if they are excavating, we are just paying the incremental cost to add that enhancement. So what we plan to do, we will bring all these lists along with the evaluation criteria, before we enter into the agreement with Metrolinx. And we will tell council that, we recommend out of these 20 items, that 10 items should be proceed based on these evaluation criteria, and we seek your approval before we enter into agreement with Metrolinx. So that's how process what we are looking into it. And yes, so for transparency, we will be bringing the list with competing interests, and for council recommendation on these top lists should be committed to Metrolinx as part of $10 million.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, thank you for that very fulsome answer. Appreciate it, Chair. So if I understand that correctly then, a report will come back with a exhaustive list of multiple options that will come before this body. Will there be a budget associated and affiliated with those asks at that time, or is this it right here, right now?
I'm going to look to GM Zagaric, and then if Director Shake, you'd like to fill in any of the blanks, please.
Through the chair, it's the latter scenario, Councillor. What is before you is the budget, and if approved, then staff would go through the exercise of considering betterments that could be coordinated with LRT projects and bring to committee those priority lists of betterments to be funded from this allocation if it were to be approved. If it were not to be approved, then council would have to consider whether to levy forward in 2026, subject to, and I'm just using this as an example, subject to those timelines working with Metrolinx, that they don't need an immediate decision and that project is not pending. So again, what's before you is the approach where the funds are committed, set aside, and staff would bring forward projects to be funded from this allocation.
Okay, so then we buy the shoe and then we try to find the foot to fit into it. It just seems backwards to bringing forward proposals and then trying to find the funding. I'm again, cart before horse. If this funding allotment is not made in this budget process, the report still comes back and this body still has the opportunity to add in enhancements, yes or no?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, if the councillor could just repeat the last part of his question.
Apologies. If number 3 of this motion is approved by council and the amount is removed from the budget, there's still a report coming forward that would come before this body with possible enhancements, and this body could at that time then choose to add budget lines or budget items or increase the budget on our end. We don't have to approve the budget first and then the whole thing falls apart.
Through the chair, the only scenario where that would be challenged would be if a project was identified as a priority in mid-year, is council would have to consider some interim funding, so fund it from reserve, and then increase property taxes the subsequent year to fund the project. So the issue is the timing of the Metrolinx project and staff having the approval of funding to bring forward projects that would coincide with the timing of the Metrolinx project. So again, that is a scenario, is where staff bring forward a project, but it would require interim funding and then approval in the subsequent budget to fund that project.
10 seconds, Chair. Do we ever get reimbursed for this expenditure by Metrolinx at any point, or is it totally levy funded forever?
Through the chair, this is a combination of 50% DC funded and 50% levy funded. So it's almost the reverse scenario of LRT enabling projects where, again, we're leveraging Metrolinx funding and doing betterments as it relates to Metrolinx funding. Metrolinx is doing a project, they're delivering the project, and we're wanting to add on to their project for city betterments.
So then not reimbursed by Metrolinx?
Through the chair, that's my understanding.
Okay. At the appropriate time, Chair, I'd like to ask if item number 2 could be voted on separately, and items 3 and 4 separately. 3 and 4, let's go. 1 and 3, my apologies.
Councillor Nan, for a second time, please.
Thank you. And I can appreciate all the questions my colleagues are asking. The work of city building and addressing decades of infrastructure deficit is complex. And as municipalities, we have to leverage every opportunity strategically that comes our way that enables us to act quickly as a result of massive investments by the province and the feds. I would say that, in my opinion, what puts the LRT project at peril is members of this council constantly indicating to other levels of government publicly through motions here that the project is being brought into question, casting doubt on the works, and then on the other hand, looking down the road and complaining that other cities seem to be getting an easier shake and attracting federal and provincial dollars, let alone development and trust needed to build future cities. That's my opinion. Let me tell you why these projects listed in this motion are needed to be funded in this 2025 budget. Because previous iterations of this council have neglected to invest in the critical infrastructure long overdue and reaching end of life. These LRT projects are happening and they are enabling these works. Perhaps other councillors don't see it, but let me tell you, as the ward councillor, where most of these early works are underway, it is happening, and it is addressing much-needed deficits. I hear regular praise from Ward 3 residents about the way the projects have been handled during construction by our city-led teams, as well as praise for the final product. Anyone around this horseshoe ever drive down Wilson Street? Anybody try to walk down Wilson Street? Ever try to stop and rest while walking there? Getting that road alone addressed has not happened for decades around this horseshoe. Decades of budgets. It's getting addressed now, and frankly, had we not engaged in the work of a Complete Streets guideline, we would not be able to deliver what our residents have always deserved living along Wilson Street. The timing of these prep works, tied to the agreements that our general manager and director have already referenced, are enabling this municipality to deliver more complete, livable streets in parts of our city that are absolutely dangerous to walk, let alone push a baby stroller, let alone walk across the street to get to school on time. This is a generational project that municipalities deserve and need, that this municipality deserves and needs to address critical infrastructure deficits like new water mains, enhanced road surfacing, better sidewalks, wider sidewalks, the ability for children to cross the road safely. Stuff that has not been in our capital works projects or budget unless it was area rated. Progress towards active transportation and appropriate movement of people and goods is happening because of these projects listed in this motion. Cutting them is not an option. Cutting them is actually the polar opposite of an equity-based analysis and an equity-based application of budget. I'm talking about real life in neighborhoods that have been underinvested in for generations. The same folks that, it's okay to, ignore the needs of and only put forward motions to cut the property tax for some. These works are also needed, as pointed out, because they provide certainty. They provide certainty not only for a safe, complete neighborhood, they provide certainty towards a future of new development. Investment inspires investment. And so I cannot wholeheartedly, as chair of your LRT subcommittee, support this motion. And as your Ward 3 City Councillor, who is benefiting for the first time in the scale of infrastructure investment that my neighborhoods have deserved for decades, is finally getting. and literally you want to cut the operating dollars of a 0.09% or 0.09 FTE from being able to shovel the snow off the bike lanes and the roads after having the province pay for the infrastructure and the resurfacing of those roads. Makes absolutely no sense. And for any of you who are couching this as anything less than that, wait until the projects come to your ward, that those of you who are going to benefit from the LRT enabling works. And wait until you get to hear from your residents who say, finally, thank you, City of Hamilton, for taking care of our neighborhood and letting us know that we matter too.
Councillor Clark, for a second time.
Thank you, Chair. Some questions, because I'm really struggling with this. So I heard now that we have an MOU, which I knew before, that was signed, but now there's a preparatory agreement. What does the preparatory agreement cover?
Director Sheikh, would you like to take that agreement on that we signed?
Yeah, through the chair. So preparatory agreement were between city and Metrolinx. This is regarding the enabling projects before the major construction. So according to the MOU, that Metrolinx could choose to pass on certain enabling project to city. So PAA does provide a mechanism that provides the timelines, how the budget will be transferred from Metrolinx to city and those kind of terms, right? So there was a separate agreement outside of MOU provides all these details, and then work authorization for each project under PAA were executed, right? So which talks about how much the budget or estimate of this project is. So those are the details for PAA.
So does that entail the original commitment that when they begin digging up the road, for example, they would replace like-for-like sewers and water mains, like-for-like pavement, like-for-like sidewalks, but any embellishment, any expansion, upsizing is the pure domain of the city to fund?
Through the chair, if you look at, I'll have to bring the report at the LRT subcommittee on February 20th. There will be some details associated. If if you look at the MOU has 3 conditions: like for like, or previously you have agreed, right? So some of the enhancement I can, in previous version of iteration of the project, there were some enhancement were already agreed with Metrolinx, and that become a Metrolinx cost, right? And there are some other conditions, like if city has a new standard, that will be a Metrolinx cost. So there are 3 different conditions, not just like for like, but there are 2 other conditions which city has a benefit to it. And for these enabling projects, they were previously agreed in previous iteration of the project. All the scope were agreed on top of, if there was any enhancement or anything, they were previously agreed with Metrolinx. And that was the rationale behind it.
So the items that are before us today were previously agreed with Metrolinx as an enabling enhancement?
Through the chair, the item what we have in motion, only one is enabling project, which is about maintenance. But the other are not related to enabling project. Those are city opportunity to invest into the LRT project.
May I ask, Chair, how many enabling agreements or enhancements are there proposed along this 14 kilometers of track?
Through the chair, at this time, we are contemplating 5 enabling projects which are being led by city. There are a number of other enabling projects with Electra, which is being done directly between Metrolinx and Electra Ambridge. But city is already working on 4 enabling projects, whether they are in construction, design, and tendering stage. But altogether are 5 projects which city is enabling, which is city's plan to complete.
So can we get a report as to what those 6 enabling agreements are, please? No rush on it, but I'd like to see it.
Through
And
the
so
chair,
there are no other enabling agreements or enhancements beyond the 6 that you stated?
Through the chair, there are 5 contemplating, but under the PA, if Metrolinx bring another enabling project, that will be subject to work authorization. So far, what I understand, I have to confirm, but I think we have executed 4. 1 is planned for next year. So altogether 5 enabling projects, which city is planning to do. And we are bringing a report to LRT subcommittee on February 20th. Some of the details are mentioned in that project update report.
Thank you. And the 5 agreements, do you know the total value of those agreements?
Through the chair, I cannot confirm, but I have my manager design online. Maybe he can provide some input if
Trying to understand exactly how much the city is investing over and above what the province promised to pay.
Through you, Chair, if I can ask Chris if he has more information in terms of cost.
Why don't I take that offline? Because it's not apropos to this.
Yep.
But it is concerning. We do not have a business case yet. We do not have an RFP. They're in the process of trying to get it defined. The federal government has said, no, we haven't received anything that we can actually sign off on yet. So they have not signed off on, contrary to what we've heard here today. And we need to cross these T's and dot these I's. And that's the challenge, because if we don't do that, I fear we could be on the hook for costs if the project falls apart. Those are my concerns.
Thank you. Excuse me, order. Order. Excuse me. Order, please. I would beg your indulgence. I have not spoken throughout this budget exercise, and I would like to do so now. So I'm going to ask Vice Chair of the Budget, Councillor Danko, to assume the chair.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to be speaking directly to the residents of Hamilton. I'm not speaking to my colleagues. And I beg your indulgence. I just want to take a few minutes to talk a little bit about public finance and what factors really impact the tax burden on our residents today and tomorrow. Residents, your city has only one real asset and one source of revenue, and that is the land within the city boundaries. And what cities do or enable with that land can either deplete our overall revenues and increase the burden on taxpayers, or it can enrich the value of that land and lessen the burden on taxpayers. It has been challenging to listen to some of the discussion talking about in-year savings. What this city has done since the 1950s in the form of its urban form and its allowance of sprawl has completely depleted the value of our land and has hamstrung this municipality and its residents with ongoing operational and maintenance costs that are not sustainable. And I'll share a little insight with you. This city has no financial plan B. The costs are not going to get any smaller. So we have to lean into those opportunities that come with our ability to enrich what we have without further adding to more ongoing liability. I want to take you back to the 1950s. Since the 1930s, actually, ongoing discussion about the problems with congestion. And in the 1950s, what this city did was it said, we're going to blow out the lower city. We're going to expropriate land, and we're going to take out any value possible on the public realm. And that's the reason when you drive down Main or drive down King, you don't really see businesses, you see billboards. So we have acres and acres and acres of unproductive land that is adding very little to our city coffers. And at the time, when the city fathers did that, they were advised that you are going to risk life and limb when you remove all of this space at the side where people can gather and wait and exchange in commerce. And interestingly enough, in 1962, there was a petition, I believe, of 900 business people who said, you gotta change your mind on this. These one-way streets and the taking away of public space is killing our business. It has killed our business. There was a delegation to then elect Vic Copps who said, please reverse this. 1 year later, please reverse this. To Councillor Nan's point, the lower city has been a sacrifice zone in order to facilitate and accelerate access to the upper tier of the mountain. And all the lower city is asking for is, we don't want a handout, because that's been the common refrain out there. We're always bailing out the lower city. We just want conditions that are fair and even. What was done was not fair, and there was an acknowledgement that you were going to kill small business, you were going to put, interestingly, an acknowledgement, women and their children at risk. But those cries and that acknowledgement went for naught. I realize I am at my time, Chair, nearing my time. Enabling works help us take back that land, enrich that land, and to build small business, one business at a time, one exchange at a time, so we can start building up this city, because otherwise we have no plan B. There is no plan B, and this budget, by going through this and performing for clickbait columns about poets, is underserving our city and its future. I will strongly vote against this motion. We cannot afford more of the same of this limited vision, short-term decision-making. This city and its residents today and tomorrow deserve so much better. Thank you. Mayor Horwath for the final speaker.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat my position because I think it's pretty clear and people understand it very well. But there's one piece of this motion that we keep kind of trying to go back to figure out why is it there? And that would be number 3 of the 3 that are there on the piece of paper. And what I would say is this, as someone who's been around a little bit when it comes to government and various orders of government, and some of the work that we've done right here at this table over the couple of years since I've been here. When you're working with the entities that have more money, what you do is you put your best foot forward, and then you try to get them to help you even more with the costs. Now, I don't want to think about housing and things like that, but this is a project that we have been committed to for a long time, that we have commitment from the other orders of government, although maybe not as solid as some folks would like. But at the end of the day, we have to put forward a plan. We have to put forward a plan that we're prepared to finance, and then we take that and we try to get them to cover some of the costs of the things that we want to do. And my understanding is that that's what number 3 is all about. Now, I'm not going to ask staff because we have to negotiate those things, and that would be an awful thing to do, is to suggest that, you know, that staff confirm or deny and put them in an awkward spot, because they have a relationship with Metrolinx and they have a job to do on behalf of us, on behalf of the people of the city of Hamilton. But I really worry that there's some suggestion that there's something nefarious happening with number 3. And my experience is that this is how it goes. This is how you work through these challenges. This is how you come up with the path forward and try to get the other orders of government, you know, the ones with bigger pockets, to help us realize our vision in even greater ways. My understanding is that's why this is a necessary marker to put in. This is also, I think, something that will help us when the time comes to determine on the list of enhancements. Here's what we started with in terms of what's in the budget. Here's what hopefully other entities might pick up in terms of costs towards that list of things that we want to see. And so hopefully we end up with a little bit more to play with in terms of, and I don't mean to say play with because it sounds irresponsible, but more that we are able to utilize or earmark for other kinds of initiatives that might be lower down on the list. And so I would just say that, you know, there's a lot of politics, I know, that goes on in this conversation particularly, but there are also practicalities. And I think we need to go back to a place of practicalities to see how we can do the things necessary to embed the resources, the resource commitment that then helps us to leverage perhaps other parties in this project. And that's, I just wanted to opine a little bit on that because I suspect that might be something that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Jackson has duly moved and he has a seconder and the motion is on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I did not hear from the Deputy Clerk. I didn't hear you. Okay, so why don't we just do them one by one?
Yep. Okay, so we'll start with a vote then on clauses 1 and 3, and that'll be followed by a vote on clause 2.
Okay, thank you. So 1 and 3 are coupled for a vote right now. Just so everybody is aware, 1 and 3 are coupled for a vote right now. And so it's Councillor Jackson's motion that you're voting on, okay? Yeah. So 1 is Sherman King to South End enabling. 3, public realm improvements. You're welcome. That's defeated 5-11. Thank you, members. We are on to
clause number 2.
Clause number 2, thank you. Again, clause number 2 in Councillor Jackson's motion. Thank you. That is defeated 4-12. Okay. I believe we are on 7 7.11C. And I will recognize Councillor Tattison, as this is your motion, if folks have it in front of you.
I believe I made an incorrect vote on 1 and 3. I'm not sure how I can address that. Yeah, it should have been a yes.
Sorry, Deputy Clerk, I'm just trying to hear you, and I'll look to the clerk. Thank you.
So the request was to redo that particular vote, which was received right after the voting on the item before we had officially moved another item. So we would be a revote on clauses 1 and 3. I can put them back up on the screen if everybody would like.
No, I'm fine.
Are we not
My
able to
mistake.
just correct his vote? Because in fairness, I'm not responsible for members of this council, and when we leave or where we don't, I don't think the member at the end of the horseshoe probably anticipated the member's ask.
Apologies, we just wanted to get the correct wording from the procedural bylaw, which states in section 6.2 under voting procedures, subsection 8, that when an electronic vote is taken and a member advises the mayor or the chair of a point of privilege with respect to their vote being omitted or in error following and prior to moving on to another item, in this case, the vote will be considered void and a new electronic vote will be retaken immediately.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity.
Point of order.
Recognizing Mayor Horvath.
Thank you for this. My point of order is that we have had the same number of councillors around this table for the entire council meeting. This was an important and lengthy conversation. Respectfully, the councillor has done the right thing, identifying, obviously, but now we have another councillor who is unable. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Let's go. We're taking that vote over, Councillor McMeekin. Thank you.
So, Councillor McMeekin, just to let you know, someone inadvertently around this table made an error in registering their vote on Councillor Jackson's. So the procedural bylaw, we were alerted to that error by the member. The procedural bylaw enables us to retake the vote. So and it's been clarified that we can do that and we have to do that. So I'm going to go back to my notes. So what's on the floor for voting is Councillor Jackson's motion with respect to the LRT. What's on the floor for voting is the coupling, so 2 votes, the coupling of 1 and 3. We'll vote on that, and then we'll follow that with the vote on 2 so that the member can register what he wanted to do in the first place, okay? So you're voting on Councillor Jackson's motion now, 1 and 3. Thank you, Janet. Thank you. That is defeated 6-10. Okay. Councillor, did you wish revote on this, the second one as well? Just that?
No, I voted correctly on the second one.
Thank you very much. Okay. So that brought to a close. I'll recognize Councillor Tadison.
This is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie. It's transferring funds, 2% of the 2025 levy-supported public works projects to the unallocated capital reserve. I'll read the last three whereases. Whereas fiscal responsibility is a priority for the municipality and every expenditure should be evaluated for its impact on taxpayers. Whereas the director and project managers in public works have set budgets for the completion of tax-funded public works projects and contingency funds allowing for an unforeseen setbacks totaling between 10 and 12%. Whereas the majority of projects' expenses for public works will come in below the set budgets allotted, and those funds will be directed towards reserves funds for future use. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2025 capital financing strategy be amended to reflect a transfer of $840,000 to the unallocated capital reserve by a corresponding reduction in the funding for tax-supported public works proposed 2025 capital projects, and B, that staff report back in 2025 with information regarding the impacts of amending the contingencies for the projects referenced. So can I speak to this?
Please.
So over the past week, staff, with the support of Director Reaver, identified $840,000 of potential savings in tax-supported public works projects from my suggested 2% decrease. And in light of our trade situations, this motion does not lower the levy, but it will put us in a position to make future database decisions that will. For some, this motion might go too far, for some, not enough. For me, no one will ever convince me that more efficiencies cannot be found in our system. And for me, no one will ever convince me that there are not ways to be more productive. But that's my opinion, and I realize without data, all you have is an opinion. So this motion helps foster system efficiencies and productivity in public works in a way that recognizes the challenges of the looming economic threat at our doorstep and on the horizon. But this motion also stretches goals for staff with a safety net. The motion asks for our public staffs to work with 2% less on top of many projects and puts that money in an unallocated reserve in case it is needed due to the economic uncertainty that we are facing. The motion asks for a report back to show if our staff can meet the new expectations. If staff can, then that's a path forward for other efficiencies to be sought elsewhere in the city and departments. If staff can't meet expectations, explanations will be provided in a transparent way for public consumption. As a council, I believe we need to address the public perception on city spending and budgeting. This motion addresses some of those concerns and allows one division, Public Works, to demonstrate that a willingness to work towards efficient productive practices in a way that does not jeopardize the start of ongoing work or completion of any current project or future project. It also allows us to collect ground level information and see if this is a viable path forward for future budgets. I spent probably a couple hours with GM Can and GM Zagaric. The projects dealt with here are, again, tax-supported public works projects reflecting 2% savings to the amount of $840,000. Yesterday, after consultation, I agreed to put those potential savings of $840,000 to an unallocated capital reserve for access if needed in light of the looming Trump tariffs. But the goal is for Public Works to strive to not use those funds if possible. What am I seeking? I'm seeking a path to long-term sustainable, affordable budgeting. That's the ask. I hope my fellow councillors can support these aspirations that may lead to new ideas of how we look at our future budgets for the city. And also thanks to Director Weaver and his team for all the work they did in helping me craft this.
Thank you. Councillor Petey.
Sorry, point of order, Chair.
I'll recognize the point of order, please.
There's no impact on the budget, on the tax operating or capital budget. It is not in order and shouldn't be considered at this part of the meeting.
Thank you. I got out of my habit of asking the clerk whether he deemed it to be in order, and you're pointing to GM Zagaric. Thank you. I'll recognize GM Zagaric.
Through the chair, the motion, if approved, amends the 2025 tax capital financing plan. So the motion recommends that the capital budget be amended such that the capital projects within Public Works the projects be amended in their budgets to reflect $840,000 in funding reductions, and that those reductions be set aside to the unallocated capital reserve to allow for a year of observing whether in fact the city is able to deliver within the target, and if not, we would have, as Councillor Tedison identified, a safety net to offset those deficits. So again, it does amend the capital financing plan that's incorporated in the 2025 budget.
There's your answer, and that's why it's in order. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm thankful to the mover for bringing this forward, happy to support it. While disappointingly this has no levy impact, what it does allow, and what I think the real innovation here is, it gives staff in the Public Works Department a safe environment to do some beta testing, as the term might be, to undertake this. I'm going to call it an experiment, but it's really more of an exercise, a theoretical exercise, where although, again, no levy impact, there is also accompanying no risk because the money is simply moved into a different allocation. And I know that at some point the speaking point will come forward about where the impact will be. And if I could share a little illustration, I'm kind of a simple guy. I like to illustrate things in simple ways. The current process, Chair, takes money out of the big pond, which is the taxpayer, and it places it into the project, which is comprised of two buckets, one large, one small. The large bucket pays for the actual project. The small bucket is the contingency, and the small bucket is used to refill the large bucket should it run out. If at the end of the project there is something left in the small bucket, it gets put into the big tank, which is some kind of reserve fund, but it does not get sent back into the big pond that is the taxpayer. It is not returned. The proposal here is to simply make the small bucket 2% smaller. So there's still going to be money in there to offset against cost overruns. There's still going to be money in there to help pay for the project itself. The big bucket will not go unfilled. It will not run out. But what we're saying is we're going to take a little less out of the pocket of the taxpayer and hold it in abeyance just in case we need it. We're going to see if we can run an exercise where we can prove the model that we don't need quite as much of the taxpayer purse as initially anticipated. And I think that there's good value in undertaking this, and I'm hopeful that Council will see the value in proceeding with this proposal. And I'm thankful to the mover for allowing me to second it.
We have Councillor Kretsch, followed by Councillor Danko, then Councillor Alex Wilson, then Councillor Kazar. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Quick question for GM Can, then a couple of remarks from me. So GM Can, if I understand this motion correctly, what it says is there's 10 to 12% in contingency that's added to some projects in Public Works. Can we operate strictly a kind of a 10% contingency? By employing an exercise, essentially, it's not going to change a single dollar of impact to taxpayers. However, what it's going to do is it's going to allow us to engage in an exercise to see if we do or don't need that money by putting this in a reserve to do that instead of just doing it as we normally do. Is that basically a good understanding of what it is? And then your comment would be helpful if you could say whether you think this is going to cause an issue for you in any way as GM of Public Works.
GM Can, please.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor and other members of the committee. Carlisle Can, General Manager of Public Works. Thank you for the question. I will invite Director Kennedy, who's on the line, to jump in and add to my response, and GM Zagirik, if he so chooses. At the end of the day, and our understanding of the discussion and the motion that's in front of you, it really is about managing risk, and different projects have different types of risk. And within the capital program, there are many different capital purchases. It could be the purchase of an asset, a HVAC unit, simple terms, or it could be the design of a 10-kilometer stretch of road with underground infrastructure. So the first bucket, I would say, in terms of managing risk is known assets that are well-defined, and typically we see the pricing from other municipalities, other tenders, previous bids that we've gotten, the air conditioning unit. So we will carry roughly 8 or 10% contingency based on the risks that we assess. And as we develop the program, the less risk there is, the smaller the contingency gets. When we look at designing larger projects where there's more risk, we're taking it through 20, 30, 40, 60%. The contingency reflects the amount of risk. So reducing the smaller bucket, as Councillor alluded to, definitely will stretch staff. It's healthy. We will rise to the occasion or the challenge as Public Works, but then I think more importantly, we will report back. We may get in a scenario where the bids come in higher, and then typically what we do is we come back to Public Works Committee to say, here are the bids, and this is low, and to award this job, this is what we need. And then I think in that instance, we would then fund it or finance it from the 2% reserve that we're setting aside, or if we need more, then it will be the, I would seek support from finance, tax stabilization, or which capital reserve it can come from, depending on the project. So it's, I'm trying to answer your question. You know, we will do what committee directs us to do. We will always challenge kind of the norms. When we design capital projects, really it is about how do we manage risk unforeseen, and if we can get everything down to a detailed spec, then you bid the job, you win the job, you deliver it for that price. Where there are unknowns, then we have contingencies. Typically what would happen, there would be a request for change order, and then we would work and validate that. And if it's, you know what, this is a valid request, then we would draw from the contingency to pay that and add it to the project. If it's not, then we basically hold the contractor or the consultant to the price that they bid. Hopefully that helps. Happy to answer more questions, or like I said, Director Kennedy or GM Zagirik is online too.
Yeah, my questions I think you covered in your answer, which were specifically whether or not this is something you could do. I think you understand it's an exercise that's happening here. It's not going to necessarily change the tax burden for people, but it's going to allow you to report back on the process, how the exercise went, and what happened. And if you're fine to entertain this exercise, I'm not going to stand in the way of it in that spirit of it being an exercise and something you can manage, knowing that the money's there if you need it. Like the money will be there in that other account if you need it, regardless for these projects. What I will say though, just I'm going to be cheeky about this, you know, these motions that come forward for Public Works, which there's a series of kind of Public Works motions, I would say. No one around here is screaming that we're trying to defund Public Works. I just want to say that a lot of the motions I brought forward, specifically one motion I brought forward, I should say, regarding the police budget, any suggestion we cut a single cent since amalgamation is met with cries of defunding the police. Mind you, I can't tell you the number of motions we've had here for Public Works where that's never been screamed out loud. They're all different divisions and departments of the city, and I think it's important to put that on the record here, that we're perfectly fine to come in here and ask everybody else for efficiencies except for one department and division. I'll support this, and I will happily, you know, let staff conduct the exercise and report back and see if it's been helpful, but thought that was worth saying anyway. Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. I'm happy to support B, which is a report back on contingency reserves and how they're allocated and what amounts they should be. That's fine. But to be honest, I have no idea what we're trying to achieve with A. It makes zero sense whatsoever. When a project budget is put together with the project budget plus the contingency, what do you think happens to that money? Where do you think it goes? It is in the project account. So having a separate new reserve to put 2% of that money to, it's the same thing. What is the point of just arbitrarily saying we're going to take 2% and put it into a different allocated capital reserve? So just so I can be, I don't know how much clearer I can be about this, but when a project is closed out and there is money left over, or if there's not, if it's gone over budget or over the reserve, what happens to that money? We've already gone over this before. I don't know how many times we have to continue to go over it, but.
Thank you. So if a question then on this, if you heard the question, GM Zagarek, thank you.
To the chair. Some committee members may recall WIPs, and previously we had a WIP subcommittee. When capital projects are closed out, we have a policy called the capital closing policy. If there were to be a surplus and that project was funded from debt, we apply the surplus to reduce our future reliance on debt. If it's funded from reserve, the proceeds go back to the reserve that funded the project. If it was funded by contribution or levy, then it goes to the unallocated capital. The other application of surplus is we apply it to our capital financing plan. And I'll just remind committee, we reflected one of the amendments adjustments that was made was $6.9 million in WIP surplus as part of our 2025 capital financing strategy that reduced our position in January from 6.3 to 5.7.
Councillor, you still have time remaining if you'd like to use it.
Thank you. So again, we're creating a new capital reserve for no reason to duplicate a process that is already happening so that we can get a report back on information that we already have. Makes no sense. What does make sense is we're facing steel and aluminum tariffs, which will directly impact capital projects. And to Councillor Crutch's point, I have no interest in defunding our capital works or our public works department because we have been defunding that department or underfunding for decades. And going into tariffs, going into uncertainty, as we saw with COVID, what do you think is going to happen with construction prices? When contractors have uncertainty, they build that into their bids and their bids increase. That uncertainty will eat into the contingencies. Is 10 or 12% even enough? I don't know. But messing around with, we already have established policies and procedures to deal with this, messing around with that at the last minute when we know we are going into a period of significant uncertainty, it makes zero sense, in my personal opinion. Thank you.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. After others speak, I think I just have one question left. Councillor Danko just opined on this, but just seeking an answer from staff. Does the accounting practice change described today? Because that's what's happening, is it's just moving which accounts we're keeping this funding in. Does that enable the review to happen any easier in B from staff's perspective? Like if our goal is B and it's that review, does A help us get to B? Could we do B in our current accounting practice? That's the bit I'm trying to change. Is there's a review which I support, and then there's an accounting switch which I'm ambivalent to, frankly. And I'm just trying to understand if the accounting switch helps make the review any easier from staff's perspective or from a workload perspective.
Thank you, Councillor. GM's, I'm looking at both the treasurer and the GM of Public Works, and I'll let them figure that out.
So I'll start, and General Manager Zager can add on to my response. I think today we find ourselves doing a lot of things manually. In Public Works, since last year, we have been tracking projects by PMs, by engineers, kind of on the side in Excel, or let's call it back of a napkin, because our financial systems aren't in places yet. So when you talk about the accounting practices, what we do is we look at what is awarded, and that's typically the low bid, and we go through procurement. And based on that award amount, they then define the contingency, which is typically 10%, and we are capped at that. So even if there's monies available in the bigger account envelope, purchasing will say to us that, hey, this is what the bid came in, here's 10%, and that's it. Those other funds are not accessible to staff in a day-to-day execution of their duties. Should change orders come in, once they hit that limit, the director, the managers, myself, we look at them, and then we basically review them on a bi-monthly basis, and then definitely within the quarter, we'll bring that forward in the BER reports, exception reporting. The accounting practice is neither here nor there. I think it's really a paper exercise. I think Director Kennedy and myself, we've been talking about this in light of the new enterprise asset management system coming on board, in light of the new financial systems. And these are just good common practices that we do and we embrace. And I think what was alluded to or discussed earlier was that we're already doing it. So it shines a light, and I understand the intent of the motion. It puts a focus on that healthy tension. So either way, if whatever council directs us to do as staff, we are more than happy to do that. I can assure you that we're doing that anyhow. So it's no, it focuses it, and it puts somewhat more of a burden, but you know what, it's not a bad thing, and it's really 50-50. So hopefully that made sense. And Mr. Zagerek, I don't know if you wanted to add to that or not.
Through the chair, I'll just simply add, I'm interpreting A provides a bit of the tension for the program areas to deliver the projects within the assigned budgets, recognizing A reduces the budgets for these specific projects by approximately 2%. What we will learn is whether that one activity created a financial impediment with respect to awarding the project, recognizing there's many factors out there, and those factors are increasing and being amplified because of things that are happening internationally. But I'm interpreting A provides sort of that tension for the program areas to try to deliver within the revised budget, and then B allows staff to report back as it relates to our learnings in 2025.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, what I heard was that it's not a substantial difference in terms of the accounting practice. Staff are content with the exercise. I guess I just have a bit of tension there and just trying to understand the 2% target versus a more general report back saying, hey, things that you steal came in over this year, we understand why, versus, or these types of projects needed a 11% contingency versus these types of projects. So definitely in favor of a review. I don't want to be kind of a stick in the mud or focusing on language. I'll listen to where everyone else is at here. Just say much more supportive of I think the review coming back. Still not exactly sure where I'm at with A specifically, but not hearing a deep concern so far.
Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. A very helpful discussion. First, I'll start by saying I applaud Councillor Tattison for really digging into this. I know it's been a passion of his, and I know what he's trying to get to. He's trying to get to a point where, using the contingency portion of a project, that we can actually levy 2% less, because we tend to have surpluses, and let's not charge them in the first place. Even though it's going to Reserve A, Reserve B, whatever, it's already taken from the levy, right? So I'm seeing a nod from the councillor. So I don't know, so B, yes, I agree with B. We need to do that. to me, I see A as a sort of way to get there. But I think really what the resolution is for staff to come back with, in a future years, this is kind of a year project or a pilot maybe, to come back with a way to reduce contingency needs by 2%. And that's sort of spelled out, I think, in the whereas maybe, but it doesn't specifically say it here. So I think that's what needs to be said. You sort of have it in numbers, but it's not very clear to look back or for someone reading this what you're trying to get at, because I support what you're trying to get at through the chair. But somehow I think it would be better if the resolution would be direct staff to, study ways to reduce the contingency by 2%, and part of the action is B, or the output is B. So I'm offering that as a way forward here to be a little more direct and maybe then give staff some more flexibility, and maybe it reduces the complexity of the number of reserves involved. I don't have the benefit of all the discussions with staff, but I'll put that out there for the mover to consider.
I consider that, but I worked with GM Can and GM Zagaric to craft this yesterday, although it was rushed because we all had lots of different meetings. So I'm open to that. Being more specific, that is the goal, to look at the contingencies in the big picture, and can we not take that from the public initially, which is what you just said. So I think that's clear to General Manager Can. I think it's clear to General Manager Zagaric. It's clear to me. I don't know how to more clearly word it that you're asking, but I'm open to a friendly.
Councillor Nan.
At this point, really appreciating the questions and dialogue around the council chamber. Most of my questions have been answered, but just so that I have it in summary, if a project goes currently over cost, we draw additional funds from our existing contingencies. Should those contingencies be insufficient, then we draw on reserves. Those reserves, if they don't have delegated authority, come to committee or council, ultimately council for approval. Got that correct? I see a nod. 2, if a project is completed without using all of the allocated funds to the project, including contingencies, those surpluses then go back into, that's where my ... ends. General Manager.
So through the chair, if there's a surplus, then the surplus funds, if the project was debt funded, it goes to reduce future debt. If it was reserve funded, it goes back to the reserve, the specific reserve that funded the project. If it was levy funded, it goes to our unallocated capital reserve, or can be used to reduce the capital financing for the budget year as we did. Just with respect to A, while I was nodding my head, just a point of clarification, staff do not have authority over reserves. Only council has authority over reserves. So if you think to post-pandemic, when we had pressures with Macassa Lodge and our paramedic reporting center, in terms of construction costs, staff had to report to council and seek council's approval to increase the funding for those projects.
Thank you for clarifying. In favor of B, I think just in general, I think it's an important piece of work for council to continue good governance going forward as it relates to capital decision-making and budget decision-making. So in support of that, and appreciate Councillor Cassar's friendly.
Councillor Clark.
Stay. Just a couple of questions, Chair, if I may. So if I can provide some context, I have signed more than a few contracts in my time at the ministry for new highways, new bridges, et cetera, et cetera. From time to time, we'd have contractors come in saying they needed an addendum to the contract because when they did their work, they, for example, their geotechnical study was off and they found that the bedrock was 2 feet under the soil, not 8 feet under the soil. And there'd be an argument to change the contract to pay for the additional cost. Is that what's happening here? You've got tenders that have gone out, they come in, we accept the lowest bid, and then sometime the contractor comes in and says, notwithstanding that I tendered at this amount, I have found this challenge and I need extra money. So is that the type of thing that you fund through these contingencies?
So through the chair, Director Kennedy probably has a more direct line of sight of some of the projects and challenges we have. But typically, the request for change order has to be warranted. So if the contractor bids a job, and in your example, we're talking geotechnical, and the geotechnical study was wrong, then we would work with the contractor and entertain the change order. Having said that, we would then go back to the consultant who did the geotechnical study and say, hey, you got it wrong. And they also have insurance and professional liability, which we can draw from. So I think there's a chain of reactions that would happen in that example. But really the contingency is, as you know, it's to manage risks, unforeseen things that we weren't able to capture in our detailed design that we found out while we were opening up a road, a wall, the escarpment. And these are all things that we weren't able to define in our contract, so therefore they weren't able to give us a definitive bid. And it's really about managing that risk. If we have a multi-year job and they bid it and they didn't put in the right escalation factors, that's on them. They have to eat that because that's what the bid was. We do have performance bonds that we can draw upon. We do have LDs, liquidated damages that we can draw upon, and that is how we hold them to the fire. So I see Director Kennedy has popped on, so maybe she wants to add a little bit more context to my response. Thank you.
I would appreciate that, Chair.
Good afternoon, Director Kennedy. I'm not sure when you joined, but do you understand the question that is being asked and the scope of it?
I do. Thank you very much, Chair. Jackie Kennedy, Director of Engineering Services. Councillor Clark, your example is an excellent one where we do often when we're digging, which is a lot of what the work that we do involves. We find things that are underneath the area of excavation that are not as expected, and the contingency is used for that. Among other things as well, where we may find we need to adapt to current or changing guidelines or standards that may have come in place since the time of tender or the time of the design. There are a whole number of things that do come up as we go through the life of delivering these complex projects in an older city, with lots of things that aren't obvious until you are right there on top of them. And so the contingencies allow us to respond to that. So that's exactly what they're used for. I hope that answers the question.
It does, Chair. If I may ask a supplemental. So the contingency is really for errors that the city may have made in their pre-design work, whatever the case is. Costs go up we did not anticipate. It's not to offset addendums to a contract or a change order for a contract. That would be dealt with separately. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that would be dealt with in a different way. So a contractor will come to the project manager with any idea of where they expect they might be able to earn some extra money. And then the job of the project manager is really to know the contract and work within it to hold the contractor accountable to deliver the work as bid, consistent with that contract. And when the city tenders a project, that it is, in my 25 years in capital delivery, I don't think I've ever seen a project without a change order. And if I did, I would probably ask who did that and how long it took, because the reality is that that you can't get it perfect without probably spending more time than you should have. So there is a balance to be sought there, and having a contingency to deliver a project is a healthy tool. It's very standard and typical. And as GM Khan spoke to earlier, the amount that we use does range depending on the type of work that we're doing, our understanding of how far we can take that, the designs and the specifications to know all of the things we can expect. Sometimes the contingency may be lower, and sometimes we may feel we need to have a higher amount because the unknowns could be greater. So the 10 or 12% is a general rule of thumb, and they can be higher or lower than that depending on the work before us as well.
So to be clear, it kind of sounds like to me, Chair, that regardless of what the project is, there's always an anticipation that there will be a need for contingencies because they really don't know what they're getting into. It's not an exact science. You can run into things that you did not expect. Is that correct?
Through the chair, thank you. That is very well said, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And before I vote on this motion, to me, I want to ask, will this action by council when we vote, or for lack of a better term, end up micromanaging the staff and their projects in any way?
So
I just want to be careful about the language so that we're not drawing staff into a zone of discomfort. So maybe I'm wondering whether the question could be, what would staff be doing under this that they're not doing now? Might that be an appropriate question?
Yeah, basically, the contingency is unforeseen event, right? So, and then if we overbid or, we have money left over, I heard that it goes to a reserve project or reduce the capital finance. So so to me, when I'm listening to, I want to make sure I vote properly, that it is redundant in a way because we already put it in reserve projects or we put it to reduce the capital finance. So when Councillor Danko was speaking, there's some misunderstanding here, what the actual motion is asking. And if the contingency is for unforeseen event, we can't really put an amount to it, like 2% or 1% or whatever. That's my question. It doesn't tie the hands of the project manager to do the project.
I'll go to GM Can.
So through the chair to the councillor, and at the risk of further complicating the discussion, I'm going to maybe speak to how we develop our capital programs. At the end of the day, I think council and committee members know that we get basically block funding. And within that block, we identify projects that need to go forward. And we use our asset management framework and we prioritize these projects. So as we define those projects, if we can tighten up the contingency, what that really means to us as staff is we get to do one more project. When we run out of money or we run out of people or resources, then that's the line. So being conscious of tightening up our contingency or tightening up the projects allows us to really address the $3.4 billion of work that we have on the books that need to come in the next 10 to 30 years. And that is what our asset management plans are saying. So the exercise itself will shed a light on it. We are going to report back. We're going to do that regardless of this. I think it's good to know, and Director Kennedy and I are committed to that. And so are our staff. We are committed to delivering value for the work that we do. Yeah, that's my response, and if I need to expand or maybe clarify, please.
No, it's clear, and I thank you for that, so I can now clearly vote the way I think I should vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no further speakers. I thought that Councillor Taddison was trying to get my attention earlier, but I may be in error there.
Just leaning in, Councillor Kassar has proposed a friendly And I've asked the clerk if he could show it, that might help connect the dots for those who cannot see what we're trying to attempt here. And thanks to Councillor Kassar for helping me line it.
I'll recognize the mover of the friendly, and then we'll seek your assurance that you deem it to be a friendly. How's that?
Fair enough.
Yeah, so further to the few moments ago when I spoke, just trying to bring some clarity to what's actually being, what the desired outcome is here without putting handcuffs on staff on how to go about doing that. So it's just suggesting here the councillor's goal is to, on an ongoing basis in the future, to have staff reduce the contingency by up to 2% in order to actually put less on the levy for capital projects and not have to come under, put that money to a reserve when the money's already been taken from the levy. And yes, then we can use it somewhere else, but then it becomes one-time funding and then has consequences to future tax budgets. So this way we're reducing the levy is what I think the council wants to do, and we don't have the complications of reserves. So that's the language that's up there on the screen. Hopefully it gets to what the desired outcome is.
Thank you, Councillor. To the mover.
I agree. It's in line with the desire to seek efficiencies. Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
So on the amendment, if this is what's on the table now, I'm fine, as I said, with report back on reviewing contingencies, but this is predetermining an action that we're going to reduce contingencies by 2% in order to reduce the levy. I do not agree with that direction in any way. If we want to have a report back on the potential or a review of contingencies that's open-ended, not predisposing an outcome, I'm fine with that. But as I said, I am not interested in putting our capital projects at risk in any way.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Would it be helpful to change the wording to the PW staff undertake work to determine the potential to reduce contingency instead of how to? It's less directive and more open-ended. Is that good? I'm seeing a thumbs up from Councillor Danko. And
to the mover, did you hear that exchange and the conditionality?
I understand Councillor Danko's desire here, and when I did look at the 2%, I thought, well, what if it's, for a contingency where a project has 35% contingency, it's not enough. So I can look at that because my desire is to determine the actual potential, as my original desire was to put some tension into the system. I think if we get that information back with the word potential, I'm fine with that. Okay, so thank you.
And your seconders? Yep, okay. So the mover and the seconder are agreeing to the language. Is there any further comment or question on that which is before you on the screen? Knowing I can't see Councillor Pauls, but I'm sure clerks will alert me.
I just want to read it in my head one more time. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, sorry.
Sorry. It is nice to see Councillor Pauls, but if you could put the motion back up again.
Again, in seeing what I was intending, like there might be situations where we can go higher than 2. So does anyone have any suggestions to kind of take the 2% out, even though the 2 is the minimum or the maximum at this point? That staff undertake work to determine the potential to reduce the contingency portion of PW capital projects.
If I may, I think
the outcome with the desired outcome. So just take out the up by 2 with the desired outcome of reducing the levy impact.
Yep, that's
okay.
it.
Does that work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Are you comfortable with that? Second.
I'm going to recognize the mover is comfortable. I'll recognize the seconder, please.
I just wanted to look to the bench to get some assurances from the general manager, who was formative, I understand, in the original composition of the motion. Now that the wording has changed substantively, I want to make sure that the general managers, plural, well, I only see one, the general manager is understanding of the intent. The intent, I think, remains the same. The wording has changed. Carlisle, are we good? Thumbs up?
Through the chair, thumbs up.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of order.
Point of order is recognized. Councillor Nan, please.
Appreciate all the friendly around the table. Does this remain a budget motion?
I'm unfriendlied.
You know, there is an opportunity later on the motion, on the agenda, Councillor. Like it's not that it can't be action today. I think it's a fair question. And I'll look first to Clerk Trenum to give us some advice. We want to make sure, again, since Friday, although I wasn't very popular, we have to be consistent in ensuring that it is a budget motion in order for it to be in order. We sought clarification before. Assurance was given, yes. I'm looking to maybe Acting Director Kirk Weaver.
Through the chair, Kirk Weaver, Acting Director, Financial Planning, Administration and Policy. In looking at the revised wording, we wouldn't be revising the capital financing plan by the $840,000 to those specific projects with the way this motion is worded.
Okay, so it would not be in order. I'm just going to seek assurance from the clerk. Come on, folks.
This is funny.
Come on, folks. Let's just
I'll just
wait our turn.
Advise the chair that in your opinion as chair, if you feel we are better served to deal with it now, given the amount of debate, I'm not going to argue that. If you would like to renumber it merely as item 9.8, we can apply that number, and that's where it will exist within the minutes as a separate item, but I will leave it to your decision how.
I'm going to look to GM Cam.
So through the chair, just add on to Acting Director Kirk Weaver. If the 840 was not in the resolution, we would be looking at a broader bunch of projects. We would be looking at all projects, different types of projects, and we will come back with that report.
Okay. Your point of order has been responded to. Okay. Councillor, it is my opinion, although I'm really fastidious about fairness, that because we have talked about this so much, we can entertain it now at this point in the budget. And I don't see any disagreement or disgruntlement with that opinion. So you have, would you like to speak to it as it's been phrased?
I think I've spoken enough, and let's vote.
Okay. The question has been called.
Sorry, point of order, just briefly. It's going to be renumbered as 9.8 under motions, right? You didn't say that out loud, but I wanted to make sure that it was going to be at the Deputy Clerk's suggestion.
So Chair, correct. We'll number it as a motion, but you can hold the vote now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that point of clarification. We'll hold the vote now, knowing that. Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote? Sorry. Okay. That carries 15-0. Okay. We're on to 7.11D, which is a motion from Councillor Kretsch. Please introduce your motion and identify your seconder, please.
This will be the fastest motion today, I promise.
Hooray.
Seconder is Councillor McMeekin. This is literally in writing, just what GM Zagaric had said last week, that we have to deal with the unallocated $1.5 million in the library. And we're putting that in writing to do that job by working with the library to develop a financing plan for this work that does not impact the levy. Literally, he said it, asked us to put it in writing, so I did. So we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. No one's on the speakers list. Everybody understands and recalls that? Oh, gee, Councillor Danko.
Just to be consistent, if there's no impact on the 2025 budget, is it in order?
So I'm hearing some comments that this would in fact represent an amendment, because in the absence of this, there would be an impact. So therefore, it is an impact by being not an impact. I'm looking to Clerk Trenum for his professional advice, and he's had it. So I'm going to say it is in order because of the chronology in which I've just very high-end articulated. Please execute the e-vote. Thank you. That carries 16-0. We're on to 7.11E. Councillor Francis, this is your motion, and if you could introduce it along with identifying your seconder, please, and thank you.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Mike Spatafora. Removal of 2025 capital funding for expedited bike lanes. Whereas residential taxpayers are looking at a potential 5.7% increase in their property taxes, whereas Council has declared an affordability crisis, whereas the threat of looming U.S. tariffs will create an economic recession in Canada and will have a $1 billion impact on Hamilton's local economy that could impact thousands of jobs. Whereas fiscal responsibility is a priority for the municipality and every expenditure should be evaluated for its impact on taxpayers. Whereas the proposed 2025 tax budget includes standalone cycling projects budgeted at $3 million. Whereas the proposed 2025 tax budget includes a proposed budget amount of $1 million to support continued acceleration of the cycling master plan development. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed 2025 tax supported budget be amended as follows. A, that the bicycle infrastructure upgrades capital project 403-2311222 gross 250,000 net 250,000 be removed. B, that the bicycle boulevard neighborhoods greenways program capital budget 403-2317053 gross 120,000 net 120,000 be removed. And C, that the two-way conversion feasibility studies capital project 403-255-322 gross 320,000 net 320,000 be removed. D, that the on-street bike facilities capital project 466-2317124 gross 600,000 net 600,000 be removed. And E, finally, that the accelerated active transportation plan implementation capital project 403-2555501 gross $1 million net $1 million be removed. And just to speak to this briefly before.
I apologize for upending you. I'm going to recognize the clerk who's trying to get my attention. This motion does not match the motion that I have.
And I just want to advise that there were two D and E, I believe, were inadvertently left off because they were on a second page in the publishing. We've made them available here. This was reviewed through staff, and this was what was recommended through staff based on the back and forth. Unfortunately, it's not up online. As soon as we pull the e-scribe down, we'll be able to publish it so that the full amount can actually be there. But I've posted it here so that we can see clauses D and E. And I will just advise that we do have the Director of Transportation Planning available to answer questions as required.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting you, but it's good to get that on the public.
I appreciate it, and I want to thank Director Hollingworth as well and GM Zagaric for their help in nailing this down a little bit further. It wasn't really in order at the budget meeting, now it is. And I just want to speak to this very briefly. We can't stick our heads in the sand by doing the same things in the face of new economic unprecedented threats. I didn't support the approved expedited bike lanes originally, but now with Trump's tariffs coming in the middle of an affordability crisis, this council must act differently. And I hope I can get unanimous support given the dire circumstances that we've been placed in. Thank you.
Thank you. I have, just so folks know, Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Kassar. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. And truly deeply appreciating the affordability crisis as we understand it today and that which is looming and constantly being threatened by the bully next door. That said, on Monday, I had the privilege of cutting the ribbon as president of City Housing Hamilton and chair of the board on 55 units downtown on a former municipal parking lot that was underutilized. And for the first time ever, City Housing Hamilton has enabled a building that gives its tenants robust and diverse options for active transportation. It includes bike share access. It includes membership to communal auto. And it, of course, includes ongoing pedestrian access to a robust HSR system and routes so that residents can move around our city freely in terms of unencumbered, but also accessibly. That addresses the affordability crisis of those who are most impacted in our community right now. I can't think of a better example of why I should vote against this motion. Also embedded in this motion, under D, is the feasibility study for two-way conversion, which is an outstanding action item for the Lower City for quite some time. In fact, Budget Chair, you mentioned it quite eloquently in previous statements to a different motion. But there is a necessity for us to deal with reality. And I appreciate that the councillor is trying really hard to predict what's coming and therefore the need to reduce the net levy impact. But we unfortunately have a legacy of issues that we're contending with as a governing body. And we have to practice due diligence in our governance. And I will not compromise the things that Ward 3 residents and Lower City residents have been asking for decades. The solutions that are on this motion for cut, for reduction, actually impact people's lives. They directly result in affordability, and they also help right-size our municipal network of transportation so that the appropriate number of vehicles and roadways are dedicated to vehicles, bikes, pedestrians. That's the way people move around here. And I'm happy to continue supporting that through our tax levy impact. Thank you. I'll be voting against this motion.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson. I'll be supporting Councillor Francis's motion. Rewinding the tape back to the first 2 or 3 months in the infancy of this new era change council in the budget deliberations of 2023, I'll never forget the lightning quick speed that a former master cycling plan over 30 years, what I felt was from past councils, prudent, appropriate, responsible, fiscally keeping in mind, and as roads were being reconstructed, redone, one by one, we could look at inserting cycling lanes. I'll never forget the lightning quick speed by the new era on council in wanting to be bold, to take that 30-year plan and condense it into 3 to 5 years at a $60 million cost. I voted, I think I was only 1 or 2 or 3 members of council then to vote against it. All I heard from my constituents was how irresponsible that decision was and how money should have been spent for traditional infrastructure upgrades to the community on the East Mountain and across the city. And so Councillor Francis, I think, is very prudently saying, hey, here's some opportunities here where we can help the current 5.6% increase that my constituents are still unhappy about. and I will be supporting it to be consistent with my position of 2 years ago. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Listening to residents and cutting costs are part of our job. They're not the only part of our job. As I've said a few times today, city building is a huge part of our job. So we need to come to the mine with a city building mindset. We need to learn what good city building is, in my opinion. I put a lot of effort into that. And tariffs or any other economic troubles don't relieve us of the responsibility of city building. We need, irrespective of our own likes or dislikes or uses of a certain facility or transportation mode within the city, we need to be making decisions that are good for the city, like a product manager. And when you do that, you look at the features of what's on offer and what we're trying to build, not our own personal preferences. Across North America and around the world, cycling infrastructure, active transportation infrastructure has proven to be very, very effective in city building in many different ways. But let's just take cycling out of it for a second. So if we have, which cycling provides, a way to make transportation more efficient, to get cars off the road and to leave space on the road for cars and people who need to get there, people with disabilities or who don't have the means or the ability to ride, that's a positive. That's been proven. To make our streets safer, all of us here, I think, have put in motions to put traffic calming in. It's been proven over and over again that adding cycling infrastructure, narrowing streets makes them safer for everybody. People driving, people walking, and people cycling. There's a physical buffer that does that, proven over and over again. It creates an environment to support small businesses. I've mentioned before in a meeting here late last year how on Bloor Street, where the provincial government wants to tear up bike lanes, businesses along Bloor are saying, no, don't do that. We've seen our business up significantly because people who come on foot and on bike stop more often and spend more money than people just driving through. We can look out our window here. There's cars just driving through along this stretch here. There's no reason to stop. And it's not a good place for business, as Councillor Wilson, our chair, was talking about earlier. And I'm aware of a high-tech business that is looking to move to Hamilton, and they're doing that because of our decision that Councillor Jackson mentioned to accelerate active transportation. Highly skilled workers moving to Hamilton. That's what we want. We want more business. It attracts businesses. You don't have to search very far on Google to find examples. I would encourage you to do that, because just to say we need to save a couple $1 million, it's totally ignoring the benefit of the investment. Not to mention cleaner air. And of course, there's public health. It is proven in study after study, when people cycle as part of their daily activity, they arrive healthier, more energized, and they're more productive. These are all things that we want. So to just write this off as we're going to cut some money because we need to cut some money, you're not looking at the big picture. And of course, the last, and most importantly, as referenced in the motion, affordability. If a family can move to Hamilton with good infrastructure for micromobility and get rid of one of their 2 cars and save up to $10,000 a year, whatever the number is, it'll be different for everybody. That helps affordability. I am myself in that example. I don't have a car to use on a daily basis because I ride. But I'm not making this decision because of my personal preference and because I want more cycling infrastructure for all the aforementioned reasons that are good for the city. So please, we need to consider the bigger picture and not just a narrow view of how much money we can save in the moment without considering costs for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Critch.
I think Councillor Kassar hit all the points, frankly. So I'll be brief and just focus on the one that I hear about a lot from residents who live downtown. 2 things I hear the most. I don't mean downtown just in Ward 2, I mean across the lower city. Firstly, I hear a lot of envy from mountain residents and others who continue to say they wish they had the same type of cycling network plans and type of cycling infrastructure we see in some places here. So I think it's important we think about this citywide. Number one thing I hear is people don't necessarily feel safe with the current network and its connectability across our city. The people in Ward 2 want to get to Ward 3, Fort Border, so they can go to Ottawa Street. It's not easy to do that right now. People want to get to other places in our city to shop, to do all kinds of things, to experience things, to go to parks, and it's not safe to do so right now because we have a fragmented network. Accelerating this plan means connecting things and protecting things. People are only going to use cycling infrastructure if it feels safe to do so. I think everyone understands the concept of feeling safe around this council. We've talked about it quite a bit. And everyone deserves to feel safe when using cycling infrastructure, and that's going to help to make sure this happens. Right now, we've implemented all kinds of things as we've learned about how to do cycling infrastructure in our city. An example I can think of is Bay Street. At one point we thought to ourselves, okay, Bay Street makes sense, we'll go to Cannon, all the way, we'll follow this bike lane, get to Cannon, and we're gonna do something different at Cannon and have the bike lane go over here. What we're doing now is realizing, well, some of the things and changes we can make by accelerating this are correcting some of the errors we have to make it safer, to give people more access to parks. So people can ride all the way from the south part of the city, all the way to the waterfront safely. I think that's something we all want to see happen. I don't think anybody wants that not to happen. Waiting decades for that for downtowners doesn't make sense. Second, what I hear from businesses all the time is about issues they have with respect to getting people to come to their businesses, to come downtown. This is a thing we've heard people delegate about. And we know from every single piece of data on the subject that the folks who will shop at small businesses, who will make small businesses thrive in any community in the world, are the people who live within a walking distance and a cycling distance of those businesses. People who are nearby and who feel like they can do that safely and get to the business. Will absolutely support thriving small businesses. It'll absolutely support every single woman, every single child who goes with those women to go out into the community. And we know from data that disproportionately we see women are using cycling lanes. Like, there's so many reasons why we want to encourage this in our communities, to make people feel like they don't have to have multiple cars. They don't have to make choices that are solely reliant on one mode of transportation, but that they can do the true multimodal experience here in Hamilton. Get on their bike, go down to the GO station, maybe go somewhere else, come back, this kind of stuff. I think everybody wants to see that vibrancy in our city. It also is going to save us a lot of money in the long run by making sure that we're investing in efficient infrastructure. That's what cycling lanes are. Extremely efficient infrastructure. For the amount of money we have to put into roads versus how much we have to put into cycling lanes, it's fractional when it comes to cycling lanes. And as Councillor Maureen Wilson has said just so many times, so I won't make her say it today, when we come to this table, finally, with a true cost for how much it is for subsidizing roads in our community, then we can start having a conversation about subsidizing all forms of transportation in our community. Right now, there's a huge overfocus in our budgets around the reliance of costs on roads and road infrastructure, and we don't have a measurability. So again, this is not a big investment considering the impact it's going to have for everybody in our communities, and I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Pauls, you're up.
Thank you. I'm an avid cyclist. I bike everywhere, but not downtown, not on streets where I feel not safe. I hear about safety. Look out your window. There's a lot of snow up there. How much biking is going on? If you want to feel safe, ride a bus. If you don't want to have two cars, ride a bus. We live in Canada. 4 months of maybe longer months, we usually can't use our bike lane. And we spend a lot of money also cleaning the bike lanes. I always said bike lanes are good. I like bike lanes. Location is where it's important where we put them. I will support this motion because, first of all, the infrastructure of our, we're saving what, over $1 million and something. The infrastructure that we want to do is reduced from 30 years to what, 5 years? I think we have to take time right now, especially because people cannot afford their taxes. I want to make the comment that business love bike lanes. I had a lot of business. When I was at the Hamilton's Farmers Market, they were upset that they took the parking meters away and they put a bike lane down York Street. And people, when they're on their bike, they might stop at a business, but what are they buying? It's not a person that goes and parks their car and goes into a store and spend, $100 or a couple of $100. So to give that the business love bike lanes in front of their offices or their store, I think is misleading. Also, if you want to say that affordability, I'll tell you, riding a bus is a lot safer, it's affordable, and guess what? You could ride it every day. You don't have to wait for spring or summer or fall. You could ride it every day. So that is the reason I'm supporting Councillor Francis' motion. Thank you.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you. I'm going to try to avoid getting drawn into an argument over the validity of cycling infrastructure, but I'm going to be opposed to this direction simply because I don't have the information that I need to make an informed decision at a council meeting on the final day of budget deliberations. I don't know what these projects are. I don't know where they are. I don't know why they were approved or included in the capital plan in the first place. I don't know that they're truly standalone projects, that they're not going to impact the cycling master plan, the transportation master plan, or have impacts on Ward 8 active transportation plans that I've worked very hard to implement and to accelerate. I don't know that they're going to strand assets that we've already invested in, such as the Ketty Trail and the active transportation network connections at the top of that. What's the point of spending the money on cycling infrastructure as we have to date if we're just going to arbitrarily at the very last day of a budget meeting strand those investments and unintentionally or intentionally cause them to be essentially unusable. So, putting the debate about bike lanes and cycling infrastructure aside, because it's obviously right from the premier all the way down, everybody loves to hate bike lanes. It's an easy, it's an easy target to pick on. But the fact is, I haven't seen this motion before essentially an hour ago. I don't have the information to make an informed decision on this. I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Excuse me. Recognize the second time speaker in Councillor Francis, and then I'll put myself on, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wilson. And just to Councillor Danko's point, I apologize that it's taken this long to get to this point, and I'm not trying to throw staff under the bus. It's not staff's fault or my fault or anyone's fault around here. The fault is the process, and we can point the finger at who that is. The issue is the process. We need to get the budget book next year much more in advance than just 3 weeks. I received the budget book. We all received the budget book just a matter of weeks ago. In the past, we would receive this budget book months in advance. I'd have all of December to look at the budget, come up with ideas, ask staff questions. They've given me a matter of days. So I literally received this email at 10 o'clock last night, and today is the final day to get in budget amendments. So I'm blaming the process on this. This is, I wish I could have had this on the agenda for weeks. I wish my colleagues could have sent me emails. We could have ironed this out behind the scenes before we brought it here. But unfortunately, this is the process that we're stuck with, and it's terrible and needs to change. But I'm still moving these motions because that's what taxpayers are asking me to do. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Can I just get some clarification? Because I've heard a number of councillors around the table today bemoan the fact that these are last-minute motions. I was under the impression that the process was you could bring motions at the last budget meeting, you bring motions at this budget meeting. So those motions are in order. We were told to bring them here. So I don't know how people can argue that they're last-minute motions when we were told that today is the last day to do it. So the comments are, it's kind of grating me because councillors have worked really hard to come up with some of these amendments. You may not agree with the amendments, and I'm okay with that. I don't always agree with lots of things. That's just the way it is. It's politics. It's not personal. But when we start complaining that they're last-minute motions, when in fact we were advised to bring them here, this is the last time you can do that. change the process if you're complaining about that.
Thank you. Any first-time speakers? Mayor Horvath, and then myself.
Just really, really briefly, we've all been paying very much attention to the concerns that councillors are raising about the process. This is our first time full through with the process, and certainly the budget chair and vice chair made a commitment around hearing your concerns so that they can provide recommendations going forward as well. The city manager, my office, senior leadership team are also looking at this situation so that we can fix it for next time to the extent of our capability in terms of timelines and providing people with information. I know we've said this before publicly, but just thought in the context of today's conversation, I just wanted to reiterate that. I take it very seriously. I think we all do. Thank you.
Thank you, as do I. Councillor Danko, could you assume the chair for me, please?
Go ahead.
Part of my practice as a resident has been when there's someone hurt from what could have been avoidable violence, it's really important that we say their names. We have a refrain, say their names. Say their names. Jake Hetty, 54 years of age, 3 children, a much-loved kindergarten teacher, a music teacher, a coach, a faithful member of the West Highland Baptist Church, died by a vehicle when he was riding up from home as a kindergarten teacher and killed on his bicycle. Herman Ort, age 77, a husband, a father of 2, a grandfather of 4, a retired DeFasco worker, and someone who the municipality honored in recognition of his countless unpaid volunteer hours to this community. Brian Woods, an employee of Lime Ridge. By the way, Herman was on his bike and was killed instantly. Brian Woods, a father of 8, a grandfather of 8, killed at Upper Wentworth near the link. He was less than 60. He was on his bike. A person without identification killed near Jackson Square at York and James Street North. I can't say their name. Killed on their bike by a vehicle. According to the city's latest annual collision report, the number of crashes involving a cyclist has been between 128 and 176 in the last 5 years. Bike lanes save lives. So who's next? Is it the essential worker that we've relied on during COVID to deliver groceries and get our order ready at the Metro? Is it the teenager cycling to their place of summer employment? Because that's when the most collisions occur, when you're on a bike and you're most likely to be killed or injured is between the months of June and August. We don't have control over a lot of things. We have control over this. I will not support this motion because I've said their names, and there's going to be more names if we do not uphold our commitment to the health and safety of residents. They are deserving of choice. They are deserving of an affordable choice of movement, and they are deserving of a safe way in which to get to work, to get to school, to get to church, to get to play. Thank you. I'll assume the chair. Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Tattison.
Thank you for those words. I have heard, without verification, that the implementation of the accelerated cycling lane program is behind schedule. I don't know for a fact. I've just heard that in talking around City Hall. So my question is, if we took a pause for the funding for this year, are these the direct projects that would be affected for this year for the implementation, or are they still planned for future year implementation, then we could give the funding at that point? Has anybody here asked for Director Hollingsworth comment on this? And if not, could he make some comments?
Good afternoon, Director Hollingworth. Thank you for joining us. I'm not sure if you heard the question. You did?
Yes, through the chair, Councillor Tattison. The accelerated cycling plan that was initially directed for and called for by Council in 2023 and then presented in the form of a master plan in 2024 was what we called a blueprint for how we would accelerate the plan. It identified costs, it identified projects that we thought were a good fit over the course of the next 5 years, and it was intended to help us budget. So that's, we use that to inform both our selection of projects on kind of like a 1, 2, and 3 year basis, and we use it for informing how much we ask council for expenditures, and that ties very closely to the accelerated cycling plan implementation item of $1 million, which was intended to help accelerate that. In terms of progress, we are doing quite well. I would not say we're achieving the aspirational goals of the accelerated plan, but we're bringing forward projects as quickly as possible based on opportunities, largely as they arise, including major capital projects. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. The motion's on the floor. It's been duly moved and seconded. It is Councillor Francis's motion, seconded by Councillor Spadafora. It is with respect to Councillor Pauls. Are you okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you. So it's been duly moved. The motion's on the floor. The question has been called. Let's do it. The motion is defeated, 6 to 10. Thank you. Thank you. Members, I believe we are on 711F. Is that correct, Clerk Trenum? Am I? Okay, thank you. This is a motion, Councillor. First, I'm going to ask the clerk, do you professionally deem this motion to be in order?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we do, with the reminder that it is a reconsideration motion first. The reason being decisions were made previously by this council with regards to the implementation timeline and the overall management of the program that being the case, it is a reconsideration. So what council needs to do is first make a decision as to whether or not it wants to reconsider that. So we put the original decision from council back on the floor and open that up for consideration. That needs a 2/3 majority to pass. Should that pass, the councillor then has an opportunity to move a motion to amend. So what this does is it reconsiders the decisions made by the special council meeting held on February 15th, 2024. Information out of the General Issues Budget Committee Report 24001, specifically with regards to information in there around the hiring and the timeline of implementation specifically for this program. So council, before council is the decision as to whether or not they would like to reconsider those decisions. That is the vote. That can be debated, whether or not you would like to reconsider it. That is where you need to limit the debate. If the answer, again, passes with 2/3, then the councillor is in order to move his amendment to the budget.
Okay.
Point of order. Sorry, I just want to make a point of order here. We have nothing here on our internal document system that leads us to the actual specific motion. I'm just suggesting that we don't, based on what I'm looking at, just saying this, we don't know who the mover is, the seconder is, what the motion we're reconsidering is in front of us. We'd have to go and look it up. Now, I think I know what program we're talking about, but I think it's important for it to be extremely clear what we're doing here. And even if we could take a 5-minute recess and get that information sent around to us so we can see it, I don't know what to do here, but we don't have anything in front of us except for these words, reconsideration.
Clerk, thank you. Clerk Trenum. Would a recess be of assistance, or what do we? The problem definition is members have nothing before them in which to understand what is being reconsidered.
I'm prepared to speak to what I have up on the screen. This is my knowledge of how we can put this forward if this were to proceed. So the decision, and if you'd like, we could use a recess to pull up the actual wording from this report for them to see, but this is the decision that council made in February of 2024. The decision was made aligned with the budget. So in 2023, council made a decision to hire a set number of individuals, and then at budget time in 2024, the decision was made around the implementation of that decision and how it would be budgeted, approving a budget in 2024 that I believe hired the 10 FTEs currently. What is in the budget right now is the second part of that phase-in of the program. In order for the councillor, Councillor Jackson, to move an amendment related to the 2025 budget to remove the 16 FTEs that are currently budgeted for in 2025 in the proposed budget, it would be a reconsideration of council's original decision to implement this program. So the reconsideration motion, which we have up on the screen, points to the decision. That decision is what gets opened up. So if a reconsideration motion passes, you are reconsidering the decision to implement this program in the way that it was presented.
Councillor Craig.
Thanks. So I appreciate you explaining that verbally. Just going to say, for the same thing I've said since the start of this term, for accessibility reasons, having a piece of some PDF of the original motion here so we can actually refer to it is really important, so we can actually see the language. So I'm just asking in future, no matter what happens, we always have something to look at so that we're not relying solely on verbal information in order to make our decisions, because that's what we're doing in this moment right now, is we're relying on this happening in the moment. So I understand what's going on here, generally speaking, and I'm okay with proceeding with it. I'm just saying that that's the issue I'm raising, and I hope that it's addressed seriously in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, so just so you know, I'll recognize that point of order that's been called next to me, but I'm very strongly inclining for a 10-minute recess. But Mayor Horvath.
Just very, very quickly, this is a point of order that I'm going to ask through you, Chair, to the clerk, which is the item is something that I've abstained from previously with a disqualifying interest. I guess I'm not supposed to ask this question, but I would imagine that it's the appropriate thing to abstain from the reconsideration motion as well. Procedurally.
So while I can't provide advice, I would recommend that you follow your own.
Thank you.
We will recess for 5 minutes in order to accommodate matters of accessibility and full comprehension. I have a mover in Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor Wang. Thank you. Good afternoon. If you're tuning in, we're still deliberating the operating capital budget for the year 2025, and it still is the year 2025. We had a brief recess in order to just gain some documentation to assist us in the full deliberation of our decisions. We are on to 711F, which is a reconsideration motion of a decision that was approved, and I'm going to look to Clerk Trenum to walk us through the genesis and what actually is being reconsidered and what date. Excuse me, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Councillor Jackson would like to bring forward a motion to amend the proposed 2025 budget to remove the 16 FTEs associated with the Hamilton Apartment Rental Program. In order to do that, you need to, as a council, decide whether or not you would like to reconsider previous decisions made on the Hamilton Apartment Rental Program. A phase-in and implementation approach was decided through an information report that is included in part of the GIC budget budget report 24001, which is together the January and February 2024 tax-supported budget and financing plan, all of which is included in that. It's complicated in the report itself, but what you see on the screen is what is being reconsidered. And essentially this, by choosing to reconsider this, you open up the decision made on the program itself, the details of which are much further down in the report found in the information section, page 52. It begins at section 4, detailing how the phase-in was to occur. That phase-in in the information section informs how council made its decision on the financing piece further up, located in the section that you see on the screen. So what council is doing in order for Councillor Jackson to bring forward his motion would be to reconsider this decision on the program. That allows you to move amendments to the original decision on the program, which includes the implementation, timeline, and phase-in of the FTEs and budgeting therein.
Thank you. And I was remiss. I just wanted to state for Councillor Jackson, there was nothing untoward in his efforts of submitting this motion. Okay, you're welcome. But what we do have right now is a reconsideration motion before this body. And I'd like to go to the vote on that reconsideration, but I do see Councillor Spatafora's hand up. Do you have a question of clarification? You have an interest to declare? Could you so do?
Sorry, Chair, it's not an interest. I wanted to explain why I do not have an interest. I did speak with the IC, and in regards to this bylaw, I am a landlord of a single unit, but this bylaw, the safe apartment bylaw, talks to 6 units or more or 2 stories or more, which that information was also provided to me by the acting director of bylaw, Dan Smith. So I just wanted to know that is the reason why I'm not declaring a bylaw, a conflict, because the bylaw speaks to 6 units or more or 2-story. That is my understanding. And my rental is 1 unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Danko, did you have a question on what's before us?
Just before we vote, I believe the mayor still does have a conflict that she's indicated. So if that's 15 votes, what is 2/3? Is it 10?
Yes. Sorry, the reconsideration motion is before this body. Oh, I beg your pardon. I think because we've discussed it ad nauseum, I do apologize. Councillor Jackson, would you like to put your reconsideration motion forward and identify your seconder? I beg your pardon.
Not at all. And Budget Chair Wilson, thanks for the fairness of your comment too, because before my colleagues went to bed last night, I did alert them to what was occurring today, and Clerks was just jammed this morning before they could get this in front of everyone. So for whatever it's worth, I apologize from my end. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls. What you saw up on the screen, I'm going to read it for public consumption because people listening in don't have the ability to see the screen. Reconsideration of a decision that was approved February 15, 2025 special council meeting respecting item 4, Roman numeral 2 of the GIC budget report 24-001, January and February 2024 tax supported budget and financing plan, the plan number listed citywide. That item 4, Roman numeral 2 of the GIC budget, 24-001 in January and February 2024 tax supported budget financing plan with the plan number listed citywide, item 7.1, February 15, 2024, which was approved by council on February 15, 2024, read as follows, be reconsidered. The 2024 tax supported budget and financing plan number listed there, Roman numeral 2, rental property budget items. And there was originally there a further comment, City Clerk Trenum, about the $1 million. Can I read that as well, please? But it's not up on the screen.
Yeah, so through you, Chair, you can certainly read it, but what I'm advising is item II, the rental property budget items, is more inclusive of everything that is considered or as part of the reconsideration. So it's reasonable to stop at that. However, your piece is part of that. You're welcome to read it, but the motion that is being reconsidered is what's on the screen.
Okay, I'll stop there, even though I had the additional amount of information. Budget Chair Wilson, can I just be allowed to explain? And please, stares and glares just diminish for 5 minutes.
I am going to just look to the clerk, please, on what is in order before you can speak to anything. I think you need the permission of the council.
And what I'll just advise is what can be discussed is whether or not, debated to reconsider this particular item. So that is what is on the floor. Do we, as a council, want to reconsider this? So discussion and comments along those lines would be in order.
Am I, through you, Budget Chair? Okay, go ahead.
Do you have a point of order, Councillor McMeekin?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I don't have any problem debating this, but to move reconsideration, do you have to have voted in favor of the mover and the seconder voted in favor of this initially?
Yes, at the
Okay.
time you have to have voted in the affirmative in order to move a reconsideration. So, Councillor, I agree with Clerk Trenum. Your remarks have to be on the rationale for the reconsideration.
Thank you. And can I explain in that rationale what this is and what this isn't? So that if it's to lose, I just want to explain quickly what this is and what this isn't. Because I've met with representatives of Acorn recently in the community. Quickly, this has nothing to do with the renovictions bylaw and the 10 recently hired. Stays, I support it. This has nothing to do with repealing the safe inspections rental program bylaw. I support it. This is simply about, with the 10 new hired, do we want to proceed with 16 at this time? That's all. Thank you for allowing me that, Budget Chair Wilson. Seconded by Ward 7 Councillor Esther Pauls. Thank you.
What is before you now is a reconsideration motion. In order for the item to be deliberated further, it has to receive the support of 2/3 of this body. 2/3 equals 10 members. 10 members would have to grant the mover the permission to reconsider and further debate. that reconsideration is defeated, 8-7 with one individual abstaining. Okay, thank you. Just beg your indulgence for a minute while I find my way on the roadmap. I believe we are on 711G. Okay, thank you. 711G is Climate Change Reserve Budget. I believe the author of this is Councillor Pauls. If so, could you present your motion?
Thank you. And mine is very short, and I'll just, after I read it, I'll just do a couple of comments, and then we'll move on. So my is, whereas Council is trying to find savings to try to reduce the 2025 5.7 budget. Whereas we did not spend the 2.5 million in 2025 for climate change action strategy, and whereas we can utilize the 2.5 million to reduce the levy impact in 2025. Therefore, let it be resolved that we remove the 2.5 million transfer to the climate change reserve and utilize the 2.5 million to reduce the levy impact in 2025. And can I speak to it?
Certainly.
Thank you. Okay. If we don't find ways to reduce this budget, I believe will create and increase more homelessness. Also will increase more stress and financial burden to our residents, not just in Ward 7, everywhere. I looked at the 13 climate change projects, and there is not one, this is the paper that I printed out. There is not one that I can truly say it is an emergency, and that if we do not implement it, it would be catastrophically. So before we had the climate change office, we as council implemented initiatives, and we looked at every department through the lens of climate change. We declared climate change in 2019, the first term, and we looked through the lens of climate change. So what are we implementing today that we did not already implement in last term? So I want to read in the record what these 13 projects for climate change are. And I'm not going to read them all, just a few of them that I just find it kind of strange in a sense. We have to low impact development, green standard training for our planning department and economic development. Why do we have to train them? We've been doing this since last term. And then we have, if trees could talk, public education initiative. Why do we have to do an education piece if trees can talk? Then there were another, making nonprofit housing climate resilient. First of all, which housing project? $250,000. We already have in our planning that they have to be climate resistant. Every building we do looks through the climate lens. They are 2.5 million, and I could read them all, that really we're already doing. But the one that really stood out the most is this, the feasibility study. Air conditioned in Hamilton rental unit, it was $150,000. Then it was fleet serve electrical vehicle grid feasibility, $150,000. And last, organic management phase 2 feasibility study, $250,000. My question is, we do have a climate office. Why can't they do the study? So as I looked at all 13 of them, and I don't want to read all 13, you should go and look it up, what the proposed December 4, 2024 project action were. And all of them, I don't see an emergency. We could postpone this to the next year or the following year, and we will be just fine. But what we need now is reduction in our taxes. I want to tell you, I went to visit somebody and somebody ran from another house saying, I cannot afford my taxes. What do I do? And I told him if he can, to give me a call and we'll see what we can do about it. Maybe he could postpone it and do it later, whatever. I want to tell you, people every day, whether it's my residents or the residents of downtown or anywhere, are saying the same thing. You cannot afford a 5.7 increase. Last year, we had a 5.7. The year before was 6 something. It's over, accumulatively, 15% over. How can we afford it? So for this reason, I say, let's put this $2.5 million climate action that really is not needed today, but maybe in the future when we're already stable and have the finance. And I want to tell you something, we're doing this already. I remember in last term how we looked everything through the climate change eyes. So I'm just wondering, we have an office now, and now we give $2.5 million for them to tell us the same thing what we're doing. So thank you, and I hope you can support this.
Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question to start of the mover, if I may. Councillor Pauls was part of the council in 2019 that declared a climate emergency. I'd like to ask her what her understanding is of that emergency and what that declaration means and her take on the climate crisis in 2025, please.
Councillor Pauls.
What is my take? My take is that it was 7 years ago. The planning department, the public works department, the health department, we all looked to the climate change. They came and presented us. Our building codes were all climate change resistant. We are doing the work now. So my view is that these 13 things that I don't know if everybody looked at can wait, but the people cannot afford their taxes. And if you think this is an emergency to have a feasibility on whether we need air conditioning, and I think they should be able to do that. That's their work. Why do we have an office?
The question was asked and answered.
And
Councillor Kassar has the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The mover referenced 13 projects, which to my understanding were from the 2024 allocation and have nothing to do with 2025. The whereas it's very sparse in terms of whereas for this motion. It says, whereas we did not spend the $2.5 million in 2025, where on February 12th, 2025 have not approved the budget for 2025. So we have not spent the $2.5 million from the climate change action strategy. So we're a little bit out of order because we can't spend it until we have it. So just if I could ask staff to clarify if I'm correct that the projects being referenced by the mover in the last few minutes were from 2024.
I see Director Lukasik up in the cheap seats.
Thank you very much. Linda Lukasik, Director of the Office of Climate Change Initiatives. Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Kassar. Those 13 projects were approved as part of the 2024 Climate Change Reserve allocation.
And a follow-up to that. So the mover has claimed that we were doing everything we can. So do those 13 projects solve the climate crisis and render us free from doing any further action?
Director Lukasik, yeah, I don't want to put the director in a spot. I don't know if you would like to take the,
sure.
Maybe try and reframe
that
rephrase
question, that.
Please, thank you.
There's $2.5 million allocated each year, which was a decision made earlier this term, I believe. And the process would be to allocate this money to other projects in 2025 and beyond. Will there be projects that you foresee that we will be able to spend this money to have a similar effect as 2024, which was over an 8% reduction in emissions, other projects that are going to reduce operating costs and save money in the tax levy? Do you foresee that there's more work we can do and we need to do as part of the climate crisis declaration we made?
That question's in order. Councillor, or Director.
Through the chair, absolutely. It was August of 2022 when Council supported Hamilton's climate action strategy, a very detailed mitigation plan and an adaptation plan that are community-wide. So there are lots of details in there around actions that we need to move on, both across the corporation of the City of Hamilton, but also beyond, across the community as well. So I think it is fair to say, yes, there is still lots of work to be done. And that climate change reserve funding is an important part of the supports that we need to innovate, to try new approaches, to accelerate where we can moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. One final follow-up. Just in that context, City of Hamilton as a corporation and the City of Hamilton overall has an emission reductions plan by 2050, which the climate change reserves funding would help further. Could you just speak to that, what we're trying to do as a reminder to the public? Thank you.
Through the chair, yes. And I'll also acknowledge that this council has identified as a term of council priority the acceleration of climate action and GHG, greenhouse gas emission reductions. So that's certainly important. And I'll add to that, it's part of recommendations that were put before council in our annual update of last year. A recommendation was supported for our staff to go away and start to assess the feasibility of potentially accelerating that net zero by 2050 target, recognizing that this is a serious issue and it's getting more serious. So yes, we definitely need to do more, and it's important that there are aggressive targets in place to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions. But I would add too to focus on adaptation, because we are already seeing impacts in our community from issues like extreme heat and flooding, and we know from all the climate scientists are telling us. Hamilton, for instance, is on the top 10 list of urban centres in Canada that'll be struggling more and more with extreme heat over time, as one example. We know already that we have challenges with flooding issues, so there are definitely some serious adaptation challenges that we need to be paying attention to.
Thank you. I think that was my time.
It is. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, if I may. So the 2.5 million, that is an annual budget allotment, if you will. How do you and your team come to decide how to spend that money, and how do you and your team decide or assess the effectiveness of the spend after you've made the spend? Does that make sense?
Director.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for that question, Councillor Clark. You may recall in the early days of our office, we came before council with some priority areas of focus. So that was one piece. And I will say that we continue as the Office of Climate Change Initiatives to tap into the Climate Change Reserve to enable us to move on those core areas of focus that we're moving forward as a team. We have also worked to refine an internal process for city-led initiatives. So in 2023, we did a first round of funding for a limited number of projects. In 2024, you'll know that list increased to 13 projects. And we developed a detailed internal process that relies on our Climate Change Initiatives Steering Committee. That's a director-level steering committee with representation from across all departments. There was an open opportunity for applications from staff across all divisions to request support from the Climate Change Reserve, and decisions were made in 2024 to ultimately allocate $2.5 million in Climate Change Reserve funding to that list of 13 projects. Moving forward in 2025, I can tell you that we will have another round for city-led initiatives. That's the intention. That'll be informed by some strategic prioritization, both through internal conversations, but also we've received input through our Climate Change Advisory Committee. So they were given an opportunity to review that list of 13 and express their views, and we're taking some of their input into consideration as we move forward. And then I'll also add, in 2025, we're very much focused on acknowledging that the strategy is community-wide, and we're looking at the importance of really leveraging community partnerships and figuring out a pathway forward to do more, to engage those community partners and hopefully to broaden our reach. Because I think one thing that we're constantly recognizing is while the corporation has the responsibility to lead on the mitigation and adaptation side of things, our role in the Office of Climate Change Initiatives is to oversee the implementation, to facilitate the implementation, accelerate where we can the implementation of Hamilton's Climate Action Strategy, which is a community-wide strategy again. So we're looking at, what kind of leverage do we have through partnerships that could be supported through the Climate Change Reserve. So I hope that answers your question.
Partially. The second part of the question was, how do we judge success? I'm paraphrasing it now down to something more succinct. But you've now, this past year, 13, the year before, I can't remember the number, but how do you review those projects, those proposals, the work, to see if the hopeful outcome has become the realized outcome?
Through the chair. So last year, we had for those city-led initiatives, that list of 13, we had a scoring system, and bear with me, we had projects put forward that fall into the adaptation side of things, others where it was more focused on climate mitigation, so greenhouse gas emission reductions. So in that case, our request to staff was, in your application, we want you to estimate what your greenhouse gas emission reductions will be through your action. On the adaptation side, it's a little bit more subjective, but there were questions around what kinds of benefits are we likely to see, what do they look like, and how many, where you can, if there are a number of people who are going to be helped through this effort, help us to understand that as well. And the reality is we have some projects that fall in between where they're both mitigation and adaptation. So we've tried our best through the application process to set out a scoring system and parameters that we can assess. And again, I'm going to say we continue to refine that process. So this year again, we'll fine tune, and we do that in consultation with our climate change initiatives, that internal steering committee. So we'll focus on making that happen. And I would add also that we request updates. So even with those 2023 projects, we are continuing to circle back to staff who are leading those efforts, and we're requesting updates so that we know that ultimately projects that were proposed are followed through on, and we're tracking progress with implementation and ultimately wanting to ensure that what was put in front of us and the benefits that it was going to bring are ultimately being realized through those projects. So I hope that answers those questions.
That last part of your answer is exactly where I'm going. I just want to have an understanding and a comfort level that the items that we are approving, that we're judging them on their success. So once they've been implemented, is it actually doing what we had hoped it would do? And if we are not judging those items, then this is going to be a very costly exercise over time if we don't know what's going to be a success and what is not. So thank you for that.
Councillor Critch.
And thanks for Councillor Clark's questions, because it answer some of mine, specifically about why the Office of Climate Change Initiatives is here, what work they do to coordinate all of this, what work they're responsible for doing, how they have a steering committee, and the Climate Change Advisory Committee, of course, also informs this process. And we're kind of just getting going right now with this, right? So I know some of this was approved in the last term of council, but we finally have the Climate Change Advisory Committee in place. We finally have the Office of Climate Change Initiatives in place with full staff, and we're starting to see the results of that, and they're good. Look, we need independent staff to be able to do this work and to be able to collect up people from across the organization. That was the big issue that was identified here, is that we didn't have a centralized way of dealing with this. It's like why we have a housing secretariat. There are some issues that are so big, they require us to do that kind of collaboration and pull everybody in from across the institution. Also, the big ask here, climate action. Not climate chit-chats, not putting something down on the table, not us having stuff come here and us say, oh yeah, that seems like a nice project. Oh, I like that one. It's climate action from climate professionals, and that's what we're trying to do with the reserve money, is put it on actual things. So people can say, hey, I see that's happening. I see the city is trying to do something here, and take actual climate action. I heard a lot of questions from Councillor Pauls about, well, why do we have to do this and why do we have to do that? It's like, you know, that's not the time for those questions. You want to ask questions about this, you could ask them in 2024. You could ask them, every time we've had the reserve up for debate, you could have sat there and asked those questions then. I don't think it's fair to ask those questions now at the last possible minute or to cast shade on them, especially ones from a previous budget year. I also heard we can postpone this to the next year and we will be fine. Hey, Councillor Pauls, maybe you'll be fine. Maybe other people will be fine. But every single young person I've spoken to since I've been an elected official is saying that they're not going to be fine, that they don't feel secure about their future, that they're concerned about what the climate change things happening in front of their eyes will mean for them and their children. And they're really concerned about governments who don't take action. They don't think we'll be fine. None of this is fine, and I won't be supporting this motion.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I had removed myself from the speakers list. If I could just quickly echo, I think we have a Climate Change Advisory Committee. They've been doing excellent work providing feedback on this work. I think there's a question, I don't know where these things come from. I don't know how they're reviewed. I think we have a really strong process that's only getting stronger. And I would also just add that the UN chairperson of the IPCC took the common refrain we've been hearing, delay is the new denial, to the next level. And in the year 2022, when we were talking about the state of climate action in the world, said delay is death. So going from beyond that kind of delay is denial argument. So just adding that to the conversation, not on for this delay. I think this is a strategic investment. It's a multi-year investment. We knew about it long before these budget deliberations happened, so there was also an opportunity to address this at a GIC or raise this concern earlier than this budget process as well, as this was baked into the budget.
Councillor Francis, followed by Councillor Taddison, then Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. And is there not a line where we take taxpayers' ability to pay into consideration? Why doesn't this council just spend $50 million on climate change? Why doesn't this council spend $100 million on climate change? Where is the line that's too much for our residents? This very council declared an affordability crisis. This council can't keep choking taxpayers and once again taking the responsibility away from the federal and provincial government. We can certainly look at ways to deal with climate change, but we can't make our residents poor in the meantime, in the process of doing that, which this council is currently doing. And you may be fine with your income there, Councillor Crutch, but you know who's not going to be fine? Pensioners and seniors in this city who are struggling. Thank you.
Councillor Taddison.
Sorry, I have some questions for the directors. Just for my own understanding and possibly some others. So in the motion, and I know because Councillor Cassar dealt with this. It says, and I think I'll read it as I think was supposed to be. We did not spend the $2.5 million in 2024 from the Climate Change Action Strategy. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I believe that the text reads, it makes reference to 2025. Is that?
But I thought it was corrected to say 2024.
No, Councillor. The projects that were in a previous motion were already approved under the 2024 budget. The projects that the councillor spoke to in her opening remarks, those were part of those previously approved, some of them. Okay.
Okay, so then I'm assuming that the money in 2024 was spent correctly?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. That's the clarification I was seeking.
Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. We have to, in my opinion, be more engaged with pointing direction rather than fingers. We've got some people in this world, sadly, in very high positions of power who are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord, doing everything they can to drill, baby, drill, and all the other sort of rhetorical stuff that we hear that we know is going to cause problems down the road. I've always felt when you only deal with the urgent, you don't have time for the important. And we decided that we would put money into a protected reserve for the Climate Office because we didn't want it to become a political football. We wanted to guarantee, assure that there would be resources there to identify what I think basically is low-hanging fruit, very practical examples. In fact, I'm very proud of the work that the office has done around the issues that they brought forward. They've made a good case for those. I mean, we can talk about forest fires and flooding and all the macro issues, and that they're all important. But we got a choice to make. Do we either contribute to developing a broader understanding of what we need to do as citizens of this planet, and thinking of, I got a 3-year-old grandson. I think about my 3-year-old grandson, what the kind of world he's the other day he said, sharing is caring and caring is sharing. And I thought, you know, he's picking up on that poet idea. But all of that aside, I'm pleased that we've got an advisory group, an action strategy, and practical examples of doing things that just make sense. I guess the final thing I want to say is, if picking up on Councillor Paul's words, if trees could talk, I think they'd say, you know, we really are in a crisis, and we really should stay the course, because this is the kind of thing that's going to the extent we can get involved, significantly involved, is going to make a real difference to our community, to our province, to our country, and to our planet. So I'm going to oppose the motion after saying that, and I want to compliment the Climate Office team for their very diligent and practically oriented recommendations to this horseshoe. Thanks.
Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. As memory serves, there was an original motion from the mover or something along that line that had a smaller reduction, 500,000 or something like that at some point. It's been revised. And I probably could have gone along with the smaller reduction. I've been consistently voting in favor of trying to find savings along the way as we go. Here's my problem. I've spoken publicly during the allocation of the Climate Change Funding Reserve to a number of areas. And I think I spoke at the end, and I kind of complained a little bit that we've only limited it to and defined it as a climate change fund and initiative, because there was a lot of innovation embedded within the proposals that came forward. We heard about solar panels on top of ambulances, that by switching from using the combustion engines to charge the batteries and using solar power, we actually elongate the life of the battery and reduce maintenance costs. So there's other things at play, and I'm big on innovation, and I struggle with just trying to take a total pause or a total skip for the year. Maybe we could have done with a little less, small reduction, but I don't want to send the signal that I don't want the city of Hamilton to innovate. In fact, I want more innovation, because I think that there's inherent cost savings and additional ancillary benefits to our employees, to our residents, to our city as a whole. I'm trying to stay out of the whole climate change as a concept debate. I'm trying to look at some ancillary benefits. I also have the great privilege of meeting with young people in my community routinely. I think that I have one of the only youth councils in the city, and they tell me over and over again what their priorities are, and this is something that is a priority for them. I would have a great deal of difficulty standing before them in a few days and saying, oh, guess what I did? I voted to support ... It would be entirely contradictory. So back to the beginning, I commend the councillor, and I commend all councillors for trying to make some tough decisions, for trying to bring cost savings to our residents. Some of them are a little more black and white, some of them are a little more gray for me, and unfortunately won't be able to support as worded.
Second time speaker, and the mover is Councillor Pauls.
And I'm not going to say much, but I do want to say I really don't see the cost benefit for all these 13. But I do want to say that I had a smaller one put in, and I was told it was out of order. I only had, because not all the money is being spent here. There is the electric sweeper for bike lanes that hasn't been purchased, that $403,000. So I had that motion, and I also have the motion for the feasibility study of 550 would have saved us $1 million, and it was out of order. So when I asked the clerk and then I asked Mike, well, this is a better motion. I could postpone all of it to the 2025 that has not been spent. So I don't know where we're at here, but I want to say something. This is timing and priority within the greater context. I want to tell you, I want to fix my kitchen, and I put money aside, and then my roof leaks, and I say, I can't touch my kitchen fund because that's my kitchen I want. And I let the roof leak. This is common sense. The taxpayers are saying the roof is leaking. We cannot afford our taxes. So let's take what we want, which to me, I looked at all 13, and I wish everyone would look. There's one that the pool heat reclamation, recreation
Councillor, respectfully.
125,000. I'm just saying, I really don't. I just want to say it's all about timing and priority. And right now, it's reducing the taxes. Do I believe in climate change? Of course. You look outside. I do. I'm just saying we haven't spent the money. Feasibility study? Why can't the office do it? 550,000. How many more studies can we have? If you know that, we need the air conditioning case study. What more? So anyway, that is my point, and it seems like probably it's not going to pass, but I want to tell you, I did my very best. I looked at those, those 1,000 pages. I spent time, and it was very confusing, and I tried to figure it out, how to help my residents and how to help people. We can all afford our tax, everybody here around the circle. Everybody, all the staff can, but not the people that don't have the privilege of having jobs that pay that well. So thank you.
Councillor Clark, is that a legacy ask, or are you on for a second time? Thank you. Okay, the motion is before. It's been duly moved and seconded. It is Councillor Paul's motion, and it is, I think, discussed significantly. So you're voting on Councillor Paul's motion, please, and thank you. Thank you. That is defeated, 5-11. Are there any further amendments to the proposed 2025 budget? Seeing none. The budget work for this council is now complete. We have considered amendments to the proposed budget, and those will be final with conclusion of today's meeting. Following this, the mayor has a process where she will consider any amendments over the 10-day period ending February the 22nd of this year, and should the mayor choose not to veto any of the amendments, the budget will be adopted as amended. To my colleagues, it's been a great privilege serving as your budget chair this year. We have an unfolding weather event, so I don't want to elongate this meeting any further, but I really appreciate your cooperation, your time, and the tenor, and it's been a great privilege. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Again, thank you so much, Budget Chair Wilson and Vice Chair Danko, for all of the work that you put into this exercise. And we have lessons that we're going to learn, and I really appreciate all of the work of the staff and the councillors, and we'll see where we end up from here. We are now in the part of the agenda that, well, we have item 8, which is items for consideration, and there are none. So we are on to motions, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm just looking to the clerks to be sure that I'm in the right spot. 9.1. Okay, so the first motion in front of us then is 9.1, inflation rate for 2026. Councillor Clark, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I have two motions now this evening. 9.1 and 9.7, given the weather and given that it's really not pertinent to today, can I ask that we put them over to the next GIC?
That would be very generous of you, and appreciate that. That's okay procedurally by the clerk, and we do very much appreciate it.
I would like to do that then. Thank you.
Thank you. So then we're next on to 9.2. Amendment to item 4 of the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee Report 21-022, respecting investing in city roads and sidewalks infrastructure with Canada Community Building Funds, which was approved by Council December 15th, 2021. Councillor Jackson, could you please present your motion?
Yes, Mayor Horvath, and I'd like to move mine because I'm 0 for 2 today, and I'm hoping with this housekeeping matter, I might be able to get a victory today. So it's moved by myself, seconded by Ward 14 Councillor Michael Spadafora. It's all there before you. Clerks has led me to believe this is a housekeeping matter, amending the CCBF funds to include a number of roads. I'll read the roads in Ward 6 by adding resurfacing and concrete repairs on Aries Court, on Sealac Court, on Homex Place, on Independence Drive, on Milky Way Drive to Upper Kenilworth. And again, the 3 Public Works temporary full-time equivalents be hired for up to 24 months at an estimated cost of $850,000, funded from the unallocated capital levy reserve number listed to deliver the CCBF projects listed here. And see that the procurement policy 4.9 consulting professional services requirements be waived to allow for the direct award of roster assignments above the 150,000 threshold for consultancy work pertaining to the CCBF project funds. Somehow, some way, there was an omission here. Dollars still are available, and these projects were just ready for the hopper once the money was discovered. So seconded by Ward 14 Councillor Mike Spadafora, and my fingers and legs are crossed. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't see any speakers on the list. Your seconder was, I'm sorry? Who was your seconder, Councillor Jackson? Councillor Spadafora. Okay, I see no speakers on the list, so we'll go straight to the vote, please. That carries 15-0. Congratulations, Councillor Jackson. Thanks so much. We're now on to item 9.3, which is one-time request for funding to subsidize the renovation and upgrading costs associated with kitchen facilities at Interval House in Hamilton, Ward 14. Councillor Spadafora, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, and I would ask that if you'd be willing to second the motion, that you would do that. Thank you. Whereas the Interval House of Hamilton provides emergency shelter, safety, planning, counseling, peer support, legal advocacy, system navigation, other support services for women with or without children that have experienced abuse or violence. Whereas the Interval House of Hamilton was established in 1986 as the first shelter of its kind in Hamilton dedicated to exclusively serving women and children who have experienced violence, abuse, and human trafficking. Whereas during the past 39 years, Interval House of Hamilton has grown to be a 22-bed emergency shelter and requires kitchen renovations and upgrades to properly support the more than 30 women and children that frequent at any given time. Whereas the required kitchen renovations and upgrades includes the replacing of existing range hood to incorporate a new electric convection oven, relocating a refrigerator and installing new electrical outlets, reconfiguring existing cabinetry and installing 2 sanitizers, installing a bulkhead, ductwork and an exterior exhaust fan, and new flooring. Therefore, be it resolved that A, the costs associated with the renovation and upgrading for the kitchen at the Interval House of Hamilton be funded from the Ward 14 Discretionary Fund 330-230-9014 at an upset limit including contingencies not to exceed $10,000. That any funds allocated and distributed be exempt and not be counted toward any formula that restricts regular funding from the city, including the City Enrichment Fund or the one-time enhancement grant, i.e. the city's 30% formula for the years 2024 and 2025, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and direct to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents which such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. I will speak to it briefly. Mayor, I don't need to tell you the importance of this shelter in Ward 14. We've been there many a times. Unfortunately, we call it celebrating funding that comes from different people, whether that's, LIUNA or different levels of government. It's a celebration of funding, but it's also a reminder of the reality of what some of the women and children in our community face. So it's an honor for me to be able to support the Interval House, Sue Taylor, all the individuals that work there to help these families. And, I'm hoping that everybody can support this. And I can tell you that this shelter is never not at capacity. So the kitchen upgrade is the least that I can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spadafora. I don't see any speakers on the list. I would like to just say I'm honored to be able to second the motion. And we'll go straight to the vote then. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. So we have, we're now on to item 9.4. So we have 9.4 is Councillor Danko. I believe there might be a, can you just make sure we do things properly? This is something that might be addressed in closed. Am I Am I correct? Because it is contractual?
Correct. So there were questions seeking some legal advice with regards to 9.4 and 9.6 and a request to go into closed session on those items. So presuming that both are being moved, we would go into closed session to deal with them. So we would potentially defer them until after closed.
Okay, so everybody understands we've got 9.4, 9.6, both of which will have require some questions to be answered by legal staff. So that needs to be done in camera. We do no longer have, we have 9.5 still then in front of us. And yes, 9.5. And so would it be the best thing to do then to have 9.5 and then go into camera on the others, because we also have another item on the agenda that's an in-camera item. But I guess looking to the clerk, would it be worthwhile also then after doing a 9.5 that we also consider doing the minutes before we go into camera?
Yeah, so Mayor, I'd suggest if we do 9.5, you would then do the minutes in open, and I can advise that the confidential item 12.6 can be brought forward at a future meeting and withdrawn from this. We've had that understanding, so we won't need to go into closed session on that. It would just be on 9.4 and 9.6 to receive legal advice.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much. Everybody's following along there. That's great. Thank you to the staff for confirming that we could move that other in-camera item to the next meeting. So then we have financial relief to help offset the increased cost of municipal police service. 9.5, Councillor Danko, would you please present your motion?
Certainly. Moved by myself, seconded by anyone who would like to second. Councillor Francis, thank you. This is a request for financial relief to help offset the increased cost of municipal police services. Whereas the Ontario government will provide $77 million in financial relief to small and rural municipalities to help offset the increased cost of municipal police services provided by the Ontario Provincial Police. Whereas Solicitor General Michael Kresner stated, the financial relief the Ontario government is proposing will help municipal leaders balance their budgets and invest in their communities while ensuring no change to the policing provided by the OPP that keeps families and businesses safe. Whereas the Ontario government acknowledges that the financial impacts resulting from police collective bargaining agreements has a significant impact on municipal budgets. Whereas all of the factors that resulted in significant costs to policing for small and rural communities also exists in larger municipalities. Whereas municipalities that do not rely on the Ontario Provincial Police are also require financial relief to offset the increasing cost of police services. Whereas urban municipalities, such as Hamilton, have additional challenges such as homeless encampments, guns, gangs, drug trafficking, auto theft, and organized crime that require significant police resources and specialized equipment and personnel. Whereas residents overwhelmingly support police and request a stronger and more effective police presence in their neighborhoods. And whereas the Ontario government is a strong supporter of policing throughout the province, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Hamilton request that the Province of Ontario provide financial relief to the City of Hamilton due to budget impacts of the increasing cost of policing, that City Finance staff work with the City's Manager's Office, the Mayor's Office, Police Services Board, and the Chief of Police to quantify a specific financial relief request, and that this direction be circulated to the Ontario Big City Mayors and Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Speaking to this, first of all, Mayor, I'd like to thank you for your efforts. I know you've already been advocating at the organization level through Big City Mayors and other associations, making sure that the province is aware of the impacts of the increasing cost of police on municipalities. You know, the increase in this year's budget for policing for Hamilton is one of the lower in the province. We've seen other municipalities over 10% increase. So I think we need to put that into context for, you know, at a provincial scale. And my understanding from our municipal police budget and police budgets across the province is the vast majority of the increase in costs is through staffing. So for the city of Hamilton, 90% of the police budget is determined by staffing, by collective agreements. And that's the same whether it's a municipal police force or OPP or RCMP, it doesn't matter which police force, the impacts on the budgets are the same. So I'm really hopeful that this is something that perhaps we can actually agree with the province on with our provincial representatives. Our provincial representatives, to give them credit, have been very supportive of police. So I'm really hopeful that this is something that they can advocate for at the provincial level to actually bring some relief to City Hamilton taxpayers while supporting what is, I'm hoping that we're all in alignment on, is a need for an increased and stronger police presence in the neighborhoods, and overall, you know, coupling that with relief to municipal taxpayers. So, you know, through this motion, it doesn't set aside a specific amount, but this year's increase in the police budget is just over $12 million. That's about 1% of the levy. So any amount that the province might be able to come forward to support police would directly come off the levy, be very much appreciated by municipal taxpayers, and I think would provide our provincial representatives with a very popular, very well-supported and big win for everyone throughout the city of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. There is precedence for Councillor Danko's motion. The provincial government in the past has provided funding to police departments, usually for equipment, but also for guns and gangs and specific programming. It's important that we highlight, and they know this, but we need to continue to remind them that we are experiencing a real challenge with guns and gangs in this municipality. We are experiencing a significant challenge that is not spoken enough, often enough in this municipality, which is human trafficking, and as well as drug trafficking. So those are four big ones that our police department spends a great deal of time and resource battling. It would be helpful if the province understood that challenge that this municipality is facing and helped us with some additional funding. Thank you for bringing this motion, Councillor Danko.
Thanks very much, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Yeah, I'll be very brief, just to say that I don't agree with all Councillor Danko's reasoning for this, but I'm going to support this because if the province wants to get involved in a discussion with the city, the chief of police, the mayor's office, whomever, about the province taking on some of the funding here, taking it out of the city's responsibility, happy to hear the result of that. And that's what the therefore be it resolved clauses say, is that that's the conversation that Councillor Danko's asking to have. So happy for a conversation to happen and see the results of it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Also happy to support the motion, specifically in the context of item C. Just wanted to identify to the mover as well as council that at the FCM board, as well as our federal advocacy days in Ottawa in December, this was an issue that was raised in terms of the costs that municipalities bear and that are paid for through our tax levy versus those services that municipalities carry out that serve all of Canadians. And from that perspective, the municipal growth framework and the municipal framework changes that have been advocated through the FCM as well as AMO do integrate policing costs as one of those pieces that would be really important to have financed in an appropriate way versus increases to municipal tax levy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, of course, I support this. Anything that we can do to help reduce our costs is always welcome. But I remember the chief coming, I guess, a week and a half ago, and he said that we do get some provincial funding, and especially with social navigator risk. Coast, MCRRT. So we do get some funding already, but if this could bring some more funding, I'm all for it. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I don't see any further speakers on the list. So we have a duly moved and seconded motion, and we'll go to the electronic vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We have no notices of motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Point of order, Mayor?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor.
Did we, in the early part of today, talk about putting 7.01H, identifying areas of improvement, efficiency, and effectiveness down into motions?
Yes, Councillor Clark said he would put that in abeyance till the next meeting, considering we have a snowstorm in front of us.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry.
That's fine. No, that's better have the clarity. Okay, so we don't have any notices of motion. Statements by members. As is the custom, if folks have a statement, please identify on the list. And if not, we'll keep moving on. Any statement by members, folks? Yeah, I had a bunch of things to say, but I think that it's best for us to kind of move on in the spirit of Councillor Clark. I don't see any speakers, and so we'll talk about those things next time around. Thanks so much. Nothing personal, Councillor Jackson. Nothing personal. But thank you very much. Then we're then now going to deal with the minutes, the private and confidential minutes of closed sessions, January 2nd, 2025, and January 23rd, 2025. So may I have a motion to approve the closed session council minutes of those two dates as presented? And of course, if there's a problem, we move it into close. So that's moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Wang. And so we'll go to the vote then on those. It's a show of hands vote. Thanks very much. That carried. So then we have more closed session minutes. We have PLC 225-002, GIC 25-002, AFA 25-002. May I have a motion to approve those committee closed session minutes as presented, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Kassar. And again, we'll go to a show of hands vote, please. Thank you very much. That carries. So now we're going to go to the moving into closed session to consider items 9.4 and 9.6, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Thanks very much. Might I please have the motion then to move into closed session to consider items 12.6 and 12.6A respecting improving, well, no, that was not one of them, actually.
You can skip down to item 9.4 in the same paragraph.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may?
I'm sorry? Councillor Danko?
I'm just thinking since 9.4 and 9.6 were determined not to be budget meeting motions, it's perhaps not necessary that they be decided on today. So we could bump those to a future meeting. I'd be okay with that.
So that we therefore don't have a need for a closed session by the looks of it, because the other item, which is 12.6 and 12.6A, has also been moved to another meeting. So thank you very much. That's quite helpful, considering there's a safety issue that's unfolding outside. So then we will go to, where am I now? We're going to the
bylaws.
I'm sorry?
Bylaws.
The bylaws, here we are, 13. 13, Councillor Kassar, may I please have the motion on the bills?
Yes, of course, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by previous Deputy Mayor Councillor Mark Tattison, that bills numbers 25-022 to numbers 25026 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the clerk to read as follows, as shown on the agenda.
Thanks very much. All those in favor of the bills? Oh, it's an electronic vote because it's really formal, the bills. Thank you. Okay, that, Councillor Pauls is in favor. And that carries 14-0. There being no further business, then the meeting is hereby adjourned. Please be safe on the roads home, folks. Please be careful on the sidewalks and get home safely. Thank you all very much for a very productive day.